In the vast arid expanse of the Sahara Desert, a place where the sun reigns with relentless heat and the winds sculpt sand into endless waves, the last thing one might expect to find is a modern jet aircraft, silent and still, its metallic surfaces glaring under the intense sun. Yet, in 1969, this surreal scene captured the attention of the world when a fully intact jet was discovered abandoned without a trace of its crew or passengers, sparking one of the most baffling mysteries in aviation history. The aircraft, a Boeing 707, was found by a nomadic group wandering the desert in search of grazing for their camels. The nomads were familiar with the sight of planes flying overhead, a common enough occurrence with international routes crisscrossing the sky above the desert. But the sight of a large, intact jet on the ground was unprecedented. Curiosity drew them closer, and what they found was a plane that seemed prepared for a normal flight, yet eerily void of life. The scene around the jet was undisturbed, with no signs of a crash landing. The aircraft appeared to have made a perfectly controlled landing on the sands. The boarding stairs were down, as if inviting the passengers to disembark. Inside, the cabin was orderly with safety cards tucked into seat pockets and overhead bins closed. The only thing missing was the people. No crew, no passengers were found, and no personal belongings were left behind. Local authorities were quickly notified about the discovery. The news of the abandoned jet spread rapidly, attracting local police and eventually, international aviation investigators to the site. The aircraft's identification numbers were traced back to a recently reported missing jet, which had last communicated its position while overflying a neighboring country's airspace hours before its unexpected discovery in the desert. As investigators arrived at the location, the immediate task was to secure the site and begin the process of documenting everything exactly as it was found. Photographs were taken, and every element of the jet was carefully examined, from the engines and landing gear to the flight deck and avionics. The jet's logbooks and navigation charts were still in the cockpit, showing a flight path that had been abruptly abandoned. The mystery deepened as preliminary checks showed that the jet's systems were functional, with no mechanical failures recorded in the flight data recorder. There were also no distress signals sent from the aircraft before it descended into the desert. This impeccable condition of the jet, combined with the lack of any signs of struggle or emergency, baffled the investigators. Questions swirled among the investigation team. How had the jet landed here in the middle of the Sahara without any of its passengers or crew? Why were there no signs of a hasty evacuation or an emergency situation that might have prompted such an unusual landing? Theories began to form, but each seemed as unlikely as the next. The desert, silent and watchful, offered no clues, and the jet itself, despite being equipped with the latest technology of the time, held its secrets tightly. This enigmatic discovery would come to challenge the boundaries of what was understood about aviation incidents. It also posed poignant questions about the fate of those who had been aboard. As the investigation pressed on, the task of piecing together the events leading up to the aircraft's final flight became a puzzle that captured the imagination of the world, raising this particular incident to the status of legend in the annals of unsolved aviation mysteries. The Boeing 707 that sat deserted amidst the sprawling sands of the Sahara had embarked on what was supposed to be a routine commercial flight. Its journey had begun at a bustling international airport, where it was thoroughly checked and prepared for a long haul over several countries, with a final destination in a major European city. The jet, a marvel of modern aviation technology, was equipped to ensure a safe and comfortable journey across vast distances, manned by a seasoned crew well-versed in such routes. The flight crew consisted of an experienced captain, known for his meticulous attention to detail and an impeccable safety record, alongside a co-pilot and a navigator who were equally competent and respected in their professions. The passenger list included business travelers, a few families returning home or starting vacations, and solo travelers embarking on various personal adventures. Each had boarded the plane with luggage in hand, expectations for their travels ahead, and no indication that their flight would become an enduring mystery. As the jet took off that day, air traffic control monitored its progress, noting its ascent and stabilization in the cruising altitude. The crew's last communication was a routine position report over the radio, stating their current location and expected time over the next waypoint. This communication was logged by air traffic control, and everything appeared normal. However, shortly thereafter, the jet disappeared from radar screens without any distress signal or further communication, initiating a perplexing silence that would lead to its unexpected discovery in the desert. The investigation into the jet's last known hours painted a picture of normality. The flight data, up to the point of last contact, showed no deviations from the planned route or any signs of mechanical issues. The weather reports indicated clear skies with favorable flying conditions. Interviews with air traffic controllers and other personnel confirmed that there had been no signs of trouble and no emergency communications had been received from the flight. This disappearance triggered a search operation that spanned several countries. Military and civilian aircraft scanned the jet's expected flight path and adjacent areas, looking for any signs of the aircraft. Satellite imagery was analyzed to detect possible crash sites, and ships in nearby waters were alerted to watch for debris. Yet, despite these extensive efforts, there was no trace of the jet until its inexplicable appearance in the Sahara, far off its original course. The sudden vanishing of the aircraft, followed by its equally mysterious reappearance landed intact in the desert, raised numerous questions. How could a jet with a full complement of passengers and crew land in the middle of one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, without any sign of those aboard? Was the plane commandeered and diverted? If so, by whom and for what purpose? Alternatively, could a rare but conceivable set of circumstances have led to the crew and passengers incapacitating, leaving the plane to continue on a ghostly trajectory until fuel exhaustion brought it gently to the ground? These questions formed the core of the ensuing investigation, driving a deeper look into every conceivable aspect of the flight, from the mechanical integrity of the aircraft to the backgrounds and recent activities of everyone on board. As the global aviation community watched closely, the mystery of the jet in the Sahara became a puzzle that experts around the world were eager to solve, each clue adding a piece to the intricate tapestry of theories. The discovery of the abandoned Boeing 707 in the vast Sahara Desert not only baffled investigators, but also prompted an immediate and extensive investigation by local authorities. International aviation bodies, including experts from the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, were quickly involved, underscoring the severity and unusual nature of the case. Once the initial shock of the discovery settled, the first step was to secure the site. A perimeter was established around the aircraft to preserve any evidence that might help in piecing together the events leading up to its mysterious landing. Forensic teams meticulously examined the jet, taking note of every detail, from the positions of the cockpit controls to the arrangement of items found in the cabin. They collected fingerprints, fibers, and other residues that might yield clues about the presence and activities of the passengers and crew. Concurrently, a more comprehensive international response was organized. Given the jet's last known flight path crossed multiple international borders, authorities from several countries collaborated, sharing radar data, flight logs, and other relevant information. This cooperation was pivotal, as the jet had disappeared from radar coverage and left little for investigators to work with. The collaborative international effort aimed to reconstruct the flight's path and determine how it ended up in such a remote location. As part of the investigation, officials also scrutinized the aircraft's maintenance records and the airline's safety protocols. This scrutiny was necessary to determine if mechanical failure could have played a role in the aircraft's fate. Interviews with maintenance crew and inspections of other aircraft in the fleet provided additional contexts, though initially, nothing pointed to a mechanical or technical failure. Meanwhile, the identities and backgrounds of every individual on board were examined in detail. Authorities reached out to families, colleagues, and friends, gathering information that might explain if any personal factors could have influenced the events. This process was emotionally taxing for the families involved, stirring a mix of hope and dread as each new piece of information was analyzed. The search for clues was not confined to the ground. Aerial and satellite reconnaissance played a crucial role in the investigation, attempting to trace the jet's unexpected deviation from its flight path. This search examined vast stretches of the jet's possible routes to find signs of distress or unusual maneuvers. Experts in satellite imagery and aerial photography joined the effort, scrutinizing images for any trace that the jet had been elsewhere before its final landing site. The efforts to find clues about the jet's journey and the fate of its occupants were painstaking and slow. Days turned into weeks, with the investigation team combing through an immense amount of data, from satellite images to weather reports from the day of the disappearance. Theories were tested and often discarded, adding to the mounting frustrations and the pressing demand for answers. The investigation also delved into less conventional theories, exploring the possibility of hijacking or sabotage. Security footage from the airport, passenger and crew records, and communications were analyzed to identify any potential threats or anomalies that might suggest such scenarios. However, these lines of inquiry also hit dead ends, as there were no indications of criminal activities or unauthorized access to the aircraft prior to its last flight. Public interest in the case grew as the investigation continued. Media outlets around the world reported on the progress of the investigation, speculating about possible explanations and contributing to a growing lore surrounding the event. This media attention often proved a double-edged sword. While it helped keep the investigation in the public eye and sometimes prompted valuable tips or insights, it also generated pressure on the investigators and distress among the families of the missing. Throughout this extensive and detailed investigation, the commitment to uncovering the truth never wavered. Each lead, no matter how small or seemingly inconsequential, was followed in the hope of solving the enigma of the jet that landed itself in the Sahara. This relentless pursuit of answers underscored the complexity and determination of those involved in unraveling one of the most perplexing mysteries in aviation history. As the investigation progressed, the focus intensified on the painstaking task of searching for any physical clues that could shed light on the jet's mysterious landing in the Sahara. The search teams, composed of experts in various fields, conducted thorough ground searches in the vast desert surrounding the found aircraft, hoping to find items that might have been ejected or lost during an unrecorded emergency landing. Ground search teams meticulously scoured the area immediately around the jet. This included combing through the sand for miles in each direction, looking for footprints, discarded items, or any other evidence that might indicate the movements of the passengers and crew after landing. Given the harsh desert environment, this task was arduous. The shifting sands and extreme temperatures posed significant challenges, often erasing what little trace might have existed. Simultaneously, aerial and satellite searches provided a broader view of the area. Advanced satellite imagery was employed to scan vast stretches of the desert, looking for any disturbances in the natural landscape that might suggest the plane had traveled over it, or that survivors had wandered away from the initial landing site. Helicopters and drones equipped with high-resolution cameras and thermal imaging technology flew over the region, expanding the search radius and providing real-time data to the teams on the ground. Despite these exhaustive efforts, the searches yielded few tangible results. The desert seemed to have swallowed any clues, leaving the investigation team grappling with more questions than answers. The pristine condition of the aircraft at the discovery site suggested a controlled landing rather than a crash, which only deepened the mystery. How had the aircraft landed so perfectly, without any trace of the crew or passengers? With physical searches providing limited insights, the investigation expanded to include detailed analysis of radar and satellite data from the days leading up to the jet's disappearance. This analysis aimed to reconstruct the flight path more accurately and identify any unusual deviations or moments when the aircraft might have gone off course. The data recovery process involved syncing timestamps from various international radar installations, a complex task given the differences in technology and coverage areas. Experts also considered the possibility that the aircraft might have been flown deliberately off course, a scenario that pointed towards deliberate human intervention rather than mechanical failure. This line of investigation led to further scrutiny of the flight crew's backgrounds and recent behaviors, searching for any signs of discontent, financial problems, or connections that might suggest a motive for diverting the flight. Furthermore, the technical team delved deeper into the aircraft's onboard systems, examining the jet's autopilot and navigation systems to assess whether they could have been tampered with or programmed to execute a flight plan that deviated from the original route. The aircraft's communication systems were also analyzed to determine why no distress call was made, and whether the systems had been disabled or failed. As weeks turned into months, the complexity of the investigation grew. Each piece of data added a layer to the intricate puzzle, yet no conclusive evidence emerged that could explain the circumstances leading to the jet's final landing in the desert. The lack of answers was frustrating for the investigators, and agonizing for the families waiting for any news of their loved ones. Throughout this extensive search and investigative effort, the commitment of the teams never wavered. The mystery of the silent passenger jet in the desert captured the attention of the global aviation community, reminding everyone of the vast unknowns still present in modern aviation and the relentless pursuit of answers that drives human curiosity and ingenuity. As the exhaustive physical and technical investigations continued without yielding conclusive results, the range of theories regarding the disappearance of the jet and its passengers began to proliferate. Each theory attempted to fill the void left by the lack of concrete evidence, ranging from plausible explanations involving hijacking and sabotage to speculative scenarios including supernatural elements. Among the more grounded theories was the possibility of hijacking or sabotage. This line of thought was driven by the meticulous analysis of the aircraft's last known communications and radar signatures, which showed no signs of distress or deviation until shortly before it disappeared. Investigators pored over passenger lists and crew backgrounds, searching for any links to criminal networks or previous behavior that might suggest a motive for redirecting the aircraft. However, despite deep dives into the personal lives of those on board, no clear connections or motives emerged. Another compelling theory revolved around a catastrophic mechanical or technical failure that somehow did not compromise the aircraft's ability to land intact. Experts in aviation mechanics scrutinized the aircraft's maintenance records and interviewed the ground crew who had serviced the plane prior to its final flight. They examined scenarios where critical systems could fail in such a way that communication was lost while basic flight control was maintained. Yet, the condition of the jet upon discovery, undamaged and apparently landed with precision, made this theory difficult to support. Simultaneously, some investigators considered the potential for an elaborate insurance fraud scheme, where the aircraft was landed intentionally in a remote area to be later declared lost. Financial records and insurance policies related to the aircraft and its cargo were thoroughly reviewed, searching for unusually high insurances taken out or last-minute changes in policy terms. However, nothing out of the ordinary surfaced in the financial audit, leaving this theory also hanging without substantive support. As these plausible explanations were explored and often hit dead ends, more speculative theories began to gain attention. Not least among them, the idea of supernatural or extraterrestrial involvement. This was fueled in part by the aircraft's mysterious and pristine condition when found, which seemed almost staged or otherworldly. Ufologists and paranormal enthusiasts joined the fray, proposing ideas that ranged from alien abductions to dimensional portals, citing the Sahara's historical and mystical associations as a potential hotspot for such phenomena. In response to these wilder theories, some sections of the scientific community advocated for a more measured approach, suggesting psychological factors like mass hysteria or a shared delusion among the crew and passengers might explain the disappearance. Psychologists were brought in to analyze behaviors recorded on the flight's CCTV and any personal communications sent by those on board before the flight. They looked for signs of group psychological dynamics that could lead to a collective decision to disappear, though this approach, too, struggled to find factual grounding. The variety of theories, each with its proponents and detractors, created a vibrant, if chaotic, tapestry of possibilities that captured the public's imagination. Media coverage began to reflect this diversity of thought, with documentaries and news segments often presenting a new theory each week, each more sensational than the last. This media circus brought the incident into the realm of popular culture, where it was discussed and debated everywhere from internet forums to coffee shops. In the midst of all the speculation, the investigation team worked tirelessly to maintain a focus on verifiable facts and evidence-based theories. They coordinated with international aviation and safety organizations to ensure that all possible leads were thoroughly explored. The complexity of the case required them to be open-minded yet skeptical, willing to follow where the evidence led but cautious of falling into conjecture without proof. Through it all, The mystery of the silent passenger jet in the Sahara remained an open question, a puzzle that seemed to resist every attempt to solve it. As months turned into years, the incident continued to be a source of fascination and frustration, a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and the enduring allure of the unknown. The investigation into the abandoned jet in the Sahara continued, gradually shaping the aviation industry's approach to flight safety and emergency response. The unusual circumstances surrounding the jet's mysterious landing prompted a critical reassessment of existing protocols, emphasizing the need for enhanced tracking and communication technologies. In response to the incident, aviation authorities worldwide began to scrutinize and subsequently strengthen the protocols for tracking aircraft over large, uninhabited areas like deserts and oceans. This led to the accelerated adoption of more advanced real-time tracking systems that could maintain contact with aircraft regardless of their location. Technologies such as ADS-B, Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, which provides air traffic controllers with real-time updates on an aircraft's position, became standard requirements on commercial jets. The incident also highlighted the importance of improving onboard communication systems to ensure that pilots could maintain contact with ground control under any circumstances. Enhancements were made to satellite communication technologies, allowing for a continuous two-way communication channel between the aircraft and ground control, even from the most remote parts of the world. These technical improvements were accompanied by revisions to emergency response strategies. The mysterious circumstances of the jet's landing, with no distress call or indication of trouble, led to the development of more robust procedures for investigating and responding to sudden silences or disappearances of aircraft. Simulation exercises and training programs were updated to include scenarios involving unexplained landings and disappearances, preparing both aircrews and ground personnel to handle similar situations more effectively. The media's role in covering the incident also had a profound impact on public perception of aviation safety. Initial sensational reporting gave way to a more measured discourse as the investigation unfolded, helping to educate the public on the complexities and challenges of maintaining safety in modern aviation. This shift in media narrative helped to rebuild trust in air travel, which had been somewhat shaken by the mysterious event. In popular culture, the incident inspired various forms of artistic expression. Filmmakers, novelists, and television producers drew upon the eerie and unresolved nature of the story, creating works that captured the public's imagination and explored themes of isolation, technology, and human courage. These cultural products contributed to a broader societal engagement with the themes of the incident, ensuring that the story remained part of the public consciousness. Additionally, the incident became a focal point for discussions about transparency and government accountability in handling unexplained events. Advocacy groups pushed for more open access to information regarding aviation anomalies, arguing that public scrutiny can play a crucial role in improving safety standards. This led to somewhat more transparent practices, with authorities becoming more forthcoming about incidents in their investigations. The legacy of the abandoned jet in the Sahara is a complex tapestry of technological advancement, cultural impact, and improved safety protocols. It serves as a poignant reminder of aviation's vulnerabilities and the constant need for vigilance, innovation, and cooperation to ensure the safety of air travel. As the industry continues to evolve, the lessons learned from this mysterious incident remain a crucial part of the dialogue on how best to navigate the skies safely and responsibly. The mysterious discovery of the abandoned jet in the Sahara not only puzzled investigators and aviation experts, but also left a significant mark on popular culture and spawned a variety of conspiracy theories. The intrigue surrounding the event permeated various media, influencing films, literature, and sparking fervent discussions among both skeptics and believers. In popular culture, the abandoned jet became the subject of numerous documentaries, each attempting to unravel the mystery from different angles. Filmmakers explored the incident, often blending factual investigation with speculative fiction to engage audiences. The enigmatic nature of the case proved to be a fertile ground for storytellers, who envisioned scenarios ranging from espionage and governmental cover-ups to paranormal activity and alien interventions. These stories, while fictional, tapped into the collective fascination with the unexplained, drawing large audiences eager to explore the boundaries of reality. Literature also mirrored this fascination. authors of thriller and mystery genres found inspiration in the desert jet, crafting novels that delved into the psychological and societal impacts of such a bewildering event. These books often portrayed characters grappling with the unknown, using the backdrop of the mysterious jet to explore themes of isolation, human fear of abandonment, and the existential dread of the unexplained. Furthermore, the incident spurred a slew of conspiracy theories that flourished on internet forums and social media platforms. These theories ranged from the plausible to the outlandish, with some suggesting that the jet was part of a secret government experiment gone awry, while others believed it was evidence of time travel or an interdimensional portal. These discussions were not just limited to fringe groups. They occasionally made their way into mainstream debates, prompting public figures and experts to weigh in on the possibilities. The proliferation of such theories highlighted a deep-seated human need to find explanations for the inexplicable. They also underscored the distrust some segments of the public had towards official accounts of mysterious incidents, reflecting a broader skepticism of authority. This skepticism often led to vigorous debates about transparency and the need for open government investigations into unexplained phenomena. Educationally, the incident became a case study in critical thinking and media literacy within academic settings. Teachers and professors used the event to encourage students to analyze sources, differentiate between evidence-based conclusions and speculation, and understand the impact of media on public perception. This educational aspect was crucial in fostering a more discerning and questioning approach among students, preparing them for a world where distinguishing between fact and fiction is increasingly complex. The cultural impact of the mysterious jet in the Sahara extended beyond entertainment and education. It became a part of the social dialogue on mystery and exploration, a modern-day enigma that challenged our understanding of technology, human nature, and the cosmos. As such, it remained a topic of enduring interest, continuing to inspire curiosity and awe years after the initial discovery. Thus, the legacy of the silent passenger jet went far beyond its physical remnants in the desert. It became a symbol of the unknown, a catalyst for imagination, and a beacon for those who dare to question and explore the uncharted territories of human knowledge and understanding. As the years passed, the jet's mystery remained unsolved, but its impact was indelibly etched into the cultural and intellectual landscape, proving that some mysteries, whether solved or not, have the power to captivate and transform. As the years passed since the discovery of the abandoned jet in the Sahara, the mystery remained largely unsolved, continuing to puzzle experts and captivate the public imagination. The ongoing fascination with the incident has not only sustained interest in the case, but also fostered a legacy that influences various aspects of aviation, government policy, and popular culture. The enigmatic nature of the incident has ensured that it remains a topic of discussion at aviation safety conferences and symposiums around the world. Experts regularly revisit the case, using it as a benchmark to discuss improvements in flight tracking technology and emergency response protocols. The incident underscored the importance of robust communication systems and reinforced global efforts to implement real-time tracking technologies across all commercial flights to prevent such mysteries in the future. The unresolved case continues to be a significant point of reference for training programs in aviation academies. Instructors use the scenario to teach students about crisis management, decision-making under duress, and the procedures for handling unusual in-flight events. The discussions often extend beyond technical responses, delving into ethical considerations such as the responsibility of crews to passengers and the impact of decisions on the families involved. In the realm of policy and governance, the incident has prompted ongoing debates about transparency and public access to information regarding aviation anomalies. Advocacy groups have emerged, pushing for legislation that requires governments and agencies to be more forthcoming with information about such incidents. These efforts have led to some changes in policy, with several countries adopting more transparent processes for reporting and investigating unexplained aerial phenomena. The case has also continued to inspire a wide range of cultural productions. New documentaries and investigative reports emerge periodically, each bringing fresh perspectives or revisiting old theories with new information. These productions contribute to a layered narrative that combines factual investigation with creative speculation, keeping the public engaged and eager for any new developments. Moreover, The incident has permeated academic discussions, becoming a subject of study in fields as diverse as psychology, sociology, and journalism. Academics analyze the public and media responses to the incident as a case study in human behavior, the spread of misinformation, and the societal impacts of unresolved mysteries. Such studies often highlight how human beings deal with the unknown, the role of the media in shaping public perception, and the psychological effects on those directly involved in or affected by such incidents. On a more personal level, the legacy of the mystery continues to impact the families of the crew and passengers who were aboard the jet. For many, the lack of closure remains a source of ongoing grief and frustration. However, some family members have channeled their experiences into advocacy, working with aviation safety organizations to improve passenger and crew safety. Their efforts ensure that the incident, while unresolved, has a constructive impact on the future of aviation. In the broader community, the abandoned jet has become a symbol of the enduring human fascination with the unknown. It sparks the imagination of those who hear about it for the first time, and continues to intrigue those who have followed the story since the discovery. The incident serves as a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and technology, prompting both humility and a relentless drive for innovation among scientists, explorers, and theorists. Ultimately, the legacy of the silent passenger jet is woven into the fabric of modern lore, a mysterious narrative that challenges our understanding of the world and propels us toward greater exploration and discovery. Whether or not the mystery is ever solved, its impact is undeniable, influencing how we think about, respond to, and communicate our encounters with the unknown. As we move forward, the story of the jet in the Sahara serves as a profound lesson in the complexities of our technological age and the mysteries that still lie beyond our grasp. On a humid morning in late June 1937, Amelia Earhart, already a celebrated aviator and symbol of pioneering spirit, prepared for what was to be the most challenging leg of her ambitious quest to circumnavigate the globe. Alongside her was navigator Fred Noonan, whose skills would be crucial in navigating the vast and treacherous expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Their aircraft, a modified Lockheed Electra, was equipped with additional fuel tanks, transforming the cabin into a cramped space filled with just enough room for the pilots and essential navigation equipment. This setup underscored the gravity and daring nature of their journey. Amelia Earhart was not just a pilot. She was a visionary who had already broken numerous records and established herself as a formidable figure in the rapidly evolving field of aviation. Her goal to fly around the world was more than a personal challenge. It was a statement about the possibilities of air travel and the role of women in its future. As the Lockheed Electra took off from Lae, New Guinea, the weight of this ambition was palpable. The flight to Howland Island, a tiny sliver of land in the vast Pacific, was one of the most critical phases of her journey. The island would serve as a crucial refueling stop, without which the completion of the circumnavigation would be impossible. The preparation for this leg of the flight had been meticulous. Earhart and Noonan had spent countless hours poring over maps and flight charts, calculating and recalculating their planned route to account for the myriad of challenges they faced, including unpredictable weather patterns and potential navigational errors. The Lockheed Electra itself had undergone numerous modifications to maximize its range and reliability, tweaks that were tested and retested to meet the exacting demands of their journey. Their departure from Lae on July 2nd was watched by a small crowd, a mix of well-wishers and press, all aware of the significance of the moment. Earhart, ever the emblem of confidence and calm, waved from the cockpit, her expression one of determined focus. As the engines roared to life and the plane lumbered down the runway, there was a collective holding of breath among those watching. Once the aircraft lifted into the sky, it disappeared into the clouds, leaving behind an air of hopeful anticipation. As Earhart and Noonan settled into the flight, their path took them over some of the most remote areas of the Pacific. Communication during this leg was limited to scheduled transmissions with the Coast Guard ship Itasca, which was stationed near Howland Island to provide radio guidance and weather updates. The vastness of the ocean around them was a constant reminder of the isolation and risks inherent in their undertaking. The last communication with the Itasca was both routine and ominous. Earhart reported cloudy weather, some rain, and rough seas below. She mentioned they were flying on a line of position noted on their maps that should have brought them directly over Howland Island. However, as time passed, further attempts to establish radio contact proved fruitless. Noonan's expertise as a navigator, crucial for their success, was up against the daunting challenge of finding a minute target in the immense Pacific. The realization that the aircraft might be lost began to dawn on those waiting on Howland Island and aboard the Itasca. The scheduled radio checks came and went without a word from the Electra. Anxiety turned to alarm as hours passed with no sign of Earhart or Noonan. The Itasca began broadcasting a constant stream of messages, hoping to guide the Electra in by radio if they were close enough to hear but unable to respond. When the full scope of the situation became apparent, a massive search operation was quickly mobilized. The U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, along with other available Pacific military resources, launched one of the most extensive search and rescue missions of the time. Planes and ships scoured thousands of square miles of ocean, retracing Earhart's planned route and exploring other areas where she might have gone down. Despite these efforts, no trace of Amelia Earhart, Fred Noonan, or the Lockheed Electra was ever found. The disappearance became one of the greatest aviation mysteries of the 20th century, prompting a myriad of theories and continuing explorations that spanned decades. Amelia Earhart's legacy, fueled by her daring and her mysterious fate, continued to inspire adventurers and aviators, ensuring that her story, emblematic of the era's bold strides in aviation and the lingering risks of uncharted territories, would not be forgotten. As Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra soared across the Pacific Ocean towards Howland Island, her voice crackled over the radio in what would become the last transmissions ever received from the famed aviator. These brief communications conveyed a mix of routine flight updates and growing concern. The weather was worsening, and despite the Electra being equipped for long distances, navigating to such a minuscule target in the vast Pacific was proving more challenging than anticipated. On the morning of July 2, 1937, as Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, approached the vicinity of Howland Island, the tension aboard the Itasca, a U.S. Coast Guard cutter stationed nearby to support the flight, was palpable. The ship served as Earhart's lifeline to landing safely, equipped to guide her in with radio bearings. Earhart's transmissions, however, indicated she was having difficulty finding the island and receiving the radio signals meant to guide her approach. Earhart's last known transmission, fraught with static, indicated that she believed they were on course but could not see the island. She mentioned running low on fuel and requested that the Itasca take bearings on her signal. Despite the urgency in her voice, the specifics of her position remained unclear, complicating the Coast Guard's ability to provide effective assistance. The gravity of the situation deepened with each unproductive exchange. The plane was somewhere close, yet invisible, hidden by vast oceanic expanses. This final phase of Earhart's flight was marked by a series of critical decisions and unfortunate miscommunications. Earhart and Noonan were navigating largely by dead reckoning, having to rely on their calculations and the plane's instruments, as their radio equipment lacked the sophistication to effectively pinpoint their location relative to Howland Island. The challenges were compounded by environmental factors. The weather conditions included overcast skies and sporadic rain showers, reducing visibility and further complicating their efforts to visually locate the island. Meanwhile, on Howland Island, personnel waited anxiously. Equipped with binoculars and ears tuned to the radio, they scanned the horizon for any sign of the Electra. Time ticked by with growing dread as the reality set in. Earhart and Noonan might have missed the island entirely, or worse, run out of fuel and been forced to ditch in the shark-infested waters. Back on the Itasca, operators attempted to re-establish contact, broadcasting a steady stream of messages in hopes that Earhart would pick them up and use them to find her way. Unfortunately, technical limitations and a critical misunderstanding about the frequencies used for transmission hindered these efforts. The Itasca was equipped to transmit strong signals, but without confirmation that Earhart was receiving them, their utility was severely compromised. As hours passed without further contact, the situation escalated into a full-blown crisis. The initial search efforts were frantic, with the Itasca deploying its resources to scour the possible areas where the Electra might have gone down. Aircraft from the island joined in, expanding the search grid and covering larger areas in desperate hope of spotting debris, an oil slick, or any sign of life. This period of uncertainty marked the beginning of one of the most enduring mysteries in the annals of aviation. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan prompted a massive response, not just from the immediate search teams, but from the international community. Their fate captured the world's imagination and triggered widespread speculation. Theories abounded, each trying to make sense of how such a well-equipped and well-planned mission could end so abruptly and without a trace. The search for Earhart and Noonan continued for weeks, becoming one of the most extensive and costly in history. Ships and planes combed thousands of square miles of ocean, but the Pacific, vast and inscrutable, offered no clues. As the search efforts proved fruitless, the hope of finding them alive dwindled, leaving behind a haunting legacy of mystery and a poignant narrative of ambition and courage that continues to inspire and intrigue to this day. As the realization dawned that Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan might indeed be lost at sea, the scale of the search operation intensified dramatically. The United States government, spurred by public interest and the significance of Earhart's international stature, mounted an unprecedented rescue effort. This initiative quickly became one of the largest and most expensive search and rescue operations in history, emphasizing the urgency and desperation to find the missing aviators. Within hours of their last radio contact, the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard mobilized a fleet of ships and aircraft to scour the vast area surrounding Howland Island, the intended destination of Earhart's flight. The Itasca, already in the area and initially tasked with providing navigational assistance to Earhart, became the central hub for the initial search efforts. It was joined by other U.S. naval vessels and aircraft, including the battleship Colorado, which launched its float planes to cover an even broader area. The search strategy was multi-pronged and exhaustive. Planes were dispatched to fly grid patterns over thousands of square miles of ocean, looking for any signs of the Electra or its occupants. Ships crisscrossed the suspected areas where Earhart might have gone down, their crews keeping a vigilant lookout for debris or oil slicks that might indicate the location of a crash. Infrared cameras and other advanced, for the time, sensing technologies were employed in the hope of detecting the aircraft or life rafts. Despite these extensive efforts, the vastness and depth of the Pacific Ocean presented formidable challenges. The ocean's immense size and the difficulty of spotting small debris or oil traces made the search like finding a needle in a haystack. The weather conditions, which included frequent cloud cover and choppy seas, further hampered the search efforts, often obscuring visibility and complicating the navigation. As days turned into weeks, the urgency of the search began to wane, with each passing day reducing the likelihood of finding Earhart and Noonan alive. The emotional toll on the search teams and the public was considerable. Each day brought hope that was met with disappointment, a cycle that repeated itself relentlessly. The exhaustive nature of the search also brought about logistical strains and raised questions about the feasibility of continuing the operation indefinitely. Internationally, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart became a media sensation, captivating audiences around the world. Newspapers and radio broadcasts provided daily updates on the search, fueling public fascination and concern. This global attention not only underscored Earhart's significance as a cultural icon, but also highlighted the emerging interconnectedness of the world through modern communications and aviation. The U.S. government, aware of the high public and international stakes, continued to pour resources into the search. However, after spending today's equivalent of millions of dollars and covering hundreds of thousands of square miles without any success, the difficult decision was made to conclude the official search. On July 19, 1937, just over 2 weeks after their disappearance, the search for Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan was officially called off. The conclusion of this extensive search operation marked a somber moment. It was a testament to the limitations of even the most determined and resource-intensive rescue efforts of the time. The failure to find any trace of Earhart, Noonan, or the Electra left a void filled with speculation, sorrow, and unresolved mystery. This outcome not only deepened the enigma surrounding their fate, but also set the stage for decades of theories and explorations, each aiming to provide some resolution to one of the greatest aviation mysteries of the 20th century. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan over the Pacific Ocean in 1937 catalyzed a myriad of theories and extensive speculation that sought to explain the fate of these two aviators. Over the years, several prevailing theories emerged, each supported by various degrees of evidence and expert opinion, reflecting the persistent intrigue and the complex nature of their unsolved disappearance. The crash and sink theory is perhaps the simplest and most widely accepted explanation. It posits that Earhart's Lockheed Electra ran out of fuel while searching for Howland Island, leading to a crash into the vast Pacific Ocean. This theory is supported by the last transmissions from Earhart, which indicated that they were running low on fuel. The absence of any confirmed debris or oil slick could be attributed to the immediate sinking of the aircraft in deep water, leaving little trace on the surface to be detected by the search teams. Another compelling theory is the Gardner Island hypothesis, which suggests that after failing to locate Howland Island, Earhart and Noonan might have attempted an emergency landing on another island within the Phoenix Islands, now part of the Republic of Kiribati. Nikumaroro, formerly known as Gardner Island, has been the focus of this theory. Subsequent visits and expeditions to Nikumaroro have uncovered artifacts potentially linked to Earhart and Noonan, including pieces of plexiglass that may have come from the Electra's windows and an old-fashioned sextant box similar to those Noonan would have used. Supporters of the Gardner Island scenario argue that Earhart and Noonan could have survived for some time as castaways. This theory gained traction with the discovery of human bones on the island in 1940, although initial examinations in the early days were inconclusive, and later analyses led to more questions than answers. Modern forensic techniques continue to examine these findings, adding layers of scientific inquiry to the historical mystery. A more controversial theory involves speculation of capture by Japanese forces, suggesting that Earhart and Noonan might have landed or crashed in the Japanese-controlled Marshall Islands. Some proponents of this theory argue that they were taken as prisoners under the suspicion of being American spies, and that their ultimate fate was covered up amidst the geopolitical tensions leading up to World War II. However, this theory is based largely on anecdotal evidence and has been met with skepticism by mainstream historians due to the lack of concrete archival proof from US or Japanese sources. Each of these theories has been the subject of books, documentaries, and continued research, reflecting the global fascination with Earhart's story and the human desire for resolution. Expeditions to the South Pacific, particularly to Nikumaroro, have utilized modern technology such as satellite imagery, sophisticated sonar, and cadaver dogs to search for any trace of Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft. These efforts have often been spearheaded by organizations like the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, TIGHAR, which has dedicated decades to investigating the Earhart mystery. The public's fascination with these theories is not merely about solving a mystery, but also about connecting with the past and understanding more about a time when global aviation was still in its early, daring days. Earhart's legacy as a pioneering aviator and a symbol of courage, adventure, and the limitless potential of human ambition continues to inspire these investigative efforts. Each new piece of evidence, whether it conclusively supports a particular theory or deepens the mystery, contributes to the ongoing narrative surrounding Amelia Earhart's final flight. While definitive answers may still elude those who seek them, the pursuit of these answers serves as a testament to the enduring impact of her life and the intriguing nature of her disappearance. In the decades following the disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan, advancements in technology and methodology have rejuvenated efforts to solve one of aviation's greatest mysteries. These modern investigations have not only provided new leads, but have also refined our understanding of what might have happened to Earhart's Lockheed Electra on that fateful day in 1937. One of the most persistent efforts has been led by the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, which has conducted numerous expeditions to Nikumaroro Island, formerly known as Gardner Island. This atoll, part of the Phoenix Islands in the Republic of Kiribati, is central to the hypothesis that Earhart and Noonan may have landed there when they could not locate Howland Island. TIGHAR's expeditions have focused on systematic searches both on the island and in the surrounding waters, employing advanced forensic techniques and technologies. Significant among the findings from these expeditions are items that could plausibly be linked to Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft. These include fragments of a plexiglass window that closely matches the type used in the Lockheed Electra and an aluminum panel that appears to be aircraft debris. Additionally, the discovery of a 1930s woman's shoe, a jar of anti-freckle cream — Earhart was known to dislike her freckles — and improvised tools suggest the possibility of castaways attempting to survive. Moreover, Teaghar's efforts have extended to analyzing bone fragments and other biological material found on the island. Initial analyses in the past were inconclusive, or led to the determination that they were from a male, which contradicted the hypothesis that they might belong to Earhart. However, with the advent of more sophisticated DNA technology, these materials are under continuous re-examination, holding out the possibility that one day they might conclusively link them to Earhart. These expeditions have also benefited from technological advancements in satellite imagery and underwater robotics. High-resolution satellite images have allowed researchers to scour the island for signs of an aircraft from the comfort of their laboratories before setting foot on the island. Underwater drones, equipped with cameras and sonar, have explored the deep waters around Nikumaroro for any signs of the wreckage, which would be definitive proof of the plane's final resting place. Despite these promising leads, each expedition has also underscored the monumental challenges of such an endeavor. The remote location of Nikumaroro, combined with its harsh environment, means that each trip is not only costly but also fraught with logistical difficulties. The coral reefs surrounding the island pose a hazard, potentially hiding and even destroying evidence of the Lockheed Electra's landing or crash. The modern search for Amelia Earhart is also marked by collaborations that span governments, private entities, and enthusiasts, each bringing their expertise and resources to bear on this enduring mystery. These collaborative efforts reflect a larger trend in the field of historical and archaeological research, where multidisciplinary approaches are increasingly seen as vital to solving complex puzzles. Parallel to Teaghar's efforts, other groups and individuals have pursued different leads. Some have focused on analyzing historical records and personal accounts from individuals in the Marshall Islands, where some locals have long claimed that Earhart and Noonan were captured by the Japanese. These investigations often involve combing through Japanese and American archives for any overlooked clues that might shed light on the aviator's fate. The renewed interest in Amelia Earhart's disappearance and the application of new technologies to the search have not only brought us closer to potentially solving this mystery, but have also had broader implications for aviation archaeology. Techniques developed and refined during these searches, such as deep-sea sonar imaging and DNA analysis from old remains, have applications in other investigations, expanding our capabilities to explore and solve historical enigmas. Moreover, these efforts underscore the changing nature of historical inquiry in the age of technology. With each new tool and each expedition, the public's fascination with Earhart's story is rekindled, ensuring that her legacy continues to inspire and that the quest for answers remains alive. Whether or not these modern investigations will ever conclusively solve the mystery of what happened to Amelia Earhart, they stand as a testament to the enduring human spirit to seek answers, no matter how elusive they may be. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 transcended the realm of a mere aviation mystery to become a powerful symbol of courage, adventure, and the endless quest for equality. Her legacy has profoundly impacted not only aviation, but also the role of women in STEM and broader societal contexts, inspiring countless individuals and shaping cultural narratives across decades. Earhart was more than an aviator. She was a pioneering spirit of her time, breaking numerous records and challenging societal norms that restricted women's roles both on the ground and in the skies. Her attempt to circumnavigate the globe was a bold assertion of her belief in women's capabilities and their right to compete on equal footing with men. This aspect of her legacy has made her an enduring icon in the feminist movement, symbolizing the struggle for equality and the fight to break through traditional gender barriers. In the world of aviation, Earhart's influence has been equally significant. She was instrumental in the formation of the 99s, an international organization of women pilots established in 1929 to provide support and advocacy for female aviators. Her leadership and vision set the stage for future generations of women in aviation, encouraging them to pursue careers as pilots, engineers, and space explorers. The organization continues to thrive, supporting women in aviation through scholarships, education, and mutual support, perpetuating Earhart's legacy of empowerment and involvement in the field. Moreover, Earhart's story has been a persistent presence in media and popular culture, serving as a rich source of inspiration for films, books, and plays. Each portrayal explores different facets of her life and disappearance, reflecting the public's enduring fascination with her story. These portrayals often emphasize her bravery and the mysterious circumstances surrounding her final flight. But they also highlight her role as a trailblazer for women's rights and her contribution to the early days of aviation. Her disappearance has also sparked numerous conspiracy theories and alternative explanations, which have been featured in various documentaries and investigative reports. This ongoing intrigue ensures that her name remains in the public consciousness, continually sparking new discussions about her life and legacy. The mystery of her fate invites people to explore not only the facts, but also the symbolic meanings of her journey and disappearance. Educationally, Earhart's life and career are studied in schools around the world, where her story is used to teach lessons about perseverance, courage, and the importance of pursuing one's dreams despite obstacles. This educational impact is perhaps one of the most enduring aspects of her legacy, inspiring students to learn from her achievements and challenges. Additionally, Earhart's influence extends to advocacy for aviation safety and technological advancements in flight. Her disappearance highlighted the limitations of aviation technology of the time and underscored the need for advancements in navigation and communication systems. Today, modern satellite and GPS technologies, which provide real-time tracking of aircraft, are part of her legacy, addressing the very challenges that contributed to her disappearance. On a more personal level, the annual remembrance events and continued interest in her life have provided a form of closure for those inspired by her story. For many, especially young women and girls, Earhart is a figure who represents the limitless possibilities of the human spirit. Her life encourages them to dream big and pursue those dreams with the same determination and fearlessness that she did. In sum, the legacy of Amelia Earhart is a tapestry woven from her achievements in aviation, her role as a cultural and feminist icon, and the ongoing mystery of her disappearance. As each new generation discovers her story, they find in her a source of inspiration, a reminder that the sky is not the limit, but just the beginning. The quest to uncover the truth of her final flight continues to evolve with new investigations and technologies, ensuring that her legacy will endure as long as the skies are flown. The enduring mystery of Amelia Earhart's disappearance continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world, transcending generations and cultivating a rich legacy that is as vibrant today as it was in the early 20th century. Her story resonates not only as a historical enigma, but also as a profound symbol of adventure, courage, and the relentless pursuit of dreams against formidable odds. This ongoing mystique contributes to her status as an iconic figure in history, aviation, and women's rights. Amelia Earhart's legacy is commemorated in various ways, from museums and educational programs to annual events that celebrate her life and achievements. Institutions like the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum in Atchison, Kansas, which was her childhood home, serve as custodians of her legacy, offering insights into her life and the era she influenced so deeply. These venues play a crucial role in educating the public and preserving the memory of Earhart's pioneering spirit. Moreover, Earhart's attempt to circumnavigate the globe and her subsequent disappearance have become a powerful narrative used in educational curricula across various disciplines. Schools and universities leverage her story to teach about early aviation history, the challenges of global navigation, and the societal context of the 1930s, particularly regarding gender roles and expectations. Educators also use her story to instill values of perseverance and resilience, highlighting how her life was a testament to overcoming obstacles and breaking barriers. In the broader cultural context, Amelia Earhart is a perennial subject in media and popular culture, her story having inspired numerous films, documentaries, books, and articles. Each new project that seeks to unravel the mystery of her disappearance or celebrate her achievements reintroduces her legacy to a new audience, ensuring that her impact is not confined to history books, but continues to be relevant in contemporary discussions about gender, technology, and exploration. The mystery surrounding Earhart's fate also continues to inspire adventurers, scientists, and historians. Modern expeditions equipped with cutting-edge technology aim to solve the puzzle of her disappearance, diving into the depths of the Pacific or exploring remote islands for any trace of her or her aircraft. Each effort, whether successful or not, keeps her story in the public eye and fuels an ongoing dialogue about historical investigation and technological advancement in exploration. Furthermore, Earhart's influence extends into advocacy for women's rights and empowerment in fields traditionally dominated by men. Her legacy is often cited in discussions about gender equality in STEM fields, encouraging a new generation of young women to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Her life story is a motivational tool used by numerous organizations and initiatives that aim to empower women and girls worldwide. Internationally, Amelia Earhart is not just remembered as an American aviator. She is celebrated as a global icon who pushed the boundaries of what was possible in her time. Her bravery and the mysterious circumstances of her last flight provide a universal appeal that crosses cultural and geographical boundaries. Festivals, exhibitions, and public talks in various countries commemorate her life, each adding to the tapestry of her global legacy. In reflection, the story of Amelia Earhart is more than an unresolved disappearance. It is a narrative rich with themes of innovation, bravery, and the unyielding human spirit. Her life and the ongoing quest to find her continue to inspire and challenge us, reminding us of the vastness of human potential and the enduring desire to explore the unknown. Her legacy, perpetuated through continuous interest and investigation, ensures that Amelia Earhart will remain an inspirational figure, symbolizing the pursuit of adventure and the endless quest for knowledge. In the quest to preserve and honor the memory of Amelia Earhart, her impact on the field of aviation and beyond has been memorialized in numerous ways that inspire future generations and deepen our collective memory of her pioneering spirit. This additional chapter seeks to encapsulate the tangible and lasting tributes that have been established to commemorate her life and legacy. Across the United States and around the world, various memorials and statues have been erected in Earhart's honor. Perhaps the most significant of these is located at the Amelia Earhart Airport, in her hometown of Atchison, Kansas, which not only serves as a functional airport, but also as a living homage to her legacy. The airport features a museum filled with personal artifacts, photographs, and stories that chronicle her life and career, providing a focal point for those wishing to understand and celebrate her contributions to aviation and women's history. Educational scholarships and programs bearing her name continue to support aspiring female aviators, encouraging them to pursue their dreams with the same boldness and determination that Earhart exemplified. These scholarships are often provided by aviation organizations, including the 99s, which Earhart helped establish, ensuring that her passion for flying and her advocacy for women pilots are passed on to new generations. Furthermore, Earhart's influence extends into annual events and educational programs that not only celebrate her achievements, but also look at her life through the lens of modern feminist and technological perspectives. Conferences and symposiums discuss her impact on navigation technology, global communication, and gender equality, reflecting on how her legacy aligns with contemporary issues in these fields. Additionally, the mystery surrounding her disappearance has inspired a variety of creative works, including plays, novels, and films that explore the many facets of her character and the era she influenced. These portrayals contribute to a broader understanding of her as a complex and multifaceted figure, not only as a heroine in flight, but also as a person who faced immense challenges with courage and resilience. As these memorials, scholarships, and cultural portrayals continue to proliferate, they ensure that Amelia Earhart's legacy remains vibrant and relevant. Each tribute serves as a reminder of her contributions to aviation and her role as a trailblazer for women, proving that her spirit continues to soar in the hearts and minds of those who follow in her footsteps. Through these enduring symbols and initiatives, Amelia Earhart's life and legacy continue to inspire awe and admiration, securing her place as an eternal icon of bravery and innovation. On a beautiful morning in 1970, a small Cessna aircraft, gleaming under the early sunlight, prepared for a routine flight that was soon to enter the annals of aviation mysteries. The pilot, an experienced aviator with a penchant for exploring the skies, conducted his pre-flight checks with meticulous attention. Little did he know, his upcoming journey over the Bermuda Triangle would challenge the boundaries of his understanding of time and space, turning a standard flight into a perplexing puzzle that continues to intrigue enthusiasts and experts alike. The pilot, whose passion for flying was matched only by his curiosity for the unknown, was no stranger to the legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. Yet, his scientific mind required more than anecdotal tales to sway his skepticism. Today's flight, originating from a small airstrip in Florida, was charted along a course that would take him directly over one of the most discussed regions in maritime and aerial folklore. His plan was straightforward: fly to the Bahamas, a trip he had made numerous times before, albeit never directly passing through the heart of the triangle. As he loaded his gear into the cockpit, the morning air was still and the sky clear, conditions that promised an uneventful journey across the serene Atlantic waters. The aircraft's instruments, all functioning within their optimal ranges, showed no sign of the drama that would soon unfold. His flight log was meticulous, documenting every detail, from fuel levels to the expected time of arrival, based on standard flight speeds and known weather conditions. Taking off, the Cessna lifted gracefully into the air, its engine humming steadily as it climbed to cruising altitude. The world below shrank away, leaving only the vast blue of the Atlantic stretching into the horizon. The early part of the flight was as serene as any pilot could hope for, with panoramic views of the ocean sparkling under the morning sun. However, as the aircraft edged closer to the coordinates that marked the Bermuda Triangle, a subtle change began to permeate the cockpit. The first sign was a flicker in the dashboard instruments. Dials twitched erratically, and the radio static increased. The pilot, initially unperturbed, made adjustments, attributing the anomalies to possible atmospheric interference common in this area of the globe. But the situation swiftly escalated as the compass began to spin inexplicably, and the familiar hum of the engine seemed to syncopate with an unfamiliar rhythm. The skies, still visually clear, now felt charged with an unexplained energy. Trying to maintain his course, the pilot felt a growing sense of disorientation, as if the very essence of time and space around him was warping. In his headset, the crackle of static grew louder, punctuated by what seemed like distant voices cutting in and out, an auditory illusion in an otherwise empty expanse. His trained instincts told him to trust his instruments, but they were becoming increasingly unreliable. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, planning to cross-check it with the flight duration to gauge any discrepancies upon landing. As quickly as it began, the phenomenon ceased. The instruments stabilized as suddenly as they had faltered, the radio cleared, and the Cessna resumed its steady drone. Shaken but focused, the pilot continued toward his destination, now vigilant for any further abnormalities. Upon landing, the reality of what had transpired hit with full force. His flight, by all logical accounts supposed to last over 3 hours, had recorded barely an hour and a half. The confusion was palpable as he tried to reconcile the discrepancy. His initial disbelief was echoed by the ground crew at the Bahamas airstrip, who were equally baffled by the early arrival. This bewildering experience marked the beginning of a series of investigations and theories. Had the pilot traversed a shortcut through time and space? Was this merely an anomaly in instrumentation? Or had he experienced a rare but natural meteorological phenomenon? As the story of his flight spread, it sparked debates and drew attention from around the world, adding another layer of mystery to the already infamous Bermuda Triangle. The pilot, once a staunch skeptic, found himself pondering the limits of human understanding and the vast, unexplained mysteries that still lie beyond our reach in the skies. As the Cessna gracefully crossed into the airspace above the Bermuda Triangle, the pilot felt a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Known for its history of mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena, the Triangle has long captured the imagination of pilots and sailors alike. However, for this pilot, a man of science and logic, the myths and legends associated with this region were just that: stories without empirical evidence. Nonetheless, as he entered this notorious zone, the clear skies and calm seas seemed to belie the Triangle's ominous reputation. The route planned for that day was one he had flown on the edges of, but never directly through the heart of the triangle. Today's flight path took him directly over its center, a decision made partly out of necessity and partly from a curiosity that he hadn't admitted to himself until now. The early part of his journey had been uneventful, with the aircraft performing flawlessly and the weather conditions ideal for a smooth flight. However, as he progressed deeper into the triangle, subtle anomalies began to manifest. Initially, these were minor, slight malfunctions in the aircraft's electronic instruments. The GPS system flickered erratically, and the radio emitted intermittent bursts of static, despite the clear weather and absence of storm clouds. These technical issues were disconcerting but not alarming, at least not at first. The pilot double-checked his backups and continued, relying on his experience and manual navigation skills to maintain his course. The true moment of disorientation came without warning. It was as if the atmosphere itself had changed, with a slight but noticeable drop in temperature and a sudden, eerie stillness that enveloped the aircraft. The sky, so clear moments before, seemed to take on a muted, almost surreal quality. The ocean below mirrored this stillness, its surface unnaturally calm. The pilot's initial reaction was to check his instruments, but what he saw only deepened his confusion. His compass was spinning inexplicably, and the altimeter fluctuated between readings in a way that was impossible under normal flying conditions. Trying to maintain his composure, he reached for the radio to contact air traffic control, only to be met with a hiss of static that made communication impossible. This experience, unsettling as it was, paled in comparison to what happened next. Time seemed to dilate around him, with seconds stretching into minutes, and minutes feeling like hours. This sensation of time warping was difficult to rationalize, leaving the pilot grappling with his perception of reality. He felt a vague sense of vertigo, a disorienting feeling that he was moving both very slowly and exceedingly fast at the same time. Navigating through this bewildering scenario, the pilot focused on maintaining a steady altitude and heading, using his training to compensate for the unreliable instrument readings. He remembered reading about similar experiences from other pilots, though he had always regarded such stories with a healthy dose of skepticism. Now, faced with his own inexplicable circumstances, he wondered if there was more to the Bermuda Triangle than mere folklore. As suddenly as they had begun, the anomalies ceased. The instruments stabilized, the temperature returned to normal, and the radio cleared. The ocean's surface once again showed the gentle undulations of normal sea conditions, and the sky brightened to its previous vibrant blue. Shaken but relieved, the pilot continued his journey, now eager to reach his destination and land safely, his mind racing with questions about what had just occurred. The remainder of the flight was uneventful, allowing the pilot some time to reflect on his experience. Had he experienced a natural phenomenon unique to this region, or was there something more, something unexplained, that could account for the bizarre conditions he encountered? These questions would linger in his mind, fueling both his own curiosity and the inevitable discussions that would follow his report of the incident. As the small Cessna emerged from the enigmatic clutches of the Bermuda Triangle, the pilot felt a surge of relief. The instruments stabilized, the skies remained clear, and the air traffic communications resumed their normal clarity. Yet, the feeling of disorientation and the haunting quiet of the past hour lingered in his mind. He knew the flight was far from over, not just in distance, but in the mental and emotional processing of what had just occurred. Upon landing at his destination in the Bahamas, far earlier than scheduled, the pilot was greeted with a mixture of confusion and concern from the ground crew. His premature arrival threw the routine operations into disarray, and as he stepped out of the aircraft, the weight of his experience began to truly sink in. The ground crew, aware of his intended flight path and expected time of arrival, immediately questioned the discrepancy. The pilot, still grappling with his own confusion, attempted to provide a coherent explanation. The discrepancy in time was stark. According to the clocks on the ground and the flight logs, the journey that should have taken over 3 hours was completed in just under 90 minutes. This impossibility was not lost on the pilot or the airport staff, prompting an immediate and thorough review of the aircraft's logs and instruments. The debriefing session that followed was intense. The pilot recounted his experience in detail to both the airport authorities and later to representatives from the Aviation Safety Board. His account included the initial instrument malfunctions, the strange atmospheric conditions, the sensation of time dilation, and the abrupt return to normalcy. His report was met with skepticism, but the undeniable fact of his early arrival demanded serious consideration. Technical experts examined the Cessna with fine-tooth combs, searching for any faults that could explain the anomalies reported. All systems were found to be in perfect working order, and no mechanical issues were identified that could have accounted for the acceleration in flight time. The GPS data, recovered from the onboard navigation system, confirmed the aircraft's accelerated passage through the designated flight path, further deepening the mystery. The situation called for an investigation that went beyond routine mechanical checks. Meteorologists and physicists were consulted to understand if unusual atmospheric conditions could have created a kind of jet stream, or if known phenomena like gravity waves could explain the time discrepancy. However, all scientific explanations fell short of providing a satisfactory answer. The conditions reported by the pilot, particularly the spinning compass and fluctuating altimeter, suggested influences beyond standard meteorological or geographic anomalies. As the aviation community began to buzz with discussions over the incident, the story of the pilot's mysterious flight attracted attention beyond the immediate stakeholders. The media caught wind of the story, and soon it was being reported across various platforms, inciting a flurry of speculation and intrigue. The Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena provided fertile ground for theories, ranging from rational skeptical inquiries to wild speculations about supernatural occurrences. Amid the growing public fascination, the pilot found himself at the center of a whirlwind of attention. His experience was dissected and debated in online forums, television specials, and by experts in aeronautics and meteorology. Some embraced his account as possible evidence of an unexplained anomaly associated with the Bermuda Triangle, while others dismissed it as an error in perception or an exaggeration. However, within the scientific community, a few were intrigued enough to propose more radical theories. These included the possibility of a temporary rift in the space-time continuum, or an encounter with a rare natural anomaly that had yet to be understood or documented. These theories, while speculative, opened the door to further research and discussion about the limits of current understanding of physics and atmospheric science. Throughout this period, the pilot cooperated fully with all inquiries, maintaining his stance that his experience was accurately reported despite the absence of a clear explanation. His credibility as a seasoned pilot lent weight to his account, forcing even the most skeptical to consider the possibilities of what might have occurred during that anomalous flight. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the incident remained a fascinating topic of discussion, a case study that challenged existing knowledge and expanded the dialogue about the mysterious forces that might operate within the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The pilot's story, marked by both his personal integrity and the unexplained phenomena, continued to resonate, offering a compelling narrative of mystery and exploration at the edges of human understanding and scientific explanation. After landing well ahead of schedule under mysterious circumstances, the pilot found himself not just physically disoriented, but at the center of a rapidly unfolding drama that questioned the very laws of physics. As he disembarked from his Cessna, the sense of reality slowly seeping back in, his mind raced with possibilities, each more confounding than the last. The ground staff at the Bahamas airport met him with a mix of skepticism and awe as the word of his inexplicable journey began to spread. The airport's operations room turned into an impromptu briefing area where aviation authorities began a more formal debriefing. They reviewed the aircraft's logs and interviewed the pilot extensively, noting every detail of his account. The aviation experts on hand were initially dubious, suspecting an error in the flight's timing or a malfunction of the aircraft's tracking systems. However, as they delved deeper, the data corroborated the pilot's story. The timings, the flight path, everything he recounted was consistent with the logs. As news of the incident spread, it attracted a barrage of media attention. Journalists, intrigued by the story, descended on the airport, eager for interviews with the pilot and any officials willing to comment. The pilot, still grappling with his own understanding of the event, faced cameras and repeated his story. Each retelling added more layers to the already thick fog of mystery surrounding his flight. The coverage soon ballooned into a sensational news story, with headlines touting the pilot as the man who outran time. Speculation ran rampant, with theories about wormholes, alternate dimensions, and even extraterrestrial intervention being bandied about in the press and on television. The Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for unexplained disappearances and bizarre occurrences provided fertile ground for such theories, and the public lapped up every conceivable explanation, no matter how far-fetched. Amidst the media frenzy, serious investigative work continued. The pilot's aircraft was subjected to rigorous mechanical checks, with experts from the Cessna manufacturer brought in to ensure no stone was left unturned. They examined the aircraft's engine, avionics, and structural integrity, but found no abnormalities that could explain the acceleration in travel time. The GPS and other navigation systems were also scrutinized and found to be in perfect working order, deepening the enigma. Aviation analysts and experienced pilots weighed in, discussing the possibilities of rare meteorological phenomena that could have influenced the flight. Some suggested highly localized wind currents that might have pushed the plane at an unusually high speed, while others theorized about unrecognized atmospheric anomalies specific to the Bermuda Triangle area. The scientific community, generally skeptical of supernatural explanations, urged caution and a focus on plausible scientific explanations. Discussions ensued about the limits of current understanding of atmospheric sciences, and some researchers proposed studying the Bermuda Triangle area more extensively, hypothesizing that unknown natural phenomena could be at play. As weeks turned into months, the incident continued to be a hot topic of discussion at conferences and seminars, in academic circles, and among the general public. The pilot was invited to speak at various events, where he shared his experience and engaged with experts trying to unravel the mystery. These interactions were insightful, but they often raised more questions than answers. Ethicists and philosophers also entered the discussion, pondering the implications of such unexplained phenomena on our understanding of reality and the universe. They debated questions about the nature of time and space, and how humanity's grasp of these concepts shapes our understanding of the world. The pilot's story became a case study in the broader debate about the known and the unknown. Throughout this period, the pilot maintained a level-headed demeanor, his credibility bolstered by his detailed and consistent recounting of the event, and by the empirical data that supported his story. Despite the wild theories and media sensationalism, he remained focused on a rational explanation, hoping that ongoing research and dialogue in the scientific community would eventually uncover a logical reason for his bizarre and unprecedented flight experience. As the story aged, it remained a compelling mystery, emblematic of the human quest for knowledge and understanding in the face of the inexplicable. The time-warped flight not only challenged scientific assumptions, but also captured the imagination of people around the world, reminding everyone that the universe still holds many secrets, waiting to be discovered. The baffling case of the time-warped Cessna sparked an investigation that reached far beyond routine aviation inquiries, drawing in experts from various fields including aviation technology, meteorology, physics, and even paranormal research. As the investigations deepened, the pilot's unexpected early arrival continued to perplex investigators and the public alike. The official inquiry was spearheaded by aviation authorities, who first ensured that all data from the aircraft's instruments and flight logs were meticulously analyzed. They verified times, altitudes, and airspeeds recorded by the onboard equipment against the pilot's account and external sources, such as radar tracks and communications logs. All the evidence consistently supported the pilot's narrative. His flight had indeed covered the expected distance in roughly half the expected time, with no detectable increase in airspeed or any unusual maneuvers recorded. To further complicate matters, the mechanical inspection of the aircraft revealed no modifications or anomalies that could have inadvertently increased the plane's speed. The engines, airframe, and electronic systems were all found to be standard and fully functional, showing no signs of tampering or malfunction that could explain the phenomenon. With mechanical and instrumental errors ruled out, investigators turned to environmental factors. Meteorologists were consulted to analyze weather conditions on the day of the flight, specifically looking for unusual atmospheric phenomena that could have contributed to the anomaly. This inquiry looked into rare occurrences like jet streams or sudden wind shears that might account for rapid transit, but nothing out of the ordinary was recorded in the weather data for that region on the day in question. Physicists also joined the investigation, intrigued by the possibility of unknown scientific phenomena. They explored concepts ranging from gravitational anomalies to more speculative ideas like spatial distortions, or the existence of a previously undocumented type of atmospheric tunneling effect. However, these theories remained speculative, with no empirical data to support them, leaving the scientific community both baffled and fascinated. Parallel to the scientific and technical investigations, the story attracted the attention of paranormal enthusiasts and theorists who linked the incident to the Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for mysterious occurrences. This angle was popular in the media and among the public, leading to a proliferation of sensationalist theories involving time slips, dimensional gateways, and other science fiction-like explanations. Television documentaries and online forums speculated wildly about the pilot's experience, drawing connections to past disappearances and unexplained events in the Triangle. The fervor around these theories prompted a broader discussion about the reliability of anecdotal evidence and the scientific approach to unexplained phenomena. Skeptics and believers alike debated the merits of pursuing investigations into what some considered to be pseudoscience, while others argued for the importance of keeping an open mind to all possibilities in the face of inexplicable evidence. As the months passed, the incident remained unsolved but became a case study in the limitations of current scientific understanding. Academics and researchers used the event as a springboard to discuss how science addresses anomalies and the role of unexplained phenomena in advancing scientific inquiry. Conferences and scholarly articles pondered the implications of the event for the philosophy of science, especially concerning the demarcation between accepted science and fringe theories. Ultimately, the official investigation concluded without a definitive explanation for the pilot's premature arrival. The final report stated that while all known possibilities had been exhaustively explored, the incident still lacked a satisfactory scientific explanation. It recommended ongoing monitoring of similar incidents and encouraged further research into atmospheric and environmental conditions in the Bermuda Triangle. This unresolved conclusion left the door open for continued speculation and interest. The pilot's story remained a captivating mystery, emblematic of the enduring human fascination with the unknown and the limits of our understanding. As a result, the incident continued to inspire both caution and curiosity among pilots and scientists, serving as a reminder of the vast mysteries that still lie beyond the reach of current scientific explanations. As the enigmatic story of the time-warped Cessna circulated, it inevitably sparked a broader conversation about the implications of such unexplained phenomena on both political and military strategies, especially considering its occurrence in the Bermuda Triangle, a region shrouded in mystery and often associated with navigational anomalies. The intense public and media interest in the pilot's story brought the Bermuda Triangle back into the spotlight, prompting authorities to reconsider the navigational warnings and monitoring systems in place for the region. Historically viewed by some as merely a collection of myths, the Triangle's reputation was bolstered by this incident, leading to calls for more rigorous scientific investigations into the area. In response, several governmental and independent agencies initiated studies to explore electromagnetic disturbances and other environmental factors unique to the Triangle. These studies aim to demystify the area and provide a clearer understanding of whether the Triangle posed a real threat to modern aviation and maritime activities, or if its reputation was built on coincidental mishaps amplified by folklore. This initiative brought together experts in oceanography, atmospheric science, and geomagnetic fields, pooling a wide range of scientific expertise to tackle the mysteries associated with the Triangle comprehensively. In the realm of aviation safety, the incident had a tangible impact. Aviation authorities, particularly those in countries bordering the Bermuda Triangle, scrutinized their flight safety protocols, considering additional measures to ensure that aircraft could handle unexpected environmental conditions. This included enhancing pilot training programs to better prepare them for high anomaly zones where natural electromagnetic interference could ostensibly affect navigational instruments. The incident also influenced the military's approach to operations in areas known for high electromagnetic disturbances. The Bermuda Triangle, and by extension similar regions around the world, were marked for detailed geomagnetic surveys. Military exercises in such areas were accompanied by increased monitoring of communication and navigation systems to prevent mishaps similar to what was reported by the pilot. These measures were designed to mitigate risks not only to military personnel, but also to the civilians who traverse these mysterious waters and airspaces. Internationally, the incident spurred discussions at various global forums about the need for a coordinated approach to dealing with unexplained phenomena affecting international airspaces and waters. Proposals were made for the establishment of an international registry to track and analyze incidents similar to that of the time-warped Cessna. The idea was to compile data from around the world in hopes of identifying patterns or correlations that might elude smaller localized studies. The dialogue extended into the academic sphere, where the incident was frequently cited in discussions about the scientific method and the treatment of anomalous data. It served as a case study in numerous scholarly articles and conferences on the philosophy of science, particularly concerning how anomalies are integrated into existing scientific paradigms. This discourse highlighted the dynamic nature of scientific inquiry, its capacity for self-correction and adaptation in the face of new, challenging evidence. The ongoing fascination with the Bermuda Triangle and the pilot's unusual experience underscored a universal truth about human curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge. It reminded the scientific community and the public alike of the vast mysteries that remain unsolved and the continual need for humility and rigor in scientific exploration. While no definitive answers were forthcoming from the studies initiated as a result of the pilot's experience, the increased attention and resources dedicated to understanding the Bermuda Triangle contributed to a greater body of knowledge about this and other similarly mysterious regions of the world. The pilot's account, though unresolved, thus served as a catalyst for renewed scientific and exploratory efforts, ensuring that the pursuit of answers continued with renewed vigor and broader participation. As the strange incident of the time-warped Cessna continued to perplex experts and the public alike, the pilot's experience remained at the forefront of discussions surrounding unexplained phenomena. With no conclusive explanations emerging from the extensive investigations, the incident transitioned from an acute mystery to a lasting enigma, becoming a subject of ongoing academic and cultural interest. The pilot's encounter sparked a significant increase in research activities focused on the Bermuda Triangle and similar regions known for mysterious occurrences. Universities and independent research institutions embarked on multidisciplinary studies that blended atmospheric science, physics, and folklore studies, aiming to provide a more comprehensive understanding of these enigmatic zones. These scholarly efforts were complemented by increased funding for projects exploring electromagnetic anomalies, atmospheric disturbances, and other potential natural explanations for the phenomena reported by the pilot and others before him. In the realm of popular culture, the incident inspired numerous documentaries, books, and articles. These narratives often blended fact with fiction, sensationalizing the event to capture the imagination of a global audience. However, they also played a crucial role in keeping the discussion alive, encouraging amateur sleuths and professional scientists alike to continue exploring the possibilities. The legacy of the pilot's flight also extended into the educational sector. Curriculums in universities that offered programs in aviation, meteorology, and oceanography began to include case studies of the Bermuda Triangle and the time-warped Cessna, as a means of illustrating the complexities of their respective fields. This educational focus helped to demystify some aspects of the triangle, while promoting a scientific approach to understanding unexplained phenomena. Furthermore, the incident had a profound impact on the pilot's personal life. He found himself a reluctant celebrity within both the scientific community and the general public. Invitations to speak at conferences and participate in televised interviews became commonplace. While he appreciated the attention to some extent, it also allowed him to advocate for a balanced, scientific approach to investigating unexplained events, warning against the allure of sensational explanations devoid of empirical support. This advocacy was particularly poignant in forums dedicated to aviation safety, where the pilot used his platform to discuss the importance of rigorous training and preparation for dealing with unexpected situations in flight. His experience served as a cautionary tale, underscoring the need for pilots to maintain composure and rely on their training, regardless of the circumstances. Annually, the incident was commemorated in various ways, both to honor the scientific pursuit of answers and to acknowledge the enduring mystery. Conferences and symposia were organized around the anniversary of the flight, bringing together experts from around the world to discuss not only this incident, but also other mysterious aviation events. These gatherings fostered a sense of community among those fascinated by the unexplained, encouraging ongoing dialogue and collaboration. As years passed, the story of the time-warped Cessna remained a popular topic, its details periodically revisited in light of new theories or similar incidents. The mystery continued to inspire both skepticism and wonder, serving as a reminder of the vast unknowns that still exist in the world and the enduring human quest to understand them. Ultimately, the incident became a part of the larger tapestry of human experience with the unknown, a testament to the limits of current scientific understanding and the perpetual drive towards greater knowledge. Whether viewed through the lens of cautionary aviation tale or intriguing scientific mystery, the legacy of the pilot's extraordinary flight continues to influence and inspire, a narrative forever woven into the fabric of modern mythology surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. There's something eerie about a plane with no passengers, a machine meant to carry hundreds of people, now sitting idle, its engines silent, its cabin empty. The Boeing 727-223 at Quatro de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola, had been sitting there for over a year. Unpaid airport fees kept it grounded. No flight attendants bustled through its aisles. No captains checked their instruments. Just dust, settling quietly over the aircraft's faded American Airlines stripes. This particular 727 had seen better days. Built in the 1970s, it once soared across the United States, carrying businessmen, families, and dreamers. But time had stripped it of its prestige. By the early 2000s, it was purchased by an American businessman named Miami-based Keith Irwin, who leased it to an Angolan airline for fuel hauling operations. Its new role? A flying gas station, refueling remote locations where fuel trucks couldn't go. But things weren't going smoothly. The aircraft sat unpaid, unwanted, and unmoving. Mechanics worked on it sporadically, hoping to get it flying again. But bureaucracy and financial troubles kept it stuck on the tarmac. It became just another forgotten plane in an airport full of them. Until one quiet evening in May 2003, when it did something no one expected. Without warning, the 727 powered up. Its once dead engines rumbled to life, sending a low vibration through the concrete beneath it. Airport workers paused, confused. There had been no flight plan filed, no clearance. No crew had officially boarded. Yet, there it was, moving. As the plane began to taxi, its lights remained off. No communication with the tower, no acknowledgement of commands. Just the deep growl of its engines as it turned toward the runway. By the time air traffic control realized what was happening, the Boeing 727 was already accelerating. Within seconds, its wheels left the ground, and the massive aircraft soared into the darkening sky. No distress calls, no transponder signals, just silence. One of the world's largest commercial jets had just vanished into thin air, and no one knew why. At least not yet. The sky was beginning to darken over Luanda, the air thick with the lingering warmth of an African evening. The hum of airport activity had started to quiet, but on the runway, something unusual was happening. The Boeing 727, long grounded and collecting dust, was moving. Its engines, once lifeless, now roared with a low, steady rumble. It wasn't scheduled for departure. No flight plan had been filed, no pilots had requested clearance. But here it was, slowly taxiing toward the runway, as if it had a mind of its own. Airport workers turned to watch. Some assumed it was a maintenance check, maybe a simple repositioning. But something felt off. The aircraft's exterior lights remained off, making it difficult to track in the growing darkness. No calls came through the radio. No one in the control tower had authorized the movement. Inside, if there was a pilot at all, they were flying blind. The 727 was a complex machine, typically requiring a 3-person flight crew to operate. A captain, a first officer, and a flight engineer. Yet, according to every log, no qualified flight crew had boarded that evening. The only two people suspected of being on the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic with some piloting experience, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was licensed to fly a 727 solo, yet somehow the plane accelerated down the runway. Then, in a rush of displaced air and roaring engines, the massive jet lifted off the ground. Control tower operators scrambled to make contact. "Unidentified aircraft, please respond." Silence. "State your flight number and intentions." Nothing. The aircraft climbed westward, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. It passed over the coastline, growing smaller and smaller, fading into the horizon. Then, it was gone. No distress calls. No emergency transponder signals. No radar track beyond a certain point. A 200,000-pound aircraft had just disappeared, and the world would never see it again. The night air over Luanda settled into a thick, humid stillness. The Boeing 727 had disappeared beyond the horizon, swallowed by the vast Atlantic. Yet inside the control tower, the confusion lingered like a fog. Officials scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. A commercial airliner had taken off with no clearance, no lights, and no communication. That alone was an aviation nightmare. But worse, no one could confirm who had been at the controls. The last known individuals connected to the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla and John Mutantu, but neither had been scheduled to fly. Padilla was a skilled mechanic and a licensed pilot for small aircraft, but he wasn't qualified to operate a 727 alone. The aircraft required a flight crew trained in complex systems, someone with experience in a large multi-engine commercial jet. So how did it take off so smoothly? Some in the airport speculated that Padilla and Mutantu were not alone. Had a third person, perhaps a skilled pilot, been secretly involved? If so, who were they, and where had they gone? Immediately, officials in Angola reported the missing aircraft. But there was little they could do. The plane had left national airspace. Once it flew over the ocean, it became a ghost. In the following days, the U.S. government took an interest. It was 2003, and in the post-9/11 world, an unidentified commercial jet suddenly going off the grid set off alarms. The FBI, CIA, and even the National Security Agency, NSA, started monitoring possible sightings. Had the plane been hijacked? Was it being repurposed for something sinister? A Boeing 727 wasn't exactly easy to hide. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed over 100 tons when fully fueled. Yet, as the days passed, there were no sightings. No distress signals. No reports of a crash. It was as if the plane had never existed. Authorities issued international alerts. Air traffic controllers around the world were told to be on the lookout for any unidentified Boeing 727s. Security was tightened at airports in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. But the missing aircraft never turned up. It had vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 quickly escalated beyond a local aviation mystery. Within hours, intelligence agencies around the world were paying attention. A fully loaded commercial airliner, capable of carrying 10,000 gallons of fuel, had taken off without authorization, without communication, and without a clear destination. In the post-9/11 era, this was more than just a missing aircraft. It was a potential security threat. If the plane had been stolen, what was its purpose? Was it being repurposed for smuggling? A terrorist attack? A military operation? The questions mounted, but the answers were nowhere to be found. The U.S. government immediately launched an investigation. The CIA, FBI, and NSA began tracking any possible sightings, while the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, issued an international alert. Any Boeing 727 matching the stolen aircraft's description had to be stopped and searched. But stopping an aircraft that didn't want to be found was no easy task. Unlike modern jets, the 727 didn't rely on satellite-based tracking systems. Instead, it used older transponder technology, which meant whoever was flying, it could turn it off at any time, and that's exactly what had happened. With no transponder signal, the plane had disappeared from radar almost immediately after takeoff. That meant tracking it would rely on human eyes, pilots, airport workers, or intelligence sources who might spot an unfamiliar aircraft landing somewhere unexpected. Rumors began spreading. Some believed the 727 had landed at a remote airstrip in Africa, repainted and repurposed for illegal activity. Others suspected it had flown to South America, where criminal organizations could use it for smuggling. A few even speculated that it had been taken to a Middle Eastern country to be outfitted for a terrorist attack. But despite weeks of searching, no confirmed sightings ever surfaced. There were no satellite images, no recorded landings, just silence. For intelligence agencies used to tracking the world's most advanced military jets, the idea that a massive commercial aircraft could simply vanish was unthinkable. Yet somehow it had. The search for the missing Boeing 727 took a new turn as investigators focused on the why behind its disappearance. A plane this size doesn't just vanish, it has to go somewhere. But where? And more importantly, for what purpose? Authorities quickly latched onto the most alarming theory. The plane had been stolen for a future attack. In a world still on edge from 9/11, an untracked commercial jet loaded with thousands of gallons of fuel was more than a curiosity. It was a potential weapon. The FBI and CIA scoured international intelligence reports for any sign of the missing aircraft. Could it have landed at an unregistered airstrip in Africa? Had it been smuggled into a conflict zone for use in illicit operations? Or worse, had it been modified for an attack? U.S. officials issued a global security alert, warning that the missing 727 could be repainted and disguised as a commercial jet before being used in a terrorist plot. Every airport from South America to the Middle East was ordered to report any unusual, unregistered Boeing 727s. But there was another possibility, one less dramatic but just as puzzling. What if the plane had been stolen for profit? In the early 2000s, Africa's aviation industry was riddled with corruption. Stolen aircraft weren't uncommon, especially in regions where planes were used for illegal operations. Diamond smuggling, arms dealing, and even drug running. A Boeing 727, if properly hidden and repainted, could become an untraceable aircraft. Smugglers could use it for years, operating out of remote airstrips beyond the reach of law enforcement. Intelligence agencies turned their focus toward known criminal networks in Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South America. Was the plane hidden in a jungle airstrip, making illicit runs between continents? Or had it been dismantled for parts, piece by piece? Leads came in, but none led to the missing plane. No verified sightings, no satellite images, no answers. The idea that a massive, fuel-hungry commercial aircraft could operate in secrecy for this long seemed impossible. Yet, months passed, and still, nothing. It was as if the Boeing had simply ceased to exist. The deeper investigators looked, the stranger the case became. The theories about terrorism or smuggling made sense, but something wasn't adding up. How do you keep a Boeing 727, a plane nearly 50 meters long, hidden for so long? Some believed the aircraft had crashed into the Atlantic shortly after takeoff, possibly due to fuel mismanagement or pilot error. After all, neither Padilla nor Mutantu were certified to fly a 727 alone. If they had tried, the flight could have gone horribly wrong. But if the plane had crashed, where was the wreckage? In aviation history, even deep-sea crashes leave behind something. Floating debris, an oil slick, radio transmissions, something. But in this case, there was nothing. No emergency beacons, no reports of wreckage washing up along the coast. Just silence. Then there was the idea that the plane had been dismantled for parts. A Boeing 727 was valuable, even if it wasn't in prime condition. Its engines alone were worth millions on the black market. If criminals wanted to strip it down and sell it piece by piece, they could. But where? Investigators searched for a hidden airstrip or facility where a 727 could be disassembled. Remote airports in Africa, illegal smuggling hubs in South America, anywhere a plane could be secretly torn apart. But again, nothing. No missing aircraft parts matching the plane's serial numbers ever surfaced. Then came the most bizarre theory. The plane was still flying. Some experts believed the 727 had been repainted and given a fake identity, allowing it to blend into international air traffic. In less regulated parts of the world, paperwork could be forged, flight plans fabricated, and an aircraft's past erased. Reports surfaced of suspicious Boeing 727s spotted in Guinea, Colombia, and even the Middle East. But every lead hit a dead end. None of them could be confirmed as the missing Angola aircraft. The lack of evidence only deepened the mystery. If the aircraft had been stolen for profit, why had it disappeared so completely? If it had crashed, why wasn't there a single trace of it? And if it was still out there, flying under a new identity, who was using it, and for what purpose? Months turned into years, and the missing Boeing 727 became something more than just a stolen plane. It became a legend. The case never truly went cold. There were always whispers, rumors of sightings, and theories that refused to die. A plane of that size couldn't just vanish. Someone, somewhere, had to know something. Then, in 2005, 2 years after the disappearance, an unregistered Boeing 727 was spotted in Guinea, West Africa. The sighting came from a private intelligence source, someone who had been tracking illegal aircraft movements in the region. The plane matched the description of the missing Angola jet. Same model, same modifications, but there was no way to confirm if it was the same aircraft. By the time authorities arrived, the plane was gone. Not long after, a second suspicious 727 was reported, this time in Colombia, a known hub for drug cartels and smuggling operations. Again, the details were vague. The aircraft had no verifiable records, and its ownership was a mystery. Could the missing plane have been repurposed for illegal operations? If so, who was flying it? Some former intelligence officers suggested that criminal networks had rebranded the 727, changing its tail number, repainting it, and using it for untraceable flights. A plane that didn't officially exist could be used to move drugs, weapons, or even people without detection. But these theories were just that, theories. No concrete evidence ever surfaced. No serial numbers were confirmed. And despite the occasional sighting, no government agency was ever able to intercept or identify the missing plane. At one point, aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and even former pilots started forming their own networks, trying to track the aircraft. Online forums buzzed with speculation. Had the plane been hidden in a hangar, waiting to be used? Was it flying in a war zone, running supplies or weapons? Or had it been quietly destroyed, its parts scattered beyond recognition? Every time a new sighting emerged, hope flickered, but just as quickly, it faded. The Boeing remained a ghost, appearing and disappearing in whispers, but never in reality. The missing Boeing 727 wasn't just a plane anymore. It was a riddle with no answer. For years, aviation experts, intelligence agencies, and amateur sleuths chased rumors, hoping for a break in the case. But despite fleeting sightings and scattered theories, the real question remained. What happened to the two men suspected to be on board? The last known individuals connected to the stolen aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was an experienced commercial pilot, and certainly neither was qualified to fly a 100-ton jet alone. So where did they go? Ben Padilla, the man at the center of the mystery. Of the two men, Ben Charles Padilla was the bigger mystery. A Florida-based aircraft mechanic, Padilla had been in Angola working on the Boeing 727 for months. He was hired to help restore the aircraft to flying condition, which meant he had intimate knowledge of its systems. He wasn't just a mechanic, though. He had some flight experience, though far below what was needed to operate the 727 safely. Padilla's family refused to believe he had stolen the plane on his own. His sister, Benita Padilla Kirkland, insisted that he was not a criminal and had no reason to steal the aircraft. In her eyes, something had gone terribly wrong. Ben had either been forced to take off or had been taken against his will. She believed he was dead. According to Padilla's family, the most plausible scenario was that someone else hijacked the plane, forcing Padilla to fly it before eventually disposing of him. But if that was the case, where was the wreckage? Where was the aircraft? The Mutantu enigma. Less was known about John Mutantu, the Congolese aviation technician also believed to be on board. Mutantu had no piloting experience and had only been working on the aircraft in a maintenance capacity. Unlike Padilla, Mutantu had no family or contacts advocating for him in the search. His name faded from most reports, and it seemed that whatever had happened to him was an afterthought in the larger mystery of the missing aircraft. If Mutantu had been involved, what was his role? Was he simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, or did he know more than anyone suspected? What if they never took off alone? There was always another possibility, that neither man had anything to do with the disappearance. Some theorists believed that a third party had been involved. Could a group of trained pilots have hijacked the aircraft, forcing Padilla and Mutantu to cooperate? Some details seem to support this idea. The aircraft took off smoothly, with no signs of struggle. It climbed westward into the Atlantic as if following a planned flight path. No distress signals or mayday calls were made. If Padilla had been piloting against his will, why hadn't he found a way to communicate with the tower? Was he already dead before takeoff? Others speculated that the aircraft had already been prepped for theft, and Padilla and Mutantu were mere pawns in a larger operation. If this was an organized crime effort, the true pilots could have been waiting nearby, taking control at the last moment. No bank activity, no calls, no traces. For months, investigators kept tabs on Padilla's finances, phone records, and personal connections. If he had stolen the plane, wouldn't he need money, new documentation, or a way to survive? Yet, nothing surfaced. No bank activity. No communication with his family. No confirmed sightings. If he was alive, he had vanished just as completely as the plane itself. This deepened the mystery even further. If he had stolen the aircraft willingly, where did he go? If he had been killed, where was the body? For all the governments, intelligence agencies, and independent researchers involved in the search, not a single solid clue led to his whereabouts. A pattern in aviation. Mysteries? Strangely, this wasn't the first time an aircraft had disappeared so completely. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 had left the world wondering for decades. Flight 19's loss in the Bermuda Triangle, 1945, still defied explanation. Even Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370, 2014, which vanished in modern times with all the world's tracking technology, still had major unanswered questions. Could the Boeing 727 disappearance be part of this long history of unsolved aviation mysteries? Or was it something entirely different? A theft or hijacking that simply succeeded? A final dead end. By 2004, the case had all but stalled. No governments reported the 727 landing in their jurisdiction. No wreckage surfaced. No black market parts were linked back to the missing aircraft. And most unsettling of all, Padilla and Mutantu were never heard from again. Their families never received closure. No remains were found. No records indicated they had started new lives under different identities. It was as if they had been erased. Even today, aviation experts still debate what happened that night in Angola. Was this a carefully planned operation, an accident that spiraled out of control, or something even stranger? No one knows for sure. And until someone, somewhere, finds that missing Boeing 727, the mystery will remain unsolved. In the dark expanse of the wartime sky, the ghostly echo of a World War II bomber's distress signal cut through the silence, challenging the boundaries of time and the understanding of those who heard it. This particular aircraft, a B-17 Flying Fortress, had been reported missing years earlier, its fate a lingering mystery among the air crews and radio operators who scanned the skies and airwaves for any sign of life. Yet, here was its call sign, unmistakably clear through the static, resonating across the airwaves long after the war had claimed it. The night was typical for a remote military radio station, with operators methodically scanning frequencies for any signs of enemy or allied transmissions. The radio operator on duty, a seasoned technician named James, was well versed in the usual array of signals and static that populated the airwaves. But nothing in his years of service could have prepared him for the chilling sequence of Morse code that tapped through his headphones, spelling out a distress call that should have been impossible to receive. James was stationed at a secluded airbase in the Pacific, a pivotal point for communications between aircraft patrolling the vast ocean and their home bases. The base was quiet that night, with only the hum of distant engines and the occasional murmur of other operators breaking the monotony. As James adjusted the dials, fine-tuning the frequency in response to what he assumed was just another routine check, the signal came through. A series of sharp, deliberate dots and dashes that froze him in his seat. The signal was strong and clear, not the faded or fragmented echoes one might expect from a plane going down, or a transmission muffled by distance or interference. What made the transmission utterly astonishing was the call sign. A series of letters and numbers that James recognized immediately from old logs and whispered stories among the older staff. It was the call sign of the lost bomber, a plane that had vanished on a reconnaissance mission over the enemy territory. Its crew never heard from again until now. Reacting swiftly, James noted the time and frequency of the transmission, then reached out to his commanding officer. Within minutes, the sleepy base was astir with activity. Senior officers poured into the communications room, listening intently as James replayed the recording of the transmission. The implications were staggering, and skepticism ran high among the gathered officials. Could it be a delayed echo of the original distress call, somehow trapped and then released by unusual atmospheric conditions? Or was it something more sinister, perhaps a trick by the enemy to sow confusion and fear? The initial shock of the transmission gave way to a flurry of activity. Technical specialists were called in to analyze the signal's origin, verifying its authenticity and attempting to triangulate its source. Historians and veteran pilots were consulted about the missing bomber's last known coordinates and mission details, piecing together the flight's intended route and its significance during the war. Meanwhile, James continued to monitor the frequency, half expecting further communications, or perhaps an explanation to unfold through the static. But no additional signals came through. The airwaves fell silent again, as enigmatic as they had been before the ghostly distress call pierced the night. This mysterious incident quickly transcended the confines of the military base, capturing the attention of military historians, aviation enthusiasts, and paranormal researchers alike. The story of the lost bomber and its sudden, unexplained reemergence through a lone radio transmission became a compelling narrative, weaving together elements of historical fact, unresolved mystery, and speculative folklore. As investigations into the phenomenon continued, the base remained abuzz with theories and inquiries, each person clinging to their own explanation of the events. The echo of the past, heard through the crackle of a modern radio system, challenged the very perception of time and technology, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. How could a distress call from a long-lost bomber so clearly and suddenly manifest after years of silence? The search for answers would delve deep into the archives of wartime aviation, the science of radio transmission, and the boundless realm of the unexplained. The B-17 Flying Fortress, known for its durability and formidable presence in the skies during World War II, had been part of a squadron assigned to a high-risk reconnaissance mission over enemy territory. The bomber in question, christened with a name that evoked a sense of invincibility, had left its base on a foggy morning in 1942, fully crewed and loaded with the latest navigation technology of the time. Its mission was straightforward but perilous: gather crucial intelligence about enemy positions and return safely. However, the aircraft and its crew mysteriously vanished without a trace, their fate becoming one of the war's enduring mysteries. This chapter delves into the historical backdrop against which the bomber operated, a world engulfed by the global conflict of World War II. The period was marked by rapid advancements in technology and warfare tactics, alongside the ever-present shadow of danger that loomed over military personnel. The missing bomber's story was not uncommon during these turbulent times. Many aircraft were lost due to enemy fire, mechanical failures, or navigational errors in the vast uncharted territories they patrolled. Yet, the disappearance of this particular B-17 had captured the imagination of many, partly due to its crew's reputed expertise and the critical nature of their missions. Interviews with surviving relatives and squadron members pieced together a picture of a highly skilled crew who had successfully completed numerous missions prior to their final, fateful flight. the aircraft was last seen veering off course, clouded by bad weather, with radio communications abruptly ceasing shortly after takeoff. The incident left a significant impact on the squadron and the home base, prompting an extensive search operation. Rescue planes and ships scoured the suspected crash area for weeks, hoping for signs of the aircraft or survivors. Despite these efforts, no physical evidence of the wreckage or crew was ever found, and the mission was eventually deemed lost at sea, its details classified and buried in military archives. Decades later, the unexpected transmission received by the radio operator James reopened old wounds and sparked a renewed interest in the lost bomber's fate. Military historians and archivists began to re-examine old flight logs, mission briefings, and survivor testimonies to gather insights that might explain the mysterious radio message. This re-examination was not just an academic exercise, but also a poignant reminder of the unresolved losses that many families still felt, holding on to hope for some form of closure. The renewed investigation into the bomber also brought to light the broader context of its disappearance. During World War II, the region where the aircraft vanished was notorious for its challenging weather conditions and heavy enemy activity. Theories about what might have led to its loss ranged from a catastrophic weather event that overwhelmed the aircraft's capabilities to an encounter with enemy fighters or anti-aircraft fire. Amid these historical explorations, the legacy of the crew and their mission was commemorated in various ways. Museums and war memorials included the bomber's story in their exhibits, honoring the bravery and sacrifice of those who flew such dangerous missions. Annual remembrance events also featured tributes to the lost aircraft and its crew, often attended by family members and former military comrades who shared personal anecdotes and honored their memory. As the past was painstakingly pieced together from snippets of history, the narrative of the missing B-17 and its crew evolved from a footnote in military history into a symbol of the unresolved mysteries of war. Each piece of evidence brought more questions, painting a complex picture of courage, loss, and the indelible mark left on those who wait for answers. The intrigue surrounding the ghostly transmission only deepened the mystery, suggesting that perhaps, in some form, the past was reaching out, prompting a new generation to uncover forgotten stories ensconced in the annals of wartime aviation. Upon receiving the startling and unexplainable transmission, the atmosphere at the remote military base was charged with a mix of skepticism and eerie fascination. The radio operator, James, who had initially picked up the distress signal, was immediately surrounded by a mix of commanding officers and technical staff, all eager to make sense of the report. The urgency of the situation led to a flurry of activity, as military protocols for handling unexpected transmissions, especially those that could be of historical significance, were swiftly enacted. The base commander took the lead, initiating a formal investigation to verify the authenticity of the signal and determine its potential origins. The first step was to confirm that the equipment James was using had been functioning correctly. Technicians conducted a thorough check of the radio systems, scrutinizing every component to rule out the possibility of a malfunction or error that could have fabricated the reception of the old bomber's signal. Parallel to the technical checks, the operations team reviewed communication logs from the night of the incident to cross-reference other signals and ensure there was no overlap or interference from other transmissions. They also extended their inquiry to neighboring bases and ships that might have been on the same frequency, seeking any corroborative evidence that could confirm the signal's legitimacy. As the initial shock wore off, skepticism began to permeate the discussions among the base staff. Experienced military personnel debated the likelihood of a signal surviving intact for years and suddenly emerging on their equipment. The technical experts, while confirming that the equipment was in perfect working order, were hard-pressed to provide a plausible explanation for how a World War II-era transmission could have been received in such a clear form after decades. Despite the doubts, the story of the missing bomber and its mysterious reappearance via radio waves captivated the imagination of everyone at the base. Theories abounded, ranging from delayed radio echoes, a phenomenon where signals bounce off ionospheric layers and reappear years later, to more speculative ideas involving time slips or supernatural interventions, which were popular in local folklore. To deepen their understanding, the investigation team decided to reach out to veterans and historians who might shed light on any similar occurrences or provide insights into the lost bomber's last mission. This led to interviews with elderly servicemen who had flown during the same period, some of whom recalled unexplained losses and tales of ghostly communications in other war theaters, which were usually dismissed as the stressed imaginations of pilots and operators. Amidst the technical and historical investigations, the psychological impact on James and others who had heard the transmission was palpable. The incident had stirred a mix of fear and curiosity, prompting discussions about the often ignored human element in military operations. Psychologists were brought in to help manage the emotional aftermath, facilitating sessions that helped personnel process what many felt was a brush with the inexplicable. As the days passed, the incident drew attention beyond the immediate military community. The story leaked to the press, and soon, headlines about the ghost transmission began to appear, piquing public interest and leading to a deluge of theories from outside the military. This public engagement spurred the military to be more forthcoming with their findings, balancing the need for transparency with the operational security that such investigations demanded. Despite thorough investigations and widespread speculations, the source and nature of the transmission remained an enigma. The lack of definitive answers only fueled more interest and debate, cementing the incident's place in the annals of military mysteries. This unexpected brush with the past had not only reopened a chapter thought long closed, but also reminded those involved of the enduring echoes of history that still resonate in the present, challenging our understanding of time, technology, and the tales left behind by those who came before. After the initial shock and flurry of investigations following the reception of the eerie transmission, the focus shifted towards a deeper technical analysis. This phase involved a thorough examination of the radio equipment used by James, the radio operator, and a scientific exploration of the atmospheric conditions that might have enabled such an anachronistic communication. Experts from the communications technology field were brought in to scrutinize the radio systems and any possible loopholes that might explain the phenomenon. The primary goal was to determine if there was any chance that the radio equipment could have malfunctioned in such a way that it picked up a stray signal and misinterpreted it as being from the World War II bomber. Engineers tested the sensitivity of the receivers and evaluated whether they could accidentally capture echoes from the past, a theory that some found plausible given the high-powered nature of wartime transmitters. Simultaneously, atmospheric scientists looked into rare but documented phenomena such as skywave propagation, where radio waves are reflected back to Earth by the ionosphere, allowing signals to travel over long distances beyond the horizon. This line of inquiry examined whether specific atmospheric conditions on the night of the transmission could have allowed for a long-delayed echo effect, where signals from the past are bounced back many years later. They delved into historical meteorological data to see if similar conditions had occurred in the past and correlated them with reports of unexplained transmissions. To rule out the possibility of a hoax or interference, cryptographers and communications experts analyzed the content and structure of the Morse code message received by James. They confirmed its authenticity as matching the style and urgency typical of World War II distress signals. This verification deepened the mystery rather than dispelling it, as it suggested that the transmission was indeed connected to the lost bomber. Throughout this technical exploration, workshops and meetings were held at the base, where experts presented their findings to military personnel and invited academics. These sessions often turned into heated debates about the limits of current scientific understanding and the possible existence of yet undiscovered natural phenomena that could explain such anomalies. The technical analysis also extended to a review of all recorded anomalies in military communications equipment across the globe. This comprehensive audit aimed to identify any patterns or similar occurrences that could shed light on the incident. However, no other instances of comparably delayed transmissions were found, which underscored the uniqueness of the situation and complicated the formulation of a conclusive explanation. Despite extensive testing and theorizing, the technical analysis yielded no definitive answers. The equipment was found to be in perfect working order, and no fully satisfactory scientific explanation could be provided for the transmission's origins. This outcome left many questions unanswered and prompted a shift towards considering more speculative explanations. As the investigation continued without clear resolution, the incident began to attract attention from outside the scientific community. Interest groups ranging from amateur radio enthusiasts to conspiracy theorists took up the cause, each offering their own theories on what might have happened. This broad spectrum of interest kept the story alive in the public imagination and ensured that it remained a topic of lively discussion in various circles. The inability of the technical analysis to provide clear answers only added to the allure of the mystery, transforming the incident from a mere anomaly into a legend. This legendary status was bolstered by the historical and emotional weight of the missing World War II bomber and its crew, whose fate remained a poignant reminder of the countless similar mysteries still unresolved from the era of the war. As the technical analysis yielded no definitive explanations, attention shifted toward a broader historical investigation. This new phase aimed to dig deeper into the history of the missing World War II bomber, exploring the crew's backgrounds, the aircraft's service record, and any past incidents or communications that might shed light on the mysterious transmission. Archivists and military historians began to comb through old flight logs, mission briefs, and service records, looking for clues that could link the lost bomber to the recently received distress signal. They revisited the day the bomber went missing, analyzing the geopolitical context and the specific mission it was part of. This meticulous review revealed that the bomber had been on a reconnaissance mission intended to gather crucial intelligence. The mission was high risk, with the aircraft expected to fly deep into enemy territory, which made the plane and its crew prime targets for enemy forces. Interviews were conducted with surviving members from the same squadron and with relatives of the missing crew. These interviews aimed to gather personal stories and any transmitted communications that could have been overlooked or not adequately recorded at the time. Some family members provided letters and other personal effects that included references to previous missions and the crew's thoughts and feelings about their roles in the war. These artifacts offered a poignant glimpse into the personal lives of those involved, enriching the narrative of the historical investigation. Additionally, historians sought eyewitness accounts from other military personnel who might have been in the area on the day the bomber disappeared. These efforts uncovered a few vague references to unusual radio traffic heard around that time, which had previously been dismissed as irrelevant or misidentified due to the chaotic nature of wartime communications. The investigation also extended to exploring similar historical incidents, where aircraft disappeared under mysterious circumstances, only to re-emerge in folklore or speculative sightings. This comparative analysis was useful not only in understanding the phenomenon, but also in placing the current incident within a broader historical and cultural context. Researchers delved into theories of ghost planes, a recurring motif in 20th century military and aviation folklore, which often symbolizes unresolved grief and the haunting memories of war. As the historical investigation unfolded, it also highlighted the technological advancements in radio and aviation technology since World War II. Experts on vintage military equipment were consulted to ascertain the capabilities and limitations of the period's technology, particularly the types of radios used in World War II bombers. These specialists provided insights into how atmospheric conditions, equipment malfunctions, or operator errors could have contributed to unexplained transmissions. Throughout this investigative process, the public's fascination with the story grew. Museums and war memorials began to feature exhibits on the missing bomber, using the incident to educate visitors about the uncertainties and perils of wartime aviation. These exhibits often included interactive elements, such as listening stations where visitors could hear simulated versions of the distress call, and panels discussing the nature of radio transmissions and how they can be affected by environmental factors. The historical investigation, while failing to provide a conclusive explanation for the distress signal, succeeded in reviving interest in the fate of the missing bomber and its crew. It brought closure to some family members, offering them a sense of connection to their lost relatives and the comfort of knowing that their loved ones had not been forgotten. Moreover, it encouraged ongoing scholarly interest in wartime communication mysteries, ensuring that the legacy of those lost in war continued to be remembered and studied. The ghost transmission episode ignited a cascade of theories and speculations that extended beyond the confines of straightforward historical and technical analysis. As no definitive answers emerged from the rigorous checks and investigative efforts, the discussion broadened to encompass a wider array of possibilities, including both natural phenomena and more speculative supernatural explanations. Among the scientific community, the notion of natural atmospheric phenomena played a central role in the discourse. Experts in atmospheric science and physics considered the possibility that unique atmospheric conditions might have allowed a radio transmission from decades ago to be reflected or refracted back to Earth. Phenomena such as sky wave propagation, where radio waves bounce off the ionosphere and travel vast distances, and even more obscure theories like ducting, where radio waves are trapped in layers of different temperatures and humidity, were discussed as potential explanations. These theories were bolstered by incidents in radio history, where signals thought to be lost or sent long ago were received much later, due to unusual atmospheric conditions. However, the exact conditions required to recreate such a specific and seemingly directed transmission as that of the missing W-2 bomber remained a point of contention and deep intrigue within the scientific panels discussing the case. On the other side of the spectrum, the paranormal enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists had a field day with the incident. The Bermuda Triangle, notorious for its mysterious disappearances and strange occurrences, was frequently cited in these discussions. Theories ranged from wormholes and time slips to interdimensional portals, suggesting that the bomber had momentarily bridged through time to send its distress call into the future. These ideas, while lacking scientific backing, captured the imagination of the public and fueled numerous articles, books, and documentary segments. Historians and cultural anthropologists also weighed in, viewing the persistent interest in the ghost transmission through the lens of cultural studies. They argued that such phenomena serve as modern folklore, stories that people cling to in order to deal with the chaos and unpredictability of life. The bomber's story, they suggested, had morphed into a kind of ghost story for the technological age, embodying the collective anxiety about war and the unknown. In academic circles, the incident became a case study in how unexplained phenomena can challenge our understanding of science and technology. Conferences and symposiums featured panels and papers on the incident, discussing not only the technical and atmospheric possibilities, but also exploring what this phenomenon reveals about human belief systems and the psychology of mystery. The theories and speculations also prompted further scientific exploration into the limits of current radio technology and atmospheric sciences. Grants were allocated for projects aimed at studying skywave propagation more intensely, especially as it relates to long-delayed radio wave travel. Such research endeavored to discern whether science might one day be able to explain anomalies that currently fall into the realm of the unexplained. In essence, the myriad theories and speculations surrounding the ghost transmission demonstrated the human penchant for mystery and the lengths to which individuals and communities will go to make sense of the inexplicable. Whether driven by scientific curiosity, a fascination with the supernatural, or a blend of both, the discussions and debates ensured that the story of the WW2 bomber and its eerie call for help continued to resonate, inviting more questions than it answered. As the ghostly transmission from the World War II bomber settled into the annals of unexplained military history, its cultural impact continued to resonate across various spheres. The incident not only captivated the imagination of those directly involved in its investigation, but also touched a broader public fascinated by mysteries and the supernatural. In the media, the story of the ghost transmission found a fertile ground. Documentaries and television specials explored the eerie event, often framing it within the larger context of wartime disappearances and paranormal phenomena. These programs delved into the historical background of the missing bomber, the personal stories of its crew, and the technical aspects of the radio transmission, all the while weaving in interviews with experts, historians, and family members. The narrative was invariably tinged with a sense of mystery and often speculative interpretations, which helped to draw in viewers and spark public discussion. The incident also inspired episodes in popular culture, influencing works of fiction in books and films. Writers and filmmakers used the concept of a ghost plane emitting a distress signal from the past as a poignant metaphor for unresolved past conflicts and the haunting nature of loss. These stories often explored themes of time, memory, and the unresolved echoes of war, resonating with audiences who found in them a reflection of universal sentiments. Moreover, the ghost transmission became a topic of interest in academic circles beyond the scientific community. Scholars in the fields of folklore and mythology examined how modern tales of ghost ships and planes serve as contemporary folklore, providing insight into societal fears and the ways in which people use stories to make sense of unexplainable events. Conferences and papers discuss the incident in the context of technological folklore, where modern technology intertwines with age-old narrative forms to create new myths. Educationally, the incident was incorporated into curriculums, particularly in courses dealing with the history of technology, communication studies, and the psychological impact of war. Students analyzed the event not only for its historical and technological aspects, but also for its implications on how narratives are constructed in the media and popular culture. Community events, such as talks and exhibitions at museums, often featured segments dedicated to the ghost transmission. These events aimed to educate the public about the science of radio communications, the history of World War II aviation, and the phenomenon of skywave propagation. They also provided spaces for veterans and historians to share their insights, and for visitors to reflect on the broader implications of wartime technologies. Through these various channels, the legacy of the ghost transmission endured, continually sparking new discussions and insights. It served as a reminder of the mysteries that still permeate our understanding of the past, and the ways in which these mysteries captivate and intrigue us. As new technologies and methodologies emerge, the possibility remains that future investigations could one day provide answers to this enduring World War II mystery, turning legend back into history. Yet, until such time, the ghost transmission remains a symbol of the enigmatic intersection between history, technology, and the supernatural. The enduring intrigue surrounding the ghost transmission from the World War II bomber encapsulates a fascinating blend of unresolved history, technological mystery, and human curiosity. As years have passed since the eerie incident was first reported, it continues to foster a sustained interest among amateur sleuths, historians, and paranormal enthusiasts, who each bring their own perspectives and theories to the table. The mystery of the transmission has not only become a staple in discussions about unexplained military phenomena, but has also encouraged a broader dialogue about the limits of our understanding of past events. The fact that no conclusive explanation has been found keeps the story alive in the collective imagination, serving as a potent reminder of the wartime sacrifices and the mysteries that may never be fully unraveled. Amateur historians and radio enthusiasts, in particular, have taken up the challenge, dedicating themselves to parsing through old military records, building replicas of WW2-era radio equipment, and even organizing listening events in hopes of catching similar anomalies. These community-led initiatives often result in gatherings where individuals share findings, swap theories, and keep the history of the incident relevant for new generations. Furthermore, the story of the ghostly World War II transmission has spurred ongoing research and technological exploration. Advances in radio technology and atmospheric science may one day provide the tools needed to uncover what really happened, or at least to offer more plausible explanations for such phenomena. This possibility excites both the scientific community and the general public, who are eager to see how new technologies might finally solve old mysteries. In addition to scientific and amateur investigations, the incident remains a poignant subject in remembrance and memorial activities. Annual events commemorating the crew of the missing bomber often include mentions of the ghost transmission, reminding attendees of the enduring mysteries of war and the unbreakable connection to the past those mysteries represent. These ceremonies provide a space for reflection on the impact of war and the personal stories of those who serve, linking the past directly with the present through shared narratives and communal memory. The ghost transmission also continues to inspire cultural works, including novels, films, and art installations that explore themes of time, memory, and the unknown. These works often pose deeper existential questions about reality, perception, and the nature of communication across time, engaging audiences in a multifaceted exploration of the incident's implications. This cultural resonance underscores the broad impact of the ghost transmission, demonstrating its capacity to inspire and challenge across various mediums and audiences. Conferences and academic symposiums regularly feature the ghost transmission as a subject of interest, attracting experts in communications, wartime history, and psychology. These forums often explore the psychological impact of such phenomena on soldiers and civilians alike, discussing how unexplained events can affect morale and foster a sense of the supernatural amidst the horrors of war. The discussions also delve into the role of technology in shaping our understanding of historical events, questioning how advances in equipment might alter our perception of what is possible or real. Online communities play a significant role in perpetuating the legacy of the ghost transmission. Forums and social media groups dedicated to military history, paranormal phenomena, and World War II technology provide platforms for ongoing discussion and discovery. Here, enthusiasts from around the world share theories, discuss new research, and even collaborate on projects aimed at uncovering more about the incident. This global engagement ensures that the mystery remains a lively topic of discussion, continually refreshed by new insights and perspectives. Ultimately, the legacy of the ghost transmission underscores a collective fascination with the unknown and a relentless pursuit of truth, however elusive it may be. Whether or not the mystery is ever solved, the story serves as a testament to the complexity of historical events and the human desire to make sense of the inexplicable. As it stands, the ghost transmission from the World War II bomber remains a captivating chapter in the annals of wartime history. A puzzle that continues to challenge, intrigue, and inspire those who encounter it. In the quiet expanse of the Australian skies, where the vast blue meets the endless horizon, flying was more than just transportation. It was a profound expression of freedom. For 20-year-old Frederick Valentich, it was also a gateway to a future he dreamed of, one that combined his passion for aviation with a youthful fascination for the unknown, particularly his keen interest in unidentified flying objects. Frederick was not just an ordinary young man with a hobby. He was an ambitious pilot, albeit relatively inexperienced, with about 150 hours of flying time logged, a significant portion of which was solo. He was serious about turning his passion into a profession, aiming to qualify as a commercial pilot. However, his journey was marked by both enthusiasm and a few instances of overconfidence, as noted by his instructors and peers. Despite these minor setbacks, his commitment to flying was unwavering, driven by a deep-seated love for the skies. On October 21, 1978, Valentich prepared for a routine flight that was anything but ordinary. His plan was to fly from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria to King Island, a simple stretch across the Bass Strait. The purpose of the trip was partly practical. He was tasked with picking up some friends, and partly personal, a chance to log more flight hours under his belt. The weather that day was favorable, and everything seemed poised for a smooth journey. As he performed his pre-flight checks, Valentich's demeanor was calm and collected. Those who saw him that afternoon reported nothing out of the ordinary. He filed his flight plan, noting his route, expected time of arrival, and other standard details. The flight to King Island was supposed to be a straightforward one, with clear skies and gentle winds. But what transpired over the next few hours would turn this routine flight into one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. The aircraft Frederick chose for this flight was a single-engine Cessna 182, a reliable model known for its sturdy handling and forgiving nature in flight, qualities that made it a favorite among training schools and private pilots alike. This particular Cessna, however, was about to become famous not for its performance, but for its mysterious and sudden disappearance. With everything in order, Valentich took off from Moorabbin at approximately 6:19 p.m. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. Valentich maintained regular contact with air traffic control, providing routine updates on his position as he crossed the coastline and headed out over the open water of the Bass Strait. However, as he neared the halfway point of his journey, his communications took a strange turn. He reported encountering another aircraft, which he described as exceedingly unusual in appearance. According to transcripts of his radio communications, Valentich was initially curious, then increasingly perturbed. He described the other craft as moving at high speed, and it seemed to toy with his Cessna, appearing overhead, then vanishing only to reappear from different angles. His descriptions grew more frantic, his voice tinged with confusion and alarm. Frederick's fascination with UFOs was well known among his circle. He often spoke of them not as mere science fiction, but as a genuine interest, fueled by a string of recent sightings reported across Australia. This context turned his flight into a narrative ripe for speculation and wonder, as he was now seemingly living his worst, or perhaps most thrilling, scenario. His last transmission was the most harrowing. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he reported. These words would be the last anyone would hear from Frederick Valentich. Moments later, the radio link crackled into static, and silence took over. Back at Moorabbin Airport, confusion reigned. Air traffic controllers scrambled to re-establish contact, but to no avail. As the minutes turned into hours, concern grew. Search and rescue operations were soon underway, marking the start of an extensive search that would captivate and mystify the world. Frederick Valentich's disappearance raised numerous questions. What did he see in the sky that evening? Was it a misinterpretation, or had he encountered something truly unexplainable? These questions haunted the investigation, and would soon elevate the incident from a mere missing person case to a legend discussed and debated by aviators and UFO enthusiasts alike. Frederick Valentich's departure from Moorabbin Airport had been routine. The engines of his Cessna 182 hummed smoothly as he ascended into the early evening sky, leaving the familiar landscape of Victoria behind. His flight plan was straightforward: head southwest towards King Island, a speck of land nestled in the Bass Strait between Australia and Tasmania. It was a flight path he had considered carefully, suited to his experience level and the Cessna's capabilities. As Valentich settled into the cockpit, the world below him transformed. The urban sprawl gave way to the rugged, windswept coastline, and then to the open sea. Flying over water was a different kind of piloting experience, one that demanded constant vigilance and respect for the unpredictable nature of the ocean below. The first half of the flight passed uneventfully. Valentich maintained a steady altitude, checking his instruments routinely while keeping in contact with Melbourne's air traffic control. He reported his position methodically, confirming his progress and ensuring he was on track. The communication was standard procedure, a lifeline to the ground and a record of his journey's progress. However, as Valentich approached the midway point of his flight, something changed. It began subtly. An unscripted pause in his communications, a break in the rhythm that had defined the earlier part of his journey. Then, the tone of his transmissions altered. He contacted Melbourne Air Traffic Control with an unexpected report. He was not alone in the sky. Valentich's voice, usually calm and collected, carried a note of confusion as he described the other aircraft. It was, he reported, an unusual sight, faster than his Cessna and far more agile. The aircraft appeared to be playing a strange game, moving at high speed, ascending past him only to suddenly appear on a different side. Each report Valentich made grew more alarmed. The craft seemed to toy with him, darting in and out of his field of vision with baffling ease. As he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, Valentich continued to describe the aircraft's maneuvers to air traffic control. His descriptions were punctuated with attempts to identify the type of aircraft, but none fit. It wasn't behaving like any conventional airplane he knew. It didn't seem to adhere to the physical limitations of human-made aircraft. The situation escalated as Valentich reported that the aircraft had approached much closer. It hovered overhead, its movements unlike anything he had encountered before. This proximity allowed him to provide more detail about its appearance. It seemed to be metallic, shiny, and was emitting a green light. His voice conveyed a mixture of awe and distress. The aircraft's behavior and capabilities were unlike anything he had studied or heard about. This part of the flight, marked by these bizarre encounters, was critical. Valentich's focus shifted from navigation to dealing with the unexpected presence. Each transmission to Melbourne became more urgent, his sentences clipped as he struggled to maintain composure and control over his aircraft. The exchange reached a climax when Valentich expressed something more than surprise or confusion. There was a palpable tension in his voice. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he stated firmly, the final words that painted a picture of something beyond ordinary understanding. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the communication cut off. The line went dead, leaving only static in its wake. Melbourne Air Traffic Control frantically called out to Valentich, seeking clarification, any response to indicate that he was still there. But there was nothing. Only the haunting silence of an open channel with no reply. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich had begun as an ordinary flight, a young pilot in pursuit of hours and experience. But as the sun set over the Bass Strait that evening, it turned into something entirely different, a mystery that would echo through the annals of aviation history. After the chilling final transmission from Frederick Valentich, the atmosphere in Melbourne's Air Traffic Control Centre shifted from routine oversight to acute crisis management. The young pilot's last report, unsettling in its content and abrupt in its conclusion, spurred immediate action from the concerned controllers. Valentich had been clear, albeit deeply troubled, in his last communication. He described an object hovering above him, which he distinctly stated was not an aircraft. His words were marked by a firmness that suggested he was seeing something extraordinary, something that defied his understanding as a pilot. The silence that followed his final transmission was ominous, turning the routine tracking of a small aircraft into a potential search and rescue operation. With no further contact from Valentich, the controllers wasted no time in deploying standard emergency protocols. Initially, they attempted to re-establish communication, hoping for any sign that Valentich was still airborne and simply experiencing radio difficulties. Repeated calls were made, each unanswered, only amplifying the urgency of the situation. As minutes turned into hours without any response, the scope of the operation expanded. The Australian authorities were notified, and a full-scale search and rescue mission was launched by the evening. The operation involved multiple assets, including aircraft and sea vessels, tasked with scouring the area of Valentich's last known position over the Bass Strait. The search teams faced daunting conditions. The Bass Strait, notorious for its unpredictable weather and rough seas, posed significant challenges. The vastness of the area, coupled with the fading light of dusk, further complicated the efforts. Search planes swept over the water, looking for any sign of Valentich or his Cessna, while boats combed the waves below. Despite the extensive resources deployed and the urgency of the search, no trace of Valentich or his aircraft was found that night. The search continued over the following days, with additional teams joining the effort. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated the operation, expanding the search area and utilizing more sophisticated technology, including radar and satellite imagery. The lack of physical evidence was perplexing. No debris, oil slick, or other typical indicators of an aircraft crash were evident. The sea and air search teams reported back only the emptiness of the open water and the unyielding silence of the sky. The search efforts persisted, driven by hope and the possibility that Valentich might have landed somewhere on the water and was waiting to be rescued. But as days passed with no sign of him or his aircraft, that hope began to wane. The official search operation would eventually be called off, leaving unanswered questions and profound concern for the young pilot's fate. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich became a focal point of intrigue and speculation. It catalyzed a series of investigations, discussions, and theories, both official and among the public. The mysterious circumstances, particularly the pilot's report of an unusual object, fed into broader discussions about unidentified flying objects and their possible interactions with aviation. This chapter of Valentich's journey concludes not with resolution, but with the stark reality of his vanishing, a moment in time that would forever be etched in the annals of Australian aviation mysteries. The silence from his radio on that fateful evening marked the beginning of a story that continues to provoke curiosity and debate to this day. As the reality of Frederick Valentich's disappearance settled in, the focus shifted entirely to a comprehensive search and rescue operation. Initiated by the Australian authorities, the operation spanned several days and involved numerous assets, drawing on a broad spectrum of air and sea resources to comb through the vast, treacherous waters of the Bass Strait. The search efforts were extensive and meticulously planned. Aircraft equipped with advanced radar and thermal imaging flew grid patterns over the area, while boats with sonar capabilities scanned the depths below. The goal was to cover as much area as possible, as quickly as possible, in the hope of finding any trace of Valentich or his Cessna 182. Despite the favorable weather conditions that followed the initial disappearance, the search teams faced the inherent challenges of the Bass Strait, known for its capricious weather patterns and strong currents. These conditions often made the search efforts difficult, with waves and wind disrupting the progress of boats and limiting the effectiveness of aerial searches during certain parts of the day. As the search continued, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated efforts from multiple agencies, including the Royal Australian Air Force, local volunteer marine rescue organizations, and even merchant vessels passing through the area. Each day, the teams would debrief, share findings, and adjust their strategies, determined to uncover any clue that could lead to Valentich. However, the days passed with frustratingly little to show for the efforts. No wreckage was sighted, and no signals were detected that could suggest the location of the crashed plane. The search teams expanded the search radius, hoping that drift patterns might have carried Valentich away from his last known location. Still, the vast ocean seemed to have swallowed all evidence of his passage. The lack of any physical evidence perplexed investigators and search crews alike. In cases of aircraft crashes at sea, some debris typically surfaces, whether from the impact itself or from the interior of the aircraft. Yet, in Valentich's case, the sea offered nothing. No floating debris, no oil slicks, no emergency locator transmissions, nothing that indicated a crash site. This complete absence of evidence led to an increased interest in Valentich's last communication. His report of an encounter with an unusual aircraft, described under clear distress, became a focal point for both official investigators and the public. The peculiar nature of his descriptions prompted some to speculate about otherworldly explanations, including UFO involvement, which only intensified as the search yielded no results. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, the official search and rescue operation was reluctantly called off. The decision was met with disappointment and a sense of defeat by those involved, especially given the emotional toll on Valentich's family and friends. The announcement marked a somber acknowledgement that the chances of finding Valentich alive, or even recovering his remains, were exceedingly slim. The cessation of the search did not end the public's fascination with the case, nor did it silence the myriad theories about what might have happened. Instead, it transitioned the incident from an active rescue operation to a lingering mystery, one that would captivate curious minds and fuel debates about aviation safety, the unknown, and the unexplained. The story of Frederick Valentich's disappearance remained alive in the collective memory, a perplexing enigma of the skies that refused to be forgotten. With the official search for Frederick Valentich concluded and no tangible evidence found, the focus shifted from a rescue mission to the realm of speculation and investigation. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Valentich's last transmission led to a myriad of theories, each trying to make sense of the unexplained disappearance. Valentich's own interest in UFOs became a significant aspect of the public discourse surrounding his disappearance. His final communication with air traffic control, where he described an encounter with an unusual aircraft exhibiting extraordinary capabilities, naturally led to conjecture about extraterrestrial involvement. This theory was bolstered by reported UFO sightings in the area around the time of his flight. UFO enthusiasts and some members of the public embraced the possibility that Valentich had encountered an alien craft, which somehow led to his disappearance. These speculations were fueled by a broader global interest in UFOs, which in the late 1970s was still riding the wave of the post-Roswell fascination with flying saucers and government cover-ups. Skeptics of the UFO theory proposed more conventional explanations for Valentich's disappearance. Some aviation experts suggested that Valentich, possibly disoriented by the overwater flight at dusk, might have become the victim of spatial disorientation, a common hazard in aviation, particularly among less experienced pilots. This could have caused him to misinterpret what he saw, including mistaking his own aircraft's lights reflected on the water or on a layer of cloud as another craft. Another theory was that Valentich had staged his own disappearance. This stemmed from investigations into his background, revealing his fascination not only with UFOs, but also with stories of pilots disappearing or starting anew under a different identity. However, those close to Valentich, including family and friends, strongly disputed this, describing him as enthusiastic and serious about his aviation career. The possibility of a more mundane accident was also considered. Some speculated that Valentich's aircraft might have suffered a mechanical failure, or that he might have crashed into the sea after running out of fuel. However, the lack of debris, and the absence of an oil slick on the water made this scenario seem unlikely unless the aircraft had sunk intact, a rare occurrence given the expected breakup on impact. The absence of hard evidence meant that no conclusive determination could be made. The Australian Department of Transport conducted an investigation, but its findings were inconclusive, citing a lack of sufficient information to reach a definitive explanation. The mystery of Valentich's disappearance had a lasting impact on aviation in Australia, leading to increased safety protocols and more rigorous training for pilots flying over water. The case also continued to be a topic of academic and investigative interest. Researchers and documentary filmmakers periodically revisited the story, each bringing new technology and theories to bear in the hope of uncovering new information, or perhaps one day finding physical evidence that could bring closure to the case. The Valentich disappearance remains a compelling story, not just for those involved in aviation and UFO studies, but for anyone intrigued by human interaction with the unknown. It serves as a cautionary tale about the limits of human perception and the mysteries that can arise when the familiar intersects with the unexplainable. As the years passed, the disappearance of Frederick Valentich continued to resonate not just within the aviation and UFO enthusiast communities, but also among the wider public as a compelling mystery of the unknown. The lack of closure and definitive evidence has kept the case alive in the form of books, documentaries, and continued discussions in various forums. Here, we examine the legacy and ongoing interest surrounding Valentich's mysterious flight. Frederick Valentich's case has become a cornerstone discussion in both aviation safety and UFO circles. For aviation professionals, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of potential disorientation and the vital importance of maintaining situational awareness, especially when flying over large bodies of water. The incident has been used in training seminars to educate pilots about the psychological and physical effects of flying under stressful conditions and the potential for misinterpreting visual cues in the vast and featureless landscapes like the sea. In the realm of UFO research, Valentich's disappearance is often cited as one of the most intriguing cases due to the pilot's own reported sightings and the circumstances of his last transmission. It continues to fuel debates about the possibility of otherworldly encounters, and has become a part of UFO lore, frequently referenced at conferences and in literature discussing human interactions with supposed extraterrestrial vehicles. New developments occasionally reignite interest in the Valentich disappearance. Advances in technology, such as satellite imagery and improved sonar capabilities, have prompted new searches in the Bass Strait and surrounding areas. Though these efforts have not yet produced any concrete results, they maintain public interest and hope that new evidence may eventually surface. Interest is also kept alive by the media, with periodic retrospectives and updates on the case. These often coincide with anniversaries of the event, drawing new attention from those previously unaware of Valentich's story. Each wave of interest encourages fresh looks at the available data, sometimes bringing new theories to light or re-examining old ones with new technology or methodologies. Researchers and theorists continue to explore less conventional explanations, driven both by the strange details of Valentich's last reported observations and by the absence of physical evidence. Discussions often involve the exploration of what an encounter with an advanced unknown technology might entail, and how it could lead to the disappearance of an aircraft without a trace. Such speculations delve into the limits of current human understanding of physics and technology, proposing scenarios where conventional retrieval and detection methods might fail. The Valentich case has also had a significant cultural impact, inspiring segments of films, television series, and literature. These portrayals explore the human aspect of the mystery, emphasizing the emotional and psychological effects on those involved, particularly Valentich's family and friends. They also examine the broader implications of a society grappling with phenomena that it cannot easily explain through current scientific understanding. The legacy of Frederick Valentich is a complex tapestry woven from threads of mystery, tragedy, and the unyielding human quest for answers. While the truth behind his disappearance may never be fully uncovered, the story continues to intrigue and inspire. It serves as a reminder of our perpetual fascination with the sky and what lies beyond, as well as the profound and sometimes haunting unknowns that remain in our own world. As long as the mystery remains unsolved, The legend of Valentich's flight will continue to captivate imaginations and stimulate curiosity across generations. On the evening of June 23, 1950, Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was preparing for one of its regular long-haul flights across the United States. The aircraft, a Douglas DC-4 propliner, was a workhorse of commercial aviation, known for its reliability and robustness. It was scheduled to fly from New York City to Seattle with a stopover in Minneapolis, carrying 55 passengers and a crew of 3. As the passengers boarded at LaGuardia Airport, the mood was typical of a late evening flight. Some were weary business travelers preparing for a sleep during the flight, while others were families looking forward to their vacations or homecomings. The crew, led by the experienced Captain Robert Lind, completed their pre-flight checks with practiced efficiency. Captain Lind, a veteran with an impeccable record, was well familiar with the route, having flown it numerous times. The ground crew loaded the last pieces of luggage into the cargo hold as the stewardesses made final adjustments inside the cabin, ensuring everything was secure for takeoff. The weather reports indicated clear skies in New York, but there were reports of potential thunderstorms over Lake Michigan. Such weather was not uncommon during the summer months, and the crew was prepared to handle the usual turbulence that might arise from such conditions. As the last of the evening light faded, Flight 2501 took off smoothly from LaGuardia, ascending into the night sky. The powerful engines of the DC-4 hummed as the aircraft climbed, its lights becoming just another twinkling among the stars. The flight plan took the aircraft westward, over the expansive landscapes of the United States, scheduled to cross over several states before reaching the wide expanse of Lake Michigan. As the plane settled into its cruising altitude, Captain Lind communicated with air traffic control to confirm their route and report their position. The passengers, now more relaxed, were either dozing off or quietly engaging in their own activities. Some read books under the dim cabin lights, while others chatted softly with their neighbors. Several hours into the flight, as Flight 2501 approached Lake Michigan, the weather began to change. The clear skies gave way to increasing cloudiness, and distant flashes of lightning were visible on the western horizon. Captain Lind reviewed the latest weather updates and discussed the situation with his co-pilot. They decided to request a lower altitude from air traffic control, hoping to avoid the worst of the approaching storm system. The air traffic controller at Chicago's radar center acknowledged their request and began the process to authorize a change in altitude. However, this routine communication soon took a critical turn. As Flight 2501 crossed over into Michigan airspace, the weather conditions deteriorated rapidly. The aircraft began to encounter severe turbulence as it entered the storm, with passengers instructed to fasten their seat belts and secure any loose items. Despite the growing severity of the weather, the crew of Flight 2501 maintained their professionalism. Captain Lind and his co-pilot worked diligently to navigate through the increasingly rough conditions, adjusting their instruments and preparing for a more turbulent ride. In the cabin, the stewardesses did their best to reassure passengers, their calm demeanor helping to keep everyone as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. The last radio contact with Flight 2501 occurred shortly after their request to descend to a lower altitude. Captain Lind reported their position and intentions to air traffic control, his voice calm but firm over the radio. Then, as the storm enveloped the aircraft, communication was suddenly lost. The radar blip that represented Flight 2501 on the controller's screens blinked once more, then disappeared. Back at the radar center, controllers frantically tried to re-establish contact with the aircraft. Calls went unanswered, and the screen showed no sign of Flight 2501. As minutes turned into hours without any word from the plane, the situation became increasingly dire. Search and rescue operations were initiated as the reality of the situation set in. Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, with all 58 souls on board, had vanished over Lake Michigan. This disappearance would trigger one of the largest search operations in the history of American aviation, and mark the beginning of a decades-long mystery that would captivate the nation and remain unresolved to this day. The story of Flight 2501, is not just a tale of a missing airplane. It is a narrative filled with human elements, technical challenges, and the profound mystery of the unknown. As Flight 2501 progressed over Lake Michigan, the storm intensified. Captain Lynn's last transmission to air traffic control had been routine, requesting a descent to a lower altitude due to the worsening weather. There was no indication of panic or trouble beyond the storm itself. Yet, within minutes of this communication, the aircraft vanished from radar screens, leaving only silence where there should have been the steady crackle of radio contact. On the ground, the sudden disappearance of Flight 2501 sent shockwaves through the air traffic control community. Controllers made repeated attempts to contact the aircraft, issuing calls that went unanswered. With each passing minute, the urgency escalated. Radar operators widened their scans, searching for any sign of the plane, but found nothing. The situation quickly escalated to a full-scale emergency. The disappearance of an aircraft is a critical incident that triggers a rapid response from multiple agencies. Within hours, the U.S. Coast Guard was mobilized, along with state and local rescue units. The initial search was chaotic, hampered by the very storm that had ensnared Flight 2501. Boats and aircraft that could navigate the turbulent waters and gusty winds were dispatched. The night was dark, the rain heavy, reducing visibility and making the search efforts increasingly difficult. As dawn broke, the storm had passed, leaving behind calmer waters and clearer skies. The search area was vast, covering a significant portion of Lake Michigan where the plane was last reported. The operation involved aircraft flying low over the water, crews scanning the surface for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Boats equipped with sonar trawled back and forth, their crews hopeful, but growing more anxious as time passed without a sign. On shore, the situation was equally tense. At the Northwest Orient Airlines headquarters, officials gathered to coordinate their response with the ongoing search efforts. Families of those on board were contacted, many converging at the airline's offices seeking information and comfort. The atmosphere was fraught with grief and tension, as airline staff tried to provide updates on the search and support for the families. The media began to cover the story extensively, with reporters stationed at airfields, Coast Guard stations, and the airline's offices. The public's interest in the story grew as the hours turned into days without any sign of Flight 2501. The lack of news added to the speculation and concern about what might have happened to the aircraft. Was it a victim of the storm, or was there another explanation for its sudden disappearance? As the search continued, debris began to surface. Small items such as seat cushions, life jackets, and minor fragments of metal were recovered from the lake. Each piece was carefully logged and examined, but none provided any significant clues that could explain the disappearance. The discovery of these items confirmed the grim reality that the aircraft had met a catastrophic end, but the main wreckage, fuselage, engines, and the majority of the structure remained elusive. The Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, responsible for investigating civil aviation accidents, took charge of the investigation. Teams of experts were brought in to analyze the weather conditions at the time of the disappearance, the aircraft's maintenance records, and the crew's backgrounds. The investigation was exhaustive, delving into every conceivable aspect of the flight and its operation. Yet, the lack of substantial wreckage hindered the ability to draw definitive conclusions about the cause of the crash. Theories about what happened to Flight 2501 varied widely. Some experts speculated that a sudden downdraft, a common danger in thunderstorms, could have forced the plane into the lake. Others suggested structural failure due to stress from severe turbulence, without the aircraft's flight recorders, which were not mandated at the time, or significant wreckage. These theories remained speculative, each plausible, but unproven. As days turned into weeks, the official search was eventually scaled back. The reality set in that finding the aircraft might be impossible given the technology and resources available at the time. This decision was heartbreaking for the families, who had clung to hope that the search would provide answers and perhaps even miracles. In the aftermath, the impact of Flight 2501's disappearance resonated deeply. It led to changes in how weather was reported to aircraft and sparked discussions about improving safety protocols for flights over large bodies of water. It also highlighted the need for more robust search and rescue capabilities, including the eventual requirement for flight recorders, which would become known as black boxes, on commercial aircraft. The story of Flight 2501 thus became a catalyst for change in aviation safety, even as it remained one of the great unsolved mysteries of commercial aviation. The families of the lost passengers and crew continued to remember them, holding annual memorials and pressing for ongoing searches. Their loss was not forgotten, and the mystery of Flight 2501 continued to inspire both caution and curiosity in the aviation community. When the radar contact with Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was lost on that stormy night over Lake Michigan, it signaled the start of a complex, multi-agency search and rescue operation that would eventually become one of the largest in the history of the Great Lakes. Initial efforts were hampered by the same storm that Flight 2501 encountered. The turbulent weather, with gusting winds and heavy rains, made immediate search activities challenging and dangerous. As the storm cleared in the early morning hours, the U.S. Coast Guard, along with several local maritime agencies, launched their vessels into the still choppy waters of Lake Michigan. Helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft from the Coast Guard and Michigan State Police were dispatched at first light. Pilots navigated above the vast water body, scanning for any signs of the missing aircraft. Their eyes searched for oil slicks, debris, or anything that could be linked to Flight 2501. Meanwhile, boats equipped with sonar systems crisscrossed the estimated crash area, hoping to detect underwater wreckage. On shore, the situation was becoming a focal point for national media attention. Reporters flocked to the Coast Guard stations and the Northwest Orient Airlines offices, where impromptu press centers had been set up. Family members of those on board the ill-fated flight gathered too, their faces etched with worry and grief, holding on to each other and waiting for any news. The airline's executives, faced with the enormity of the situation, coordinated closely with the search teams and federal aviation officials. They provided detailed information about the aircraft and its passengers, hoping it might aid the search efforts. Northwest Orient Airlines also set up support services for the families, offering counseling and regular updates about the search operation. As the search entered its second and third days, the scope expanded. The U.S. Navy joined the operation, bringing in additional ships and aircraft equipped with more advanced search technology. These military assets were used to cover larger areas of the lake more quickly than the smaller Coast Guard vessels and civilian boats could manage. Despite these extensive efforts, the search teams found frustratingly little. Small pieces of debris began to surface, items that were confirmed to be from Flight 2501, bits of upholstery, shards of window glass, and personal effects floating among the waves. Each discovery was meticulously catalogued and analyzed, providing grim evidence of the plane's disintegration, but little information on the cause. By the end of the first week, the lack of significant wreckage intensified the mystery. Divers were called in to explore areas where sonar hits suggested there could be larger pieces of debris on the lakebed. These dives were difficult and risky, given the depth and the unpredictable currents of Lake Michigan. The divers worked in challenging conditions, sometimes battling poor visibility and strong underwater currents that made each dive a potentially perilous endeavor. Parallel to the physical search, investigators from the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, began their inquiry into the disappearance. They examined meteorological data from the night of the flight, looking for clues in the storm patterns that might explain what happened. Interviews with other pilots flying similar routes that night provided additional context on the weather conditions and how they might have affected Flight 2501. The investigators also delved into maintenance records and the operational history of the DC-4 aircraft. They explored every possible angle, from mechanical failure and pilot error to structural deficiencies and potential overloading. Each hypothesis was systematically tested against the known facts of the flight's last hours, but without the main wreckage or flight recorders, conclusive answers were elusive. As weeks turned into months, the intensity of the search diminished. The daily briefings to the press and families became less frequent, and the flotilla of search vessels thinned out. Yet, for the families of those aboard Flight 2501, the need for closure never waned. They continued to push for continued efforts, holding on to hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. The CAB eventually released a report that was inconclusive in determining the exact cause of the crash. It cited the severe weather and the possibility of structural failure induced by stress from the storm, but noted the lack of physical evidence made it impossible to pinpoint a definitive cause. The report did, however, lead to recommendations for improving storm tracking and weather reporting to aircraft, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Decades later, the disappearance of Flight 2501 remains a poignant chapter in the annals of aviation history. It stands as a reminder of nature's power and the limits of human technology, a story that continues to evoke both sorrow and fascination. For the families of the lost, the lakeshore became a place of pilgrimage, a site to gather, remember, and perhaps one day find peace. The ongoing mystery surrounding the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had by now stirred considerable public and professional interest. Various theories about what had led to the aircraft's sudden loss began to circulate, each contributing its part to the complex tapestry of speculation. These ranged from mechanical failure and catastrophic weather events to more sinister possibilities such as sabotage. In the realm of formal investigation, the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, led the charge, poring over every piece of evidence, from weather reports to the aircraft's maintenance history. They sought to understand how a well-maintained, reliable aircraft like the DC-4 could simply vanish without a trace. Mechanics and engineers scrutinized the plane's service records, confirming that all routine checks and balances had been performed before the flight. Meanwhile, meteorologists provided in-depth analyses of the storm that Flight 2501 had encountered, noting that while severe, such weather conditions were not typically beyond the capability of the aircraft to withstand. Parallel to these professional inquiries, amateur sleuths and conspiracy theorists also took a keen interest in the disappearance. Some suggested that the aircraft might have been brought down by a bomb, theorizing that the lack of debris was consistent with a mid-air explosion that could have dispersed wreckage over a wider area, thus eluding search efforts. Others speculated about a possible collision with another aircraft, perhaps military, which was not reported due to the secretive nature of Cold War operations. Amid these swirling theories, one of the more grounded speculations involved a sudden structural failure caused by stress from the storm. Aviation experts pointed out that while the DC-4 was robust, unexpected weaknesses could emerge under extreme conditions. The possibility that the aircraft had suffered a critical failure at a high altitude could explain the minimal debris and the lack of a distress signal if the breakup had been swift and total. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the families of the passengers and crew found themselves in a painful limbo. The lack of closure weighed heavily, their grief compounded by the swirling uncertainty and speculation. They rallied for continued investigation, pressing for new searches and reaching out to anyone who might shed light on the fate of their loved ones. In response to these family advocacies, annual memorials were organized, both as a way to honor those lost and to keep the public's attention on the unresolved case. These events often featured moments of poignant remembrance alongside calls for action, with speeches that melded personal loss with broader appeals for aviation safety improvements. The emotional toll of the tragedy and the ongoing mystery also reverberated through the broader aviation community. Airlines and regulatory bodies, spurred by the tragic loss of Flight 2501, began to reconsider and revise their safety protocols. This led to increased investments in weather tracking technologies and improvements in aircraft design, especially concerning structural integrity and storm resistance. These changes reflected a growing acknowledgement within the industry that safety must evolve with the increasing complexity of air travel. The lessons drawn from the Flight 2501 tragedy and similar incidents began to shape a new era of aviation safety protocols, focusing on preventing recurrence by understanding the failures of the past. Meanwhile, as technology advanced, new efforts were made to locate the wreckage of Flight 2501. Innovations in sonar and underwater exploration offered hope that the main crash site might finally be discovered. These modern searches, often led by volunteer groups or funded by grants, were driven by a blend of historical interest and a commitment to providing answers to the families who had waited for decades. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public and professional interest in the case. Documentaries and news specials delved into the story, interviewing aging relatives of the passengers, retired investigators, and experts in aviation archaeology. These programs often concluded with a note of hope that somewhere beneath the waters of Lake Michigan, the answers to the mystery of Flight 2501 waited to be discovered. Through these continued efforts, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 remained alive, a somber reminder of nature's unpredictability and the relentless pursuit of closure in the face of unfathomable loss. Each chapter in the ongoing saga added layers to the legacy of the flight, intertwining threads of technological progress, human resilience, and the enduring quest for understanding. The ongoing quest to understand the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had significant repercussions across the aviation industry, highlighting critical areas for improvement in both technology and regulatory practices. The tragedy, unresolved and haunting as it was, catalyzed a series of changes designed to enhance the safety and reliability of air travel. In the wake of the disappearance, there was a concerted effort to improve weather forecasting and its integration into pilot briefings. The severe storm that Flight 2501 encountered was known to air traffic controllers and the Meteorological Service. Yet the existing protocols for communicating such critical information to aircraft were deemed insufficient. This led to more stringent requirements for real-time weather updates and mandatory weather briefings for flights traversing known problematic routes. Simultaneously, this incident underscored the vulnerability of aircraft to severe weather conditions and prompted research into better structural designs and materials that could withstand extreme turbulence. Aircraft manufacturers began collaborating more closely with meteorologists to understand how aircraft could be designed or modified to survive unexpected severe weather encounters. Moreover, the lack of debris and difficulty in locating the wreckage highlighted the limitations in search and rescue operations at the time. This realization pushed for advancements in emergency location technology. The push for equipping aircraft with more reliable emergency locator transmitters (ELTs) gained momentum. These devices, designed to emit signals in the event of a crash, were made more robust and effective, ensuring they could withstand impacts and operate under a broader range of conditions. The tragedy also played a pivotal role in the eventual development and mandatory installation of flight data recorders, FDRs, and cockpit voice recorders, CVRs, known colloquially as black boxes. While these were not new concepts in 1950, the Flight 2501 disaster underscored their potential value in solving aviation mysteries. By the late 1950s and early 1960s, regulations began to change, gradually making these devices standard equipment on commercial aircraft, providing investigators with crucial data in the aftermath of accidents. Aside from technological and procedural enhancements, the Flight 2501 incident had a profound impact on regulatory practices. It prompted a re-evaluation of how flight over large bodies of water was managed, leading to more rigorous safety protocols. New regulations were put in place requiring more comprehensive life-saving equipment on board and rigorous survival training for flight crews. For the families of the passengers and crew lost with Flight 2501, these changes were a bittersweet outcome. While they might not bring back their loved ones, these improvements in aviation safety provided a legacy of increased security for future air travelers. Their advocacy had not only kept the memory of the flight alive, but also ensured that the lessons gleaned from this tragedy would lead to tangible enhancements in flight safety. Memorials were erected in honor of those lost, serving as poignant reminders of the personal cost of aviation accidents. These memorials became sites of reflection, not only for the grieving families, but also for the communities and professionals within the aviation industry, reminding everyone of the ever-present need for vigilance and improvement. As technology continued to evolve, so did the efforts to locate Flight 2501's wreckage. Periodic expeditions were launched, fueled by advancements in underwater technology and driven by a mix of historical interest, technical challenge, and a deep-seated desire for closure. Each expedition brought hope that the aircraft might finally be found, providing answers to the lingering questions that had persisted for decades. Documentaries and news articles periodically revisited the story, each iteration renewing public interest and understanding of the impact such tragedies have on technology, regulation, and human lives. Through these stories, the legacy of Flight 2501 lived on. a narrative interwoven with lessons of resilience, the advancement of science, and the unyielding human spirit seeking answers in the face of adversity. Each retelling served to honor those lost and to celebrate the progress made in their memory, ensuring that their legacy would continue to influence safer skies for future generations. As decades passed since the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, the unresolved mystery continued to captivate the imagination of many, serving as a poignant reminder of the uncertainties inherent in early commercial aviation and the ongoing quest for safety improvements. The legacy of the flight persisted, influencing not just regulatory practices and technological advancements, but also shaping cultural narratives and inspiring continued exploration. The collective memory of the incident was kept alive through a combination of public memorials, family advocacy, and periodic media attention. Each year, families of the passengers and crew gathered at memorials erected near the shores of Lake Michigan. These ceremonies were somber, yet meaningful occasions, where personal stories were shared, candles were lit, and flowers were laid in remembrance of those lost. The gathering served as a testament to the enduring impact of the tragedy on the community and provided a support network for the families affected by the disaster. These memorials also attracted historians, safety experts, and aviation enthusiasts, each drawn by the story's historical significance and the lessons it offered. The narrative of Flight 2501 became a case study in the evolution of flight safety, discussed in academic papers and featured at conferences focused on aviation history and technology. Through these forums, the incident was analyzed and reanalyzed, highlighting how each piece of the story contributed to a broader understanding of the risks and necessary precautions in air travel. Meanwhile, technological advancements in sonar and underwater exploration technology spurred new interest in locating the wreckage of Flight 2501. Every few years, renewed efforts were made to search the depths of Lake Michigan, driven by both improvements in technology and a hopeful desire to provide closure to the families. These searches were often collaborative efforts involving local historical societies, volunteer groups, and occasionally government agencies. The search teams used advanced side-scan sonar equipment capable of creating detailed images of the lakebed, a far cry from the technology available at the time of the disappearance. Documentaries and investigative reports played a significant role in maintaining public interest in the flight. Filmmakers and journalists delved into the archives, interviewing surviving family members, former investigators, and aviation experts. They pieced together the story with a mix of historical footage, dramatic reconstructions, and expert analyses, presenting the tale to new audiences and ensuring that the lessons learned from the tragedy continued to resonate. The narrative of Flight 2501 also found its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes of television shows, novels, and even theatrical productions. These portrayals varied from highly factual retellings to more speculative interpretations, exploring themes of fate, tragedy, and the human spirit's resilience. Through these stories, the broader public engaged with the mystery and the profound impact it had on the lives of those involved. In the realm of policy and regulation, the influence of Flight 2501 was significant. The incident had been a catalyst for change, pushing the aviation industry to adopt stricter safety protocols and better emergency response strategies. These changes were continually updated as new technologies and methodologies emerged, part of the industry's ongoing commitment to learning from past tragedies. The introduction of global positioning systems, GPS, and automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADS-B, technologies in aviation marked significant milestones in the industry's evolution. These systems provided real-time tracking of aircraft anywhere in the world, a far leap from the radar and communication technologies of 1950. Flight 2501 had underscored the critical need for such advancements, and as these systems became standard, they significantly enhanced the safety and management of flight operations. The continued interest in Flight 2501 also encouraged regulatory bodies to maintain rigorous oversight of aircraft maintenance and crew training programs. The aviation industry's growth was tempered with caution, with each new technological advancement or operational procedure tested against the backdrop of incidents like Flight 2501. The tragedy became a yardstick by which safety measures were evaluated and improved. Educational institutions use the story of Flight 2501 to teach new generations of aviation professionals about the importance of safety protocols, crisis management, and ethical considerations in aviation. Universities and training academies incorporated the case into their curricula, using it as a foundation for discussions on everything from engineering solutions to psychological preparedness for emergencies. As technology continued to advance, the possibility of one day locating Flight 2501 remained an achievable goal. The development of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, equipped with high-definition cameras offered promising new tools in the search for submerged wreckage. These technologies, coupled with more sophisticated data analysis techniques, provided hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. Meanwhile, the families and communities connected to the tragedy remained engaged, their resolve undiminished by the passage of time. They continued to advocate for ongoing searches, support technological advancements, and participate in public discussions about aviation safety. Their involvement ensured that the memory of those lost on Flight 2501 was honored not just as a past event, but as a continuing influence on the present and future of aviation. In conclusion, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines, Flight 2501, is a profound narrative about loss, discovery, and the unending quest for answers. It serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities once faced in air travel and the strides taken to overcome them. The legacy of Flight 2501 endures, woven into the fabric of aviation history and continuing to inspire efforts that aim to make air travel safer for all. In the heart of Lima, Peru, on Christmas Eve, 1971, Julianne Kupsi prepared for a flight that was supposed to take her from her boarding school to a joyful reunion with her father in Pucallpa. Born to German zoologists who had moved to Peru to study the rich biodiversity of the Amazon rainforest, Julianne had grown up in an environment where the line between the natural world and daily life was often blurred. At 17, she was as familiar with the sounds of the jungle as she was with the pages of her schoolbooks. Julianne's early years had been spent in the rainforest, where her parents, Maria and Hans Wilhelm Köpke, ran the Panguana Ecological Research Station. Under their guidance, she learned not just to endure, but to respect the untamed life of the Amazon. This upbringing instilled in her a deep appreciation for biology, an interest that was both academic and intensely personal. On that fateful day, as Julianne and her mother approached the bustling Jorge Chávez International Airport, the holiday spirit was palpable. Despite the festive atmosphere, a sense of urgency overshadowed their preparations. The airline they chose, LANSA, had a questionable safety record, but it offered the only available route that could reunite the family for Christmas. This decision, made under the pressure of circumstance, would soon prove to be perilously significant. As they boarded LANSA Flight 508, the aircraft, a Lockheed L-188A Electra turboprop, hummed with the chatter of families and solo travelers alike, all eager to reach their destinations. Julianne, seated next to her mother, tried to stave off the nervousness she felt about flying, particularly with LANSA. Her mother, an experienced traveler through the Amazon's unpredictable terrain, reassured her with a confident smile, masking her own apprehensions. The early stages of the flight passed uneventfully as the plane ascended into the clear sky above Lima. Julianne gazed out the window, watching the cityscape give way to the sprawling greenery of the Amazon. But as the plane approached the Andes, the weather took a sudden turn. Dark clouds loomed ahead, signaling the onset of a severe thunderstorm. The aircraft began to shake violently as it entered the storm, with lightning flashing ominously close. The pilots struggled to navigate through the worsening weather, the atmosphere among the passengers shifting from nervous to fraught. Julianne's grip tightened around her mother's hand, the comforting connection a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. Then, without warning, a deafening sound tore through the cabin as the right wing of the plane was struck by lightning. In an instant, the aircraft began to break apart. Screams filled the air as the fuselage fragmented, and passengers found themselves plummeting towards the earth. Miraculously, Julianne remained strapped to her seat, her body hurtling through the open sky amidst the wreckage. As she lost consciousness, the last thing she saw was the canopy of the Amazon rushing towards her, a sight both terrifying and oddly familiar. Regaining consciousness, Julianne found herself alone in the dense undergrowth of the jungle. Her seat had cushioned her fall, a stroke of improbable luck that allowed her to survive the 2-mile drop. Dazed and injured, she realized the gravity of her situation. She was lost in the vast Amazon, with no sign of other survivors. Drawing on her childhood experiences and the survival skills her parents had taught her, Julianne knew she had to find water first. Recalling her father's advice that following water would eventually lead to civilization, she found a small stream. With a determination fueled by her instinct to survive and the hope of finding her mother and other passengers, Julianne began the arduous journey through the Amazon. Her trek was fraught with challenges. Each step took her deeper into the heart of the jungle, where every sound seemed amplified and every shadow could conceal a predator. However, Julianne's intimate knowledge of the rainforest became her greatest ally. She knew how to read the subtle signs of nature, which plants were safe to touch, and which sounds to heed or ignore. As days turned into an exhausting blur, Julianne's physical strength waned, but her resolve strengthened, driven by the memories of her parents' teachings and the profound connection she felt to the rainforest. Her journey through the Amazon not only tested her survival skills but also deepened her understanding of the natural world, a harsh, unforgiving, yet profoundly beautiful realm that had shaped the course of her life from the very beginning. On the ill-fated day of December 24, 1971, as Lanza Flight 508 ascended into the increasingly turbulent skies above the Peruvian Amazon, none aboard could have predicted the extent of the disaster about to unfold. The Lockheed L-188A Electra, already buzzing with the low murmur of passengers' conversations mixed with the sounds of the storm outside, faced an immediate and grave threat. The flight began routinely, with the aircraft climbing through the layers of clouds. As the plane approached the dense storm clouds, the pilots increased their altitude in an attempt to navigate above the worsening weather. Julianne Kupke, seated next to her mother, looked out the window, watching the lightning dance across the sky, her heart racing with each flash that illuminated the cabin. The storm intensified, enveloping the aircraft in a violent torrent of rain and gusting winds. Turbulence shook the cabin as the pilots fought to maintain control. Passengers tightened their seatbelts, gripping armrests, and each other, as the plane pitched and rolled. The flight attendants moved quickly down the aisles, reassuring passengers, their voices calm but strained against the roar of the storm and engines. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck directly at the aircraft. The impact was catastrophic, instantly severing the right wing and causing an explosive decompression. The fuselage began to break apart mid-air, the structural integrity of the plane compromised beyond the pilot's control. In moments, the aircraft transformed from a controlled environment into a chaotic maelstrom of wind, debris, and terrified passengers. Julianne, still strapped to her seat, found herself in a surreal situation as the cabin disintegrated around her. The roar of the wind and engines gave way to the sounds of tearing metal and the screams of passengers. The last thing Julianne saw before losing consciousness was the rainforest canopy spiraling towards her, a dizzying green expanse rushing up to meet her. The aircraft crashed into the dense jungle, scattering wreckage and debris across a wide area. The violence of the crash was such that survival seemed impossible. Yet, amidst the devastation, Julianne miraculously survived. When she regained consciousness, she found herself alone, surrounded by wreckage, in the deep jungle. Her survival was a stark contrast to the fate of the other 91 souls aboard, who perished in one of the deadliest aviation disasters in history. The immediate aftermath of the crash was marked by an eerie silence in the jungle, broken only by the sounds of nature quickly reclaiming the space. For Julianne, the shock of the crash soon gave way to the realization of her dire situation. Injured, dazed, and isolated, she faced the daunting reality that her survival depended on her ability to navigate through one of the most challenging environments on Earth. With no rescue in sight, Julianne drew upon her unique upbringing in the rainforest, recalling the lessons from her parents about survival in the wild. She knew she needed to find water and shelter, basic necessities for survival. Leveraging her knowledge of the rainforest's flora and fauna, she began to plan her next steps, understanding that her journey to safety was only just beginning. As she prepared to leave the crash site in search of help, Julianne's thoughts were with her mother and the other passengers, hoping against hope that others might have survived. Her journey through the Amazon would test her physical limits and emotional resilience, shaping into an epic tale of survival against all odds. Miraculously surviving the 2-mile plummet to the earth, Julianne Kupka found herself alone amidst the wreckage, still strapped to her row of airplane seats. The initial moments following her awakening were clouded with confusion and pain, but the urgency of her situation quickly dawned on her. She was deep in the Peruvian Amazon, one of the densest and most dangerous jungles in the world, and her survival depended on her immediate actions. As she unbuckled herself from the seat, Julianne assessed her physical condition. Remarkably, her injuries were minor considering the severity of the crash. A broken collarbone, a deep gash on her calf, and an eye swollen shut. The adrenaline coursing through her body temporarily masked the pain, allowing her to focus on her next steps. Her survival instincts, honed from years of living at a research station in the jungle with her biologist parents, began to take over. Knowing that clean water was critical, Julianne recalled her father's advice that finding a stream or river could lead to rescue, as waterways often ran past civilization. She heard the faint sound of running water nearby and used the noise to guide her through the dense undergrowth. Her progress was slow and painstaking due to her injuries and the challenging terrain filled with thick vines and hidden roots that made walking difficult, especially since one of her sandals was lost during the fall. Julianne's knowledge of the rainforest was a vital asset. She knew which plants were safe to eat and which to avoid, information that became crucial as her journey extended and food sources became a necessity. Her understanding of the rainforest's ecology helped her avoid poisonous plants and dangerous animals, skills not possessed by the average person lost in such an environment. As she navigated through the jungle, Julianne also had to deal with the psychological toll of her situation. The isolation and uncertainty could be overwhelming, but she kept her focus by setting small, manageable goals each day. Her immediate aim was to find help, but her broader goal was to stay alive long enough to be found or to find rescue. Memories of her family and her life back at the research station provided the mental strength she needed to push forward. Despite the lush greenery around her, the Amazon was not a benign environment. Julianne encountered numerous hazards that posed constant threats to her safety. She had to be vigilant of dangerous wildlife, from venomous snakes slithering through the underbrush to predatory jaguars whose roars pierced the night air. The ever-present insects, particularly mosquitoes, were not only a nuisance, but also a vector for disease, making her vulnerable to illnesses like malaria. The dense canopy often made navigation difficult, obscuring the sky for most of the day. This made it hard for Julianne to keep track of time and direction. Her only tools for navigation were the sun's position when visible and the flow of water in the creeks and rivers she followed. Her strategy was simple but effective. Follow the water downstream, hoping it would lead to a larger river and eventually to people. Despite the overwhelming odds, Julianne's determination and unique survival skills kept her moving forward. Each step took her closer to salvation, but also deeper into the physical and mental challenges of the Amazon. Her ordeal was far from over, but her resilience and resourcefulness set the foundation for what would become an incredible tale of human survival and endurance against the most daunting of odds. As Julianne Kupka's arduous trek through the Amazon jungle continued, each day brought new challenges and reaffirmed her determination to survive. Alone and injured, she depended entirely on her instincts and knowledge of the rainforest, a testament to the years she had spent in Peru with her parents. Her understanding of the environment, coupled with her resilience, became her most powerful tools for survival. Waking each day to the sounds of the jungle, Julianne set about securing the basic necessities: water, food, and shelter. She knew that waterborne diseases could be as deadly as any predator in the jungle, so she was cautious about where she sourced her water, sticking to small streams where the flow was more likely to be clean. Julianne recalled her father explaining that small streams would eventually lead to larger rivers, which were often used as pathways by local tribes and could lead to her rescue. Finding food was another challenge. Though the jungle was teeming with life, not all of it was safe to consume. Julianne relied on fruits and nuts that she recognized as non-toxic, careful to conserve her energy by not eating anything that could make her ill. She avoided hunting, lacking both the tools and the energy for trapping or killing animals, and instead focused on gathering, which was less energy-intensive and safer. As she navigated through the dense underbrush, Julianne had to constantly be on the alert for dangerous wildlife. She knew the sounds of the jungle well enough to pause when the normal chorus of birds and insects suddenly quieted, a sign that a predator might be near. Snakes, which could be camouflaged in the leaf litter, posed a significant threat, and Julianne used sticks to rustle the foliage ahead of her as she walked, giving any hidden snakes time to slither away. The physical demands of her journey were immense. Her injuries, though not life-threatening, made movement painful and exhausting. Her broken collarbone limited her ability to use one arm fully, complicating even simple tasks like collecting food or clearing a path through thick vegetation. The gash on her leg was a constant concern, as any infection could quickly turn deadly without medical treatment. Despite these hardships, Julianne's spirits were buoyed by moments of beauty and a deep-seated connection to the natural world. The lush canopy, the chorus of birds at dawn, and the clear, starry nights reminded her of the time she spent with her parents in the jungle. These moments of reflection were crucial, providing mental respite from the constant challenges of survival. As days turned into a week, the physical toll on Julianne increased. Fatigue, hunger, and the onset of infections began to wear her down. She knew she had to find help soon. Determined to increase her chances of rescue, Julianne started leaving markers along her path, hoping they would catch the attention of any search parties or local tribespeople. She also began to practice shouting for help during the day, when the noise of her voice could carry far in the quiet moments of the jungle. Her persistence paid off. On the 11th day of her ordeal, Julianne stumbled upon a small hunting camp, deserted but clearly recently used. Here, she found a small shelter and tools, which she used to improve her own condition and prepare for the possibility of spending more time in the jungle. This discovery was a significant morale booster, offering her a temporary safe haven and the means to better sustain herself. Julianne's journey through the Amazon tested her to the limits of human endurance, highlighting her remarkable resilience and adaptability. Her survival was not just a tale of overcoming physical barriers, but also a profound inner journey of strength, hope, and the unyielding desire to live. As she continued her trek, each step was a step closer to safety, driven by her deep will to reunite with her family and to return to the world she had left behind on that fateful Christmas Eve flight. As Julianne Koepke's arduous trek through the Amazon jungle continued, each day brought new challenges and reaffirmed her determination to survive. Alone and injured, she depended entirely on her instincts and knowledge of the rainforest, a testament to the years she had spent in Peru with her parents. Her understanding of the environment, coupled with her resilience, became her most powerful tools for survival. Waking each day to the sounds of the jungle, Julianne set about securing the basic necessities: water, food, and shelter. She knew that waterborne diseases could be as deadly as any predator in the jungle, so she was cautious about where she sourced her water, sticking to small streams where the flow was more likely to be clean. Julianne recalled her father explaining that small streams would eventually lead to larger rivers, which were often used as pathways by local tribes, and could lead to her rescue. Finding food was another challenge. Though the jungle was teeming with life, not all of it was safe to consume. Julianne relied on fruits and nuts that she recognized as non-toxic, careful to conserve her energy by not eating anything that could make her ill. She avoided hunting, lacking both the tools and the energy for trapping or killing animals, and instead focused on gathering, which was less energy-intensive and safer. As she navigated through the dense underbrush, Julianne had to constantly be on the alert for dangerous wildlife. She knew the sounds of the jungle well enough to pause when the normal chorus of birds and insects suddenly quieted, a sign that a predator might be near. Snakes, which could be camouflaged in the leaf litter, posed a significant threat, and Julianne used sticks to rustle the foliage ahead of her as she walked, giving any hidden snakes time to slither away. The physical demands of her journey were immense. Her injuries, though not life-threatening, made movement painful and exhausting. Her broken collarbone limited her ability to use one arm fully, complicating even simple tasks like collecting food or clearing a path through thick vegetation. The gash on her leg was a constant concern, as any infection could quickly turn deadly without medical treatment. Despite these hardships, Julianne's spirits were buoyed by moments of beauty and a deep-seated connection to the natural world. The lush canopy, the chorus of birds at dawn, and the clear, starry nights reminded her of the time she spent with her parents in the jungle. These moments of reflection were crucial, providing mental respite from the constant challenges of survival. As days turned into a week, the physical toll on Julianne increased. Fatigue, hunger, and the onset of infections began to wear her down. She knew she had to find help soon. Determined to increase her chances of rescue, Julianne started leaving markers along her path, hoping they would catch the attention of any search parties or local tribespeople. She also began to practice shouting for help during the day, when the noise of her voice could carry far in the quiet moments of the jungle. Her persistence paid off. On the 11th day of her ordeal, Julianne stumbled upon a small hunting camp, deserted but clearly recently used. Here, she found a small shelter and tools, which she used to improve her own condition and prepare for the possibility of spending more time in the jungle. This discovery was a significant morale booster, offering her a temporary safe haven and the means to better sustain herself. Julianne's journey through the Amazon tested her to the limits of human endurance, highlighting her remarkable resilience and adaptability. Her survival was not just a tale of overcoming physical barriers, but also a profound inner journey of strength, hope, and the unyielding desire to live. As she continued her trek, each step was a step closer to safety, driven by her deep will to reunite with her family and to return to the world she had left behind on that fateful Christmas Eve flight. As Julianne Koepke continued her harrowing journey through the Amazon, her determination was fueled by a singular focus: survival. Her days were governed by the essential tasks of finding food and safe drinking water, navigating through the dense jungle, and avoiding the myriad dangers that the rainforest presented. Each small decision had potentially life-saving implications, and Julianne's deep familiarity with the jungle environment became her greatest asset. Using techniques her parents had taught her during her childhood, Julianne tapped into her knowledge of the rainforest's biodiversity to sustain herself. She knew which plants were safe to eat and which were best avoided, knowledge that was crucial in an environment where a simple mistake could prove fatal. This practical botanical knowledge allowed her to nourish herself with fruits and nuts that were safe to consume, providing her with the energy needed to continue. Moreover, Julianne understood the importance of hydration, especially in the hot and humid conditions of the Amazon. She followed small streams, ensuring she stayed hydrated, without moving too far from a predictable water source. These streams not only quenched her thirst, but also guided her through the vast, disorienting landscape, serving as a natural pathway through the dense underbrush. Despite the physical exhaustion and mental strain, Julianne's spirits were periodically lifted by the sheer beauty of the rainforest. The rich sounds of wildlife, from the calls of exotic birds to the rustling of small mammals, reminded her of her childhood spent in similar surroundings. These moments of appreciation provided brief respite from the relentless challenges of survival. Julianne's encounter with wildlife also included moments of tension and fear. The Amazon is home to numerous predators, and Julianne had to remain vigilant against potential threats from jaguars, snakes, and even poisonous insects. Her approach was one of cautious respect, avoiding confrontation and making noise when moving to alert animals to her presence, which is often enough to keep them at bay. Navigation was one of the most daunting challenges. Without a compass or a clear path, Julianne relied heavily on the sun and the flow of water bodies to maintain her bearings. She was aware that rivers and streams are lifelines in the Amazon, often leading to settlements or being used by local people for transportation. By following the flow of water, she aimed to find a larger river that could lead to rescue. The psychological challenge of isolation was profound. Julianne was not only battling physical exhaustion and environmental hazards, but also the emotional weight of solitude. She talked to herself, recounting memories and lessons from her parents, which helped to keep her mind focused and her morale high. This self-communication was crucial in maintaining her mental health and staving off the despair that could come from her isolation. As the days passed, Julianne's initial hope of quickly finding rescue began to wane, yet her determination did not falter. She understood that her best chance of survival was to keep moving toward potential rescue points. This resolve was put to the test when, after nearly 2 weeks alone in the jungle, she stumbled upon a significant sign of human activity, an abandoned boat lodged in a small tributary. Realizing the potential of this find, Julianne used the boat as a shelter, gathering strength and resources. She found a small cache of supplies in the boat, likely left by fishermen, which included some basic tools that could be used for fishing or improving her shelter. This discovery was a significant morale booster and a turning point, providing her with slightly improved living conditions and renewed hope. Julianne's profound knowledge of the jungle, her resilience in the face of overwhelming odds, and her ability to utilize every available resource exemplified human survival instinct at its finest. Her ordeal continued to test every aspect of her being, but each challenge overcome brought her one step closer to safety, underscoring the indomitable human spirit's capacity to persevere through seemingly insurmountable challenges. Julianne Kupka's survival skills were crucial in navigating the harsh environment of the Amazon. Armed with a strong background in biology, imparted by her scientist parents, and her intimate familiarity with the rainforest, she employed a variety of survival techniques that greatly enhanced her chances of enduring the formidable conditions she faced alone. One of the first survival strategies Julianne used was her ability to identify and utilize the resources around her effectively. Her knowledge of the rainforest flora played a vital role in this. She could identify edible plants and fruits that provided necessary nutrition and avoided those that were poisonous. Understanding which plants could offer medicinal benefits allowed her to treat her injuries and prevent infections, which could have been debilitating or fatal in her vulnerable state. Moreover, Julianne's understanding of the rainforest ecosystem guided her in using natural landmarks and the behavior of the river systems to navigate through the dense jungle. The direction of water flow in streams and rivers informed her path, helping her move towards larger water bodies that were more likely to be near human settlements or regularly used paths. In terms of dealing with wildlife, Julianne's approach was based on avoidance and precaution. She knew that most animals are more scared of humans than humans are of them, and made sure to create noise while moving to alert any nearby animals of her presence. This tactic likely prevented potential encounters with predators like jaguars or venomous snakes. At night, she sought refuge in places that offered natural protection from nocturnal predators, using her surroundings to create makeshift shelters. Julianne also demonstrated resourcefulness in her use of the materials available to her. For example, she used vines for binding and building shelters, and turned large leaves into collection surfaces for rainwater or dew when clean water sources were scarce. This ability to improvise was a testament to her deep understanding of the environment and her creativity in survival situations. The psychological resilience Julianne exhibited was perhaps as critical as her physical survival skills. The mental challenges of being alone in such a daunting environment were immense. Julianne coped by setting small, achievable goals each day, which gave her a sense of purpose and progress. She also kept a mental diary, recounting her days and reflecting on her experiences, which helped maintain her mental health and stave off feelings of despair and isolation. The culmination of these survival strategies was evident when, after 11 days of relentless pursuit of survival, Julianne heard the sound of an engine in the distance. Realizing the potential for rescue, she mustered the strength to move towards the sound, eventually finding a small shelter used by lumber workers. Her decision to follow the sound, guided by the hope of human presence, ultimately led to her being found and rescued. Upon her rescue, Julianne was transported to a local hospital where she received medical treatment for her injuries and dehydration. Her story of survival quickly captivated the world, becoming a symbol of human resilience and the will to survive against all odds. Reflecting on her ordeal, Julianne often credited her survival to the combination of her scientific knowledge, survival skills, and the emotional fortitude instilled by her parents. Her incredible journey through the Amazon not only highlighted the human capacity for survival, but also underscored the importance of understanding and respecting the natural world. Her experience continues to inspire and educate, serving as a powerful example of the strength and perseverance inherent in the human spirit. Juliane Kupska's miraculous survival after an 11-day ordeal in the Amazon jungle not only marked her as a figure of extraordinary resilience, but also had a profound impact on her life and the wider world. Her harrowing journey through the dense, perilous wilderness and her ultimate rescue captivated global audiences, bringing attention to the human capacity to endure against overwhelming odds. After her rescue and during her recovery, Juliane's story was widely covered by the media, and she was often portrayed as a symbol of hope and human strength. Her experience resonated with many, providing a narrative that highlighted the importance of courage, persistence, and the will to survive. As she healed from her physical injuries, Juliane also had to navigate the complex process of psychological recovery, dealing with the trauma of the crash and the loss of her mother, who had perished in the disaster. Returning to civilization brought challenges. Juliane faced a flurry of media attention and public curiosity, which was sometimes overwhelming. Despite this, she used her newfound platform to raise awareness about the Amazon rainforest, its beauty, its critical importance to the global ecosystem, and the threats it faced. Her unique insights and first-hand experiences provided a compelling perspective on environmental conservation. Juliane's ordeal also reinforced her interest in biology, shaping her academic and professional path. She pursued studies in biology, earning a doctorate, and returning to Peru to conduct research in the Amazon rainforest. Her work focused on the ecology of the region, and she became an advocate for its preservation, leveraging her personal story to highlight the connection between human survival and environmental stewardship. Moreover, Juliane's survival story has been used in survival training and wilderness medicine courses as a case study on human endurance, psychological resilience, and the practical application of survival skills in extreme conditions. Her ability to stay calm, make rational decisions in crisis situations, and utilize her environmental knowledge effectively are often highlighted as key factors that contributed to her survival. In the years following her rescue, Juliane has participated in documentaries and written accounts of her survival, offering insights into her thoughts and actions during those 11 days. Her reflections often focus on the lessons she learned about the value of life, the strength of the human spirit, and the profound connection between humans and nature. Juliane's story has not only inspired countless individuals, but has also contributed to a deeper understanding of the Amazon rainforest's complex ecosystem. Her advocacy and research work have helped promote efforts to protect and preserve the Amazon, highlighting its critical role in global biodiversity and climate regulation. Her legacy is multifaceted, encompassing her contributions to science, her inspirational survival story, and her ongoing environmental advocacy. As Juliane continues to speak about her experiences and the lessons learned, she maintains a focus on the future, advocating for sustainable practices to protect the environment that once saved her life. In reflecting on her journey, Juliane Kupska's narrative transcends the mere fact of survival. It encapsulates a profound journey of emotional and spiritual growth, a testament to the resilience of the human body and spirit, and a reminder of our inextricable connection to the natural world. Her life, profoundly shaped by those harrowing days in the Amazon, serves as a beacon of enduring strength, hope, and respect for life in all its forms. On a humid morning in early March 1962, the tarmac at Guam's airport was bustling with activity. Amidst this, a Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation, a long-range aircraft revered for its capabilities, was being prepared for a significant journey. This aircraft, operated by the Flying Tiger Line, was chartered by the U.S. military to transport troops and their equipment to Clark Air Base in the Philippines. The flight, numbered 739, was one segment of a multi-leg journey that had begun in California and was to ultimately end in Saigon. The Lockheed Constellation, known affectionately as the Connie, was a sight to behold with its distinctive triple-tail design and dolphin-shaped fuselage. On this day, it stood ready, its gleaming exterior reflecting the morning sun, as ground crew busily loaded the last of the cargo. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of purpose and urgency, common to military operations, Yet there was an undercurrent of casual camaraderie among the crew and passengers. Flight 739 was carrying 93 U.S. soldiers, 3 South Vietnamese, and 11 civilian crew members. The military personnel were mostly engineers and technical specialists, tasked with setting up communication and logistics bases in Vietnam. The flight crew, seasoned and skilled, were well versed in the demands and responsibilities of such important missions. The captain of the flight, an experienced pilot with years of flying with both commercial and military charters, performed a final walk-around inspection of the aircraft. He checked under the wings, examined the tires, and glanced over the engines, ensuring everything was in order before the long overwater flight. His co-pilot and navigator were already inside the cockpit, going through the pre-flight checklist, their voices a mixture of professional focus and occasional light-hearted remarks. Inside the cabin, the flight attendants briefed the soldiers on safety procedures. Although the mood among the troops was generally relaxed, many of them used to the routines of deployment. The flight attendants noted the attentive seriousness with which the soldiers listened to the emergency instructions. In the cargo hold, the last pieces of equipment were secured, the manifest checked and rechecked, to ensure that all was accounted for. Once boarding was complete, the crew closed the doors, and the captain made his way to the cockpit, signaling to the control tower their readiness to depart. Clearance was given, and the engines roared to life, a powerful, reassuring sound to both passengers and crew. The aircraft taxied to the runway, the early morning light casting long shadows on the ground. As the super constellation lined up on the runway, the captain made a final announcement over the intercom, his voice calm and confident. He reviewed the flight plan with the passengers, noting the expected flying time and weather conditions, which were favorable. There was a palpable sense of anticipation as the aircraft's engines revved up, the propellers spinning faster until they were just blurs. With a smooth surge forward, the plane began its takeoff roll, quickly gaining speed. The soldiers watched through the windows as Guam's landscape began to blur, the sensation of liftoff bringing a momentary weightlessness that contrasted with the heavy reality of their mission. As the aircraft climbed into the clear blue sky, it banked gently towards the west, setting course over the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The flight was expected to be routine, with hours of flying over open water. The crew settled into their roles, monitoring the aircraft's systems and maintaining regular communication with air traffic control. Below them, the Pacific stretched out endlessly, its surface a deep blue, occasionally broken by the white caps of waves. As Flight 739 reached cruising altitude, the captain switched on the autopilot, the aircraft humming steadily along its charted path. In the cabin, soldiers dozed or chatted quietly, the drone of the engines a constant backdrop. Everything seemed normal, the flight progressing as countless others had before. Yet, unbeknownst to those on board, this would be the last time Flight 739 would be seen or heard from. In the hours to follow, somewhere over the vast, mysterious depths of the Pacific, the aircraft and all its passengers would vanish without a trace, leaving behind only questions and a lingering sense of unease that would echo through the annals of aviation history. As Flight 739 steadily ascended to its cruising altitude, the vast Pacific Ocean unfolded below, a seemingly endless expanse of blue. The Lockheed L-1049 super constellation, a marvel of its time, was designed for long-range missions just like this, equipped with state-of-the-art navigation systems and powerful engines that hummed rhythmically, reassuringly. Inside the cockpit, the crew engaged in routine monitoring of their instruments, ensuring all systems operated within normal parameters. The flight path from Guam to the Philippines was a well-traveled route, typically uneventful, yet requiring constant vigilance due to its vast overwater stretches. The captain, a seasoned pilot with extensive experience in both commercial and military aviation, occasionally exchanged light-hearted banter with his co-pilot, breaking the monotony of the flight. However, their professionalism never waned. Each gauge and radar sweep was diligently observed, each communication with air traffic control crisp and clear. Inside the cabin, the mood among the passengers, mostly U.S. soldiers accustomed to the rigors of deployment, was one of subdued anticipation. Some tried to catch some sleep, resting against the rumble of the aircraft, while others read books or played cards, making the best of the hours ahead. The flight attendants moved quietly along the aisles, offering refreshments and checking on their charges with practiced smiles and gentle reassurances. Approximately 2 hours into the flight, as Flight 739 approached the midpoint of its journey over the open water, the captain made routine contact with air traffic control. Reporting their position, altitude, and status, everything was confirmed to be on track, with no deviations from the flight plan. The skies were clear, and weather reports indicated smooth sailing ahead. The controller at the other end acknowledged the update with a standard response, wishing them a continued safe journey. This communication, routine and unremarkable, would later be scrutinized and replayed, as it was the last confirmed transmission received from Flight 739. At the time, however, there was no indication of anything amiss. The aircraft continued on its path, the autopilot maintaining a steady course, the engine's steady drone a testament to their reliability. But as the minutes ticked by, an unseen and escalating issue was unfolding. Unbeknownst to the crew and passengers, a critical situation was developing that would soon culminate in the mysterious disappearance of Flight 739. The aircraft, now a mere speck against the vastness of the Pacific, was heading towards an uncertain fate. The last radar contact with the aircraft showed it continuing along its intended flight path. Then, inexplicably, the blip that represented the mighty constellation faded from the radar screens, vanishing without a trace. The disappearance was so sudden, so complete, that air traffic controllers initially doubted their equipment, frantically adjusting settings and calling out to the aircraft with growing urgency. "Flight 739, this is Control. Please come in," crackled over the radio, the controller's voice betraying a hint of concern. There was no response, only static filled the airwaves. Repeated calls, each more desperate than the last, met with the same eerie silence. As the realization set in that the aircraft was no longer on radar and not responding to communications, a chill ran through the control room. Emergency protocols were swiftly enacted. The disappearance of a military-chartered aircraft, especially one carrying over 100 souls, was a critical incident. The U.S. military, along with local aviation authorities, began coordinating an immediate response. Search and rescue operations were mobilized, with aircraft and ships directed to the last known location of Flight 739. As the news of the disappearance began to spread, the families of those on board, the military community, and the aviation world held their breath, hoping for any news of the aircraft. The mystery of what happened to Flight 739 in those final moments before it vanished would soon captivate the world, sparking questions, theories, and a massive search effort that sought in vain to uncover traces of the missing plane. The disappearance of Flight 739 triggered one of the largest search and rescue operations of the time, as the U.S. military, alongside international and local forces, launched an extensive effort to locate the missing aircraft and its passengers. Given the flight's last known position over the expansive Pacific Ocean, the area to be searched was vast and daunting, presenting significant logistical challenges. As soon as the aircraft was reported missing, the control centers coordinating the search mobilized a fleet of aircraft from various bases across the Pacific Rim. These included long-range patrol aircraft equipped with sophisticated radar and other sensory equipment designed for maritime surveillance and search operations. The U.S. Navy dispatched ships that were in the region to converge on the suspected area where contact with Flight 739 was lost. This initial response was a race against time, with hope still alive for finding survivors. Simultaneously, the Air Force's Rescue Coordination Center set up a command hub to oversee the operation, pulling in resources from across the military spectrum. This hub became the focal point for all communication and decision-making, ensuring that efforts were not duplicated and resources were deployed efficiently. Information flowed continuously, with updates on weather conditions, sea currents, and any sightings or debris reported by ships and planes partaking in the search. The search area, primarily defined by the last known radar contact with Flight 739, covered thousands of square miles of ocean. The area was known for its deep waters and challenging weather conditions, which could change swiftly and dramatically, complicating search efforts. The operation used a grid pattern, with each ship and aircraft assigned specific sectors to scour. The systematic approach was designed to cover as much area as possible, but the vastness of the Pacific Ocean and its deceptive tranquility made the task daunting. As days passed, the intensity of the search increased, but no trace of the aircraft or its passengers was found. The lack of debris or any sign of the aircraft was perplexing, leading to growing frustration and anxiety among the search teams and the families waiting for news. The operation continued round the clock, with search teams working in shifts, battling fatigue, and the emotional toll of the fruitless search. Meanwhile, speculation about the fate of Flight 739 began to mount. The absence of a distress signal prior to the disappearance raised questions about sudden catastrophic events, such as an explosion or a rapid descent into the ocean, which might have left little trace. The possibility of a hijacking or a deliberate diversion was considered but seemed less likely without any communication or ransom demands. Experts from various fields were brought in to analyze the flight's last known parameters and environmental data to model potential crash scenarios. These models were used to adjust search patterns, taking into account ocean currents and wind conditions that might have moved debris away from the initial impact site. Satellite imagery was scrutinized for any anomalies that could indicate a crash site, and other nations with satellite capabilities were requested to review their data. As the search extended into weeks, the hope of finding survivors waned, and the mission gradually shifted from rescue to recovery. The focus became finding any wreckage that could provide clues to what happened during the final moments of Flight 739. This was crucial not only for solving the mystery, but also for providing closure to the families and ensuring that any potential safety issues affecting other flights could be addressed. Despite the extensive efforts, the search was eventually scaled back. The decision was heart-wrenching for all involved, particularly for the families of those on board. Memorials were held in various locations, attended by military personnel, family members, and representatives from the Flying Tiger Line. The gatherings were somber, with attendees clinging to each other for support, sharing memories of their loved ones, and grappling with the unresolved fate of Flight 739. The official end of the search marked a painful closure of this chapter, leaving a lingering mystery in the annals of aviation history. The disappearance of Flight 739 remained a topic of fascination and speculation, inspiring investigative reports, documentaries, and continued amateur sleuthing. The lack of concrete evidence or wreckage allowed for numerous theories to flourish, from alien abductions to secret military experiments, each adding layers to the enigma of the vanished aircraft. Yet, the most significant impact was undoubtedly on the families and the aviation community, who continued to feel the absence of closure and the haunting presence of those 107 souls lost somewhere over the vast, inscrutable Pacific Ocean. The vanishing of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 in 1962 continued to haunt the aviation community and the families of the missing. Without any wreckage or clues to provide closure, the mystery seemed destined to remain unsolved. But behind the scenes, various theories were actively being explored, each proposing a different scenario that might explain the sudden disappearance. One prevailing theory was a catastrophic mechanical failure. The Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation was a reliable aircraft, but it was not immune to the intense demands of long-haul flights across vast oceanic expanses. Experts pondered the possibility of a structural failure that could have led to an in-flight breakup. This type of disaster could explain the lack of distress signals if the aircraft was destroyed rapidly and completely above deep waters. Another theory suggested sabotage or an explosion. Given the Cold War context and the military nature of the flight, speculations arose about the involvement of espionage or a targeted attack. Some relatives of the crew and passengers theorized that the plane might have been brought down by a bomb, perhaps planted to intercept the sensitive military cargo purportedly on board. This theory was bolstered by scattered reports from sailors who claimed to have seen a bright light in the sky that could have been an explosion. However, these accounts were never officially confirmed, and no physical evidence supported the explosion theory. Further complicating the mystery were the extensive military communications and radar networks spanning the Pacific, which astonishingly failed to track the aircraft beyond its last known position. The lack of radar evidence puzzled investigators and fueled conspiracy theories. Some suggested that the flight might have veered off course, entering an area where it was either captured or brought down by foreign military forces. Yet, without traces or credible reports from international or enemy states, this scenario remained speculative. As time passed, the intense focus of the initial search efforts waned, but the determination for answers did not. The military's initial response had been robust, reflecting the urgency and gravity of losing a plane carrying over 100 service members and civilians. When the official search operations were concluded, many felt a profound sense of incompleteness, driving them to continue seeking answers independently. This ongoing quest for clarity led to a resurgence of interest in the case among amateur sleuths and investigative journalists. Decades after the disappearance, new technologies and changing geopolitical landscapes allowed for fresh examinations of old flight data and military records. Freedom of Information Act requests revealed previously classified documents that shed some light on the military's internal responses and concerns regarding the flight's disappearance. The families of the passengers, united in their need for closure and understanding, formed a network to share information and support each other. Annual gatherings and memorials were organized, where stories about the missing were shared, keeping their memories alive. These meetings often served as a forum for exchanging the latest findings and theories, maintaining pressure on the authorities to keep the investigation open. In recent years, advances in underwater technology and satellite imagery have prompted new searches in the Pacific. These efforts are often funded by private entities and supported by volunteers, including retired naval officers and aviation experts. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public interest and, more importantly, offering a glimmer of hope to those still haunted by the loss. Documentary filmmakers and investigative reporters have also played a crucial role in keeping the story in the public eye. Documentaries have delved deep into the technical aspects of the aircraft's design and operation, interviewed former military personnel who were involved in the initial search and rescue operations, and highlighted the personal stories of those left behind. These films often end with a call to action, urging aviation authorities and the military to revisit the case with new tools and insights. The continuing mystery of Flight 739 not only serves as a poignant reminder of the risks inherent in aviation, but also underscores the limitations of mid-20th century technology in dealing with such disappearances. The story of Flight 739, woven through decades of speculation, research, and remembrance, remains a compelling chapter in the history of aviation, reflecting the enduring human need for answers and the relentless pursuit of truth, no matter how elusive it may be. The lack of definitive answers surrounding the disappearance of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 had a profound impact on the families of the passengers and the crew, as well as on military operations and the broader aviation industry. As years turned into decades without closure, the emotional weight bore heavily on those left behind, prompting shifts in policy and continuing dialogue about aviation safety and military procedures. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance was a time of intense grief and confusion for the families of the 107 individuals on board. The absence of tangible evidence or a clear explanation compounded their sorrow, leaving many to grapple with unresolved feelings of loss. This grief was accompanied by a growing frustration with the military and government agencies, perceived by some as withholding information or not doing enough to resolve the mystery. This sentiment spurred some family members to become advocates for change in how military-related aviation incidents were handled, particularly regarding transparency and communication with victims' families. Their efforts led to more structured policies on providing timely and clear information to families, which has since been adopted in other areas of military and civilian aviation. In addition to the emotional and procedural impacts, the disappearance prompted a re-evaluation of flight safety protocols and emergency response strategies. The military, heavily reliant on chartered flights for transporting personnel and equipment, particularly during the Vietnam War, began to implement more rigorous checks on aircraft and operators, including stricter standards for maintenance and crew training. This shift was mirrored in the civilian aviation sector, where the incident underscored the need for robust tracking and communication technologies. It catalyzed advancements in flight monitoring systems, including the development and eventual mandate of more sophisticated transponders and satellite-based tracking systems that could maintain contact with aircraft over vast and remote areas like the Pacific Ocean. The ongoing mystery also influenced public perceptions and policies regarding military secrecy and accountability. The initial secrecy surrounding the flight's mission and cargo fueled conspiracy theories and public speculation, leading to calls for greater transparency in military operations involving civilian contractors and equipment. As the decades passed, the families of those lost on Flight 739 found various ways to honor their memories. Memorials were established, and annual remembrances were organized, allowing relatives, friends, and former military colleagues to gather and share memories of their loved ones. These events also served as platforms for continuing advocacy for improvements in aviation safety and military accountability. The unresolved nature of the disappearance continued to inspire investigative journalists, researchers, and filmmakers, leading to periodic resurgences of interest in the case. Each new article, documentary, or book prompted public discussions and occasionally brought forward new information or theories, though none sufficient to solve the mystery. Most recently, technological advances in underwater exploration and satellite imaging have given new hope to those seeking answers. These technologies have the potential to explore and map the ocean floor at depths and with accuracy previously unattainable. Inspired by successful searches for other lost aircraft, such as Air France Flight 447, some family members and independent researchers have called for new searches in the areas where Flight 739 might have gone down. Despite the tragedy and the many years that have passed, the legacy of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 remains a powerful catalyst for change and a poignant reminder of the enduring human spirit's quest for answers and justice. The story of Flight 739 continues to resonate, a mysterious chapter in aviation history that still captures the imagination and determination of many around the world. As the years turned into decades, the unresolved mystery of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 continued to cast a long shadow over all who were touched by its disappearance. With neither wreckage nor definitive answers, the enigma remained a persistent reminder of the limitations faced in the search for truth within the vast, unyielding expanses of the ocean. The story of Flight 739, fraught with its enduring mystery, has transcended its era to become a symbol of unresolved loss and the pursuit of closure. Families of the missing, united by their shared grief, formed a close-knit community, bound together by the need to keep the memory of their loved ones alive and to seek answers. This community often gathered on anniversaries of the disappearance, creating a space not only to mourn, but also to share updates and continue pressing for action. Despite the passage of time, the call for new searches never completely died down. Advances in technology, particularly in satellite imaging and deep-sea exploration, rekindled hope among the families and the aviation community that someday the site of the crash might be discovered. Inspired by successful recoveries of other lost aircraft, such as the finding of the Titanic and the wreckage of Air France Flight 447 decades after their disappearances, advocates for reopening the case of Flight 739 argued that modern technology could finally offer the means to locate the remains of the aircraft. Efforts to leverage new technologies led to proposals for targeted searches using sophisticated sonar equipment capable of deep-sea mapping, as well as drones that could scan large areas of the ocean floor more efficiently than manned vessels. These proposals garnered attention not only from the families, but also from governmental and private entities that could provide the necessary resources. In the realm of public engagement and media, the story of Flight 739 maintained a captivating allure. Documentaries produced in recent years brought the case back into the public eye, featuring interviews with former military personnel, aviation experts, and family members. These documentaries often explored not just the facts of the case, but also the broader implications of such disappearances on aviation safety and military transparency. Additionally, the mystery inspired authors and filmmakers, leading to the creation of various fictional accounts and conspiracy theories that, while often speculative, kept the conversation alive. These narratives explored themes of Cold War espionage, alien encounters, and even experimental military technology, reflecting the human fascination with unresolved mysteries. Academically, the disappearance of Flight 739 became a case study in international relations and military studies programs, where it was examined in the context of U.S. military logistics during the Vietnam War era and the geopolitical tensions of the time. This scholarly interest helped to maintain a degree of academic attention on the case, ensuring that it remained a part of the discourse on aviation history and military operations. Legal and political advocacy also became a significant part of the legacy of Flight 739. Family members and their supporters often lobbied for changes in laws regarding the military's accountability to civilian families and the transparency of information concerning accidents involving military personnel and equipment. These efforts sometimes led to legislative changes and improved policies regarding family briefings and access to records. As the 60th anniversary of the disappearance approached, the U.S. government released several formally classified documents related to the flight. While much of the information had been redacted, the release of these documents represented a small victory for those who had long advocated for greater transparency. For some families, the documents provided new details that, while not solving the mystery, offered insights into the military's handling of the incident. The ongoing quest for answers about Flight 739 also highlighted broader issues related to the recognition of service personnel and civilians involved in covert or classified operations. This led to discussions about the ways in which such individuals are memorialized and honored, culminating in more inclusive memorials that acknowledge their contributions and sacrifices. Today, the legacy of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a poignant story of loss and the relentless pursuit of truth, a narrative that has impacted aviation safety regulations, military accountability, and the technologies used in search and rescue operations. For the families of those who vanished along with the aircraft, it remains a deeply personal story of waiting and hoping for closure. In a broader sense, the mystery serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities in human endeavors, particularly in the face of vast and indifferent natural forces like the deep ocean. Yet, it also illustrates the human capacity for resilience, the enduring quest for knowledge, and the unyielding desire to find answers, no matter how elusive they may be. The profound impact of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739's disappearance stretched beyond the immediate shock and continued to resonate through the subsequent years, driving changes and fostering developments across multiple facets of society, from aviation technology to family advocacy and public policy. As the narrative of Flight 739 moved forward, it beckoned a broader contemplation on the themes of memory, technological progress, and the pursuit of closure, a pursuit that never seemed to diminish in intensity or necessity. Even decades after the disappearance, the commitment to finding Flight 739 was reinvigorated by technological advancements that offered new hope. The introduction of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and more sophisticated side-scan sonar technology provided tools capable of exploring the ocean depths with unprecedented detail and efficiency. Proposals for new search initiatives were drafted, with input from oceanographers, former naval officers, and aviation experts who believed that the aircraft's final resting place could be pinpointed with the right resources and a targeted approach. Family members and advocacy groups, empowered by these technological promises, renewed their calls for action. They organized conferences and engaged with experts in maritime search and recovery to outline feasible search plans. These plans were then presented to governmental and private agencies capable of funding and executing such ambitious undertakings. The dialogue between these families and potential supporters became a testament to the enduring hope that modern technology could finally unravel the mystery that time had not forgotten. The story of Flight 739 also found its way into educational curriculums and cultural reflections, influencing how future generations understood and interacted with the past's unresolved mysteries. Universities and educational institutions developed courses that dealt not only with the technical aspects of aviation, but also with crisis management, historical analysis, and the psychological impact of unresolved tragedies. These academic discussions often used Flight 739 as a case study to explore the complex interplay between technology, human factors, and nature. Culturally, the disappearance influenced artistic expressions across mediums. Playwrights, novelists, and filmmakers drew upon the emotional and mysterious elements of the story to craft works that questioned the nature of truth, the reliability of memory, and the human response to the unknown. These works contributed to a broader societal engagement with the themes of loss and resolution, illustrating how a single event can continue to inspire and provoke thought across generations. On a more practical level, the ongoing discussions around Flight 739 spurred further enhancements in aviation safety standards and search and rescue operations. The incident underscored the need for robust international cooperation in aviation incidents, leading to stronger protocols for sharing information and resources during multinational search operations. The global aviation community took to heart the lessons learned, or rather, the questions raised, by Flight 739's disappearance. Policymakers, influenced by the advocacy of families and communities connected to the flight, worked to refine laws regarding the military's responsibility to keep families informed and involved in the aftermath of accidents involving military personnel on non-combat missions. These policy changes aim to ensure transparency and accountability, preventing any future family from experiencing the same prolonged anguish of not knowing. As the years turned into a full circle of commemorations, various memorials and events were established to honor the memories of those lost on Flight 739. These acts of remembrance served as poignant reminders of the individuals behind the mystery, highlighting their lives and legacies rather than allowing them to be overshadowed by the circumstances of their disappearance. Through these memorials, the families found not only spaces of mourning, but also of celebration of the lives that had touched theirs so deeply. New memorials were dedicated, and annual gatherings were held, not just as rituals of remembrance, but as ongoing affirmations of the community's commitment to finding answers. Each ceremony, each plaque unveiled, and each story shared added layers to the collective memory of the event, ensuring that the narrative of Flight 739 would remain a living, evolving part of the historical and cultural landscape. Through these multifaceted legacies, the story of flying Tiger Line Flight 739 continues to resonate. It serves as a powerful narrative about the limits of human endeavor against nature's immensity, the relentless pursuit of technological advancement to conquer these limits, and the undying human spirit's need for resolution and understanding. Even as the mystery endures, the quest for closure remains a poignant reminder of the indelible impact of those who were lost, and the unyielding hope of those left behind to tell their story. On a seemingly ordinary day, Iran Air Flight 655, a civilian Airbus A300, was preparing for a routine journey across the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas, Iran, to Dubai, UAE. The aircraft, a symbol of modern civilian aviation, was equipped to carry a significant number of passengers in comfort and safety. Yet, on July 3, 1988, this flight would tragically transform from a routine air travel episode into a devastating international incident, forever marking a dark chapter in aviation history. The geopolitical climate of the late 1980s was fraught with tension, particularly in regions like the Persian Gulf, where strategic interests and political conflicts intersected dramatically. The backdrop of this tension set the stage for the catastrophic downing of Flight 655, a tragedy that escalated existing hostilities between the United States and Iran, and raised critical questions about military rules of engagement and the safety of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. At the heart of these tensions was the USS Vincennes, a United States Navy guided missile cruiser stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will. This operation was aimed at protecting oil tankers and international shipping routes from attacks amid the ongoing Iran-Iraq War, highlighting the region's global economic significance and the high stakes involved in maintaining control over it. The USS Vincennes, equipped with some of the most advanced naval technology of the time, including sophisticated weaponry and an Aegis combat system, was under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III. The ship was a floating fortress, capable of tracking and engaging multiple targets with precision. Yet, the complexities and pressures of operating in such a volatile environment would soon lead to a grave misjudgment. On that fateful morning, the Vincennes was already on high alert due to earlier skirmishes with Iranian forces. The crew was tense, their readiness for combat tested by the recent engagements. This heightened state of alert would prove to be a crucial factor in the tragic events that unfolded. As Iran Air Flight 655 took off, carrying 290 passengers, including 66 children, it ascended into clear skies, expecting an uneventful passage to Dubai. The passengers aboard the Airbus were a mix of individuals, families returning home, pilgrims on spiritual journeys, and business professionals. None could have anticipated that their flight path would intersect disastrously with the Vincennes mission. The tragic misidentification of Iran Air Flight 655 by the Vincennes' sophisticated combat systems as a hostile Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet rather than a civilian airliner, set into motion a chain of decisions that would culminate in one of the deadliest mistakes in naval history. This incident, with its profound loss of innocent lives, served as a somber reminder of the dangers civilian aircraft face during military conflicts and the dire consequences of miscommunication and error in the heat of combat. On the morning of July 3, 1988, Iran Air Flight 655 was preparing for its routine short flight over the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas International Airport in Iran to Dubai, UAE. The Airbus A300 was one of the mainstays of Iran Air's fleet, well-maintained and capable of carrying a large number of passengers across international lines. On this particular day, the aircraft was filled with 290 passengers, including 66 children, who were looking forward to their destinations. The mix of individuals on board included Iranian pilgrims heading to Mecca after their stop in Dubai, families on vacation, and businessmen on routine travel. The captain of Flight 655, Mohsen Rezayan, was an experienced pilot with thousands of hours of flying time. His familiarity with the route and his aircraft were well established, factors that contributed to the routine nature of what should have been a short and uneventful flight. The crew's professionalism was a constant reassurance to their passengers, who trusted them with their safety across the often politically turbulent skies of the Persian Gulf. The flight crew completed their pre-flight checks with the practiced ease of seasoned professionals. The atmosphere inside the cabin was calm as passengers settled into their seats, stowed their carry-on items, and listened to the flight attendant's safety briefing. Outside, the weather conditions were ideal for flying, with clear skies and mild winds. At 10:17 a.m. local time, Flight 655 was cleared for takeoff. Meanwhile, the USS Vincennes, under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III, was on high alert. The ship, part of the United States Navy's Fifth Fleet, was armed with advanced weaponry and a sophisticated combat system designed to track and engage enemy targets efficiently. It was stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will, which aimed to protect neutral oil tankers and international shipping lanes from attacks during the ongoing Iran-Iraq War. The Vincennes had been involved in several tense encounters with Iranian military forces in the weeks leading up to July 3rd. Earlier that day, the ship had exchanged fire with Iranian speedboats, heightening the crew's readiness and sensitivity to potential threats. The psychological pressure of continuous engagement and the perceived constant threat from Iranian forces colored the crew's judgment, setting the stage for the tragic events that would unfold. As Flight 655 ascended into the international air corridor, known as the Amber Route, it entered a region heavily monitored by military radars, including those of the USS Vincennes. The standard commercial flight path of Flight 655 would take it within proximity of where the Vincennes was operating. However, in the tense atmosphere of military engagement and the heightened state of alert, the approaching civilian airliner was misidentified by the Vincennes combat systems as a potential military threat. The crew of the Vincennes observed the aircraft ascending and, due to a catastrophic series of misinterpretations and misinformation, identified it as an Iranian F-14 Tomcat fighter jet, a type previously encountered in the region. This misidentification was due primarily to the psychological and situational stress factors affecting the Vincennes crew, compounded by the lack of effective communication between the ship and the aircraft. Attempts to contact the approaching plane were unsuccessful. In part, this was due to frequency discrepancies. Military vessels and civilian aircraft often operate on different communication channels. Moreover, the crew of the Vincennes, operating under the belief that they were dealing with a military jet, may have expected a different type of response than a civilian airliner could provide. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was rapidly made. Believing they were acting in defense against an imminent threat, the Vincennes fired 2 surface-to-air missiles at Flight 655. Within minutes, the Airbus A300 was struck, causing it to explode and plummet into the waters of the Persian Gulf. The aftermath of the explosion was catastrophic. All 290 people aboard were killed instantly, their lives claimed by a tragic misinterpretation in a high-stakes environment. The debris of Flight 655 scattered across the water, marking the spot where the aircraft met its tragic end, and where the intersection of a routine commercial flight and a military operation in a conflict zone resulted in one of the deadliest incidents of its kind in the history of aviation. On that fateful day, July 3, 1988, as the radar officer aboard the USS Vincennes saw the blip of Iran Air Flight 655 appear on his screen. The standard operating environment quickly escalated to a crisis situation. Situated in the strategic yet volatile Strait of Hormuz, the crew was acutely aware of the potential for encounters with Iranian military forces. The intense pressure and rapid pace required for decision-making aboard the Vincennes set the stage for what would become a tragic misunderstanding. The sequence of events leading up to the tragedy was both swift and disastrous. The Vincennes was already engaged in a tense confrontation with Iranian gunboats, and the atmosphere was charged with the urgency of defense. When the Airbus A300 appeared on the radar, the Vincennes' advanced Aegis combat system tagged the plane as a potential threat. This system, designed to track and engage under extreme conditions, did not differentiate between military and civilian aircraft without specific input to do so. Captain William C. Rogers III faced the critical decision of how to respond. The standard identification protocols called for confirming the aircraft's identity before taking any aggressive action. However, amid the chaos and under the impression that they were dealing with a potential Iranian military threat, the crew attempted to contact the approaching aircraft, using military frequencies to issue warning signals, which civilian aircraft like Flight 655 were not equipped to receive properly. The efforts to communicate failed, increasing the perception of a threat. As the aircraft continued its normal flight path towards Dubai, unaware of the unfolding situation, the crew of the Vincennes interpreted its silence and the maintained flight trajectory as confirmation of hostile intent. This misinterpretation was compounded by the psychological strain on the crew, who were operating under the assumption that any delay in response could be catastrophic given the high tensions in the region. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was made. Captain Rogers, weighing the perceived imminent threat against the rules of engagement, authorized the launch of 2 SM-2MR surface-to-air missiles. The decision, made under the duress of active defense during perceived wartime conditions, was aimed at neutralizing what they thought was a military threat. The missiles were launched and tracked until they struck Iran Air Flight 655, causing a catastrophic explosion. The plane disintegrated in mid-air, killing all 290 passengers and crew aboard instantly. Debris scattered across the water as the reality of the situation began to dawn on the crew of the Vincennes. The immediate aftermath was one of confusion and horror. The U.S. Navy, realizing the magnitude of the error, scrambled to assess the situation. However, the damage was irreversible, and the grim task of accounting for the civilian lives lost began. This tragic incident highlighted the dire consequences of miscommunication and the devastating impact of military engagements on civilian lives. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate outrage and profound grief. The loss of 290 civilians, including many children, in such a horrific manner exacerbated the already tense relations between the U.S. and Iran. The Iranian government condemned the attack, mourning the loss of innocent lives and demanding international condemnation and justice. The incident became a symbol of American aggression and a rallying point for Iranian national sentiment. Internationally, the shootdown of Flight 655 stirred a wave of criticism against the United States. Governments and human rights organizations around the world questioned the protocols and the judgment that led to the use of lethal force against a civilian airliner. The tragic mistake prompted calls for a thorough investigation and a re-evaluation of military rules of engagement to prevent similar incidents in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the perilous intersection of military operations and civilian aviation, underscoring the need for stringent measures to protect innocent lives in conflict zones. The tragedy has had a lasting impact on international relations and military protocols, serving as a grave lesson in the costs of warfare and the absolute necessity for vigilant, informed command decisions in combat situations. The destruction of Iran Air Flight 655 by the USS Vincennes reverberated through the corridors of power in Washington and Tehran, sparking a complex aftermath characterized by political turmoil, international outrage, and profound grief. The immediate response from the U.S. military and government was a mix of defensive posturing and cautious regret, reflecting the delicate balance between national security interests and the tragedy of civilian casualties. Immediately following the incident, the United States Navy conducted a preliminary internal investigation to understand the sequence of events that led to the tragedy. The initial statements from the U.S. government were carefully worded, emphasizing the tense situation in the Persian Gulf and the Vincennes crew's belief that they were engaging a hostile Iranian military aircraft. Captain Rogers, commanding officer of the Vincennes, and his crew were initially defended by U.S. officials who highlighted the challenging conditions under which they operated. However, as details of the shootdown became clearer, the U.S. administration faced increasing pressure to address the incident more fully. President Ronald Reagan expressed deep regret over the loss of life, but stopped short of a formal apology, citing the need for further investigation. The administration's stance was seen by many as an attempt to mitigate diplomatic fallout, without fully acknowledging the extent of the error. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate and profound indignation. The Iranian government condemned the downing of Flight 655 as a barbaric act and a gross violation of international law. The incident was portrayed in the Iranian media as a deliberate attack, exacerbating anti-American sentiment and rallying public support against the U.S. Mourning turned into anger as thousands took to the streets in Tehran and other cities to protest against what they saw as an act of aggression. The Iranian leadership used the tragedy to reinforce their narrative of victimization by Western powers, particularly the United States, which served to strengthen the regime's domestic standing at a time when it was still recovering from the prolonged and bloody Iran-Iraq war. Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, described the incident as an example of American savagery and declared that it exposed the true face of the United States to the world. Internationally, the incident drew widespread condemnation. The United Nations Security Council convened to discuss the shootdown, and while a resolution explicitly condemning the United States was not passed due to diplomatic maneuverings, the incident led to a series of debates about military engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. Numerous countries expressed their condolences to Iran and called for comprehensive measures to prevent such tragedies in the future. In the months following the disaster, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and other international bodies scrutinized the incident, leading to discussions about improving communication channels between military and civilian aircraft. This dialogue highlighted the need for enhanced identification protocols to distinguish military from civilian aircraft, a key factor that could have prevented the downing of Flight 655. The U.S. Congress also held hearings to examine the circumstances that led to the tragedy, questioning the rules of engagement and the use of force in crowded international waters. These hearings were often contentious, reflecting the deep divisions within the United States about the appropriate use of military power and the need to protect civilian lives. In 1996, 8 years after the incident, the United States and Iran reached a settlement at the International Court of Justice, where the U.S. agreed to pay $61.8 million in compensation to the families of the victims, though without admitting legal liability or formally apologizing. The settlement was part of a broader attempt to thaw relations between the two nations, although deep-seated mistrust and unresolved issues continued to plague U.S.-Iran interactions. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a significant event in the history of U.S.-Iran relations, embodying the tragic potential for misunderstanding and unintended consequences in high-stakes military operations. The political, legal, and diplomatic efforts to address the aftermath of the incident have shaped international aviation and military engagement rules, serving as a somber reminder of the importance of rigor, caution, and clarity in military operations around the world. The investigation into the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 was a complex and contentious process, involving multiple international stakeholders and fraught with geopolitical implications. The aftermath of the incident necessitated a thorough inquiry to determine the causes and contributing factors that led to such a catastrophic error by the USS Vincennes. The U.S. Navy conducted its initial investigation shortly after the incident. This inquiry aimed to piece together the events leading up to the missile strike and evaluate the decision-making processes of Captain Rogers and his crew. The investigation acknowledged that the crew had misidentified the civilian airliner as a military threat, specifically an Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet. However, the findings also highlighted the high-pressure environment under which the crew operated, citing the perceived threat of Iranian attacks and the intense psychological strain of their mission in the Gulf. Simultaneously, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, launched its own independent investigation, focusing on the safety protocols and communication failures that contributed to the tragedy. This investigation scrutinized the radar systems and the protocols used by the USS Vincennes, examining how a sophisticated Aegis combat system could mistake a large climbing Airbus A300 for a descending fighter jet. The ICAO's findings were critical in understanding the technical limitations and human errors in complex combat systems. These investigations revealed a series of critical missteps and misunderstandings. The USS Vincennes had been operating in a declared war zone and was on high alert due to previous skirmishes with Iranian forces earlier that day. This context contributed to the crew's heightened defensive posture and readiness to engage perceived threats rapidly. Furthermore, the investigation found that the Vincennes radar operators had misinterpreted the standard commercial airliner's flight profile, mistaking its larger radar signature and steady ascent as aggressive maneuvers. Compounding these errors were failures in communication. Flight 655 was transmitting on a civilian air traffic control frequency, not the military frequencies monitored by the Vincennes. Attempts by the Vincennes to warn the aircraft used military channels, which the civilian plane was not equipped to receive. Additionally, psychological factors such as confirmation bias and tunnel vision exacerbated the crew's misjudgment, as they interpreted incoming data through the lens of an expected military confrontation. The findings of these investigations led to significant controversies and debates. In Iran, the U.S. Navy's explanation was met with skepticism and outrage, perceived as an inadequate response to the loss of 290 civilian lives. Many Iranians saw the incident not as an error, but as an intentional act, reinforcing deep-seated animosity and distrust towards the United States. Internationally, the incident sparked a broader discussion about the rules of engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The tragedy highlighted the need for clearer differentiation between military and civilian air traffic, leading to calls for enhanced identification protocols and improved communication systems to prevent similar incidents in the future. In response to the global outcry and the internal reviews suggesting procedural failures, the U.S. military took steps to revise its rules of engagement and bolster the training of its personnel, especially in the identification and engagement of air targets. These changes aim to reduce the likelihood of such tragic errors in future conflicts, emphasizing the importance of verifying targets before engagement. The U.S. government also faced legal and diplomatic repercussions. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, claiming that the shootdown was not only unlawful but also a deliberate act of aggression. The proceedings at the ICJ were closely watched worldwide as they dealt with critical issues of international law and state responsibility. In 1996, the United States agreed to settle the case by compensating the families of the victims, though it continued to avoid admitting legal liability or formally apologizing, maintaining that the incident was a tragic mistake. The settlement, while providing some financial compensation to the bereaved families, did little to heal the deep wounds inflicted by the tragedy. The legacy of Flight 655 continues to influence U.S.-Iran relations and serves as a grim reminder of the dangers of military escalation and the essential need for rigorous safeguards in military operations to protect innocent lives in times of conflict. The ongoing discourse around this incident underscores the enduring challenge of balancing security concerns with the imperatives of human rights and international law. The political and military implications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 were profound, shaping the dynamics of U.S.-Iran relations for years and influencing global military and aviation policies. The incident became a significant point of contention, affecting diplomatic interactions and international perceptions of military engagement rules. In the immediate aftermath, the incident drastically exacerbated the already strained relations between the United States and Iran. It deepened the chasm of mistrust and hostility, complicating any efforts toward rapprochement. For Iran, the incident was perceived not just as a tragedy, but as a deliberate attack, reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The Iranian government leveraged this event to unify public opinion and garner international sympathy, portraying the United States as an aggressive and imperialist power. On the American side, the incident prompted a re-evaluation of military engagement rules, particularly concerning the identification and engagement of non-combatant aircraft in conflict zones. The U.S. military faced intense scrutiny both domestically and internationally, prompting discussions about the safeguards needed to prevent such incidents. In response, the Pentagon reviewed and tightened its rules of engagement and command protocols, particularly around areas with high civilian activity. One of the significant changes was the enhancement of the military's identification processes to distinguish between civilian and military aircraft more effectively. This involved improving radar systems capabilities and ensuring that personnel were better trained in interpreting radar data under pressure. The military also increased its emphasis on using multiple sources of information to confirm the identities of potential targets before engaging them. These changes were partly influenced by the broader shift towards more stringent standards for accountability within military operations worldwide. The incident underscored the necessity for robust checks and balances in military decision-making processes, especially in scenarios where the risk of civilian casualties is high. Internationally, the shootdown had ramifications for global aviation safety. It highlighted the vulnerability of civilian aircraft flying in or near conflict zones, and led to calls for improved communication between civilian and military entities. This led to increased cooperation between the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and various military organizations to enhance civilian aircraft safety during military conflicts. Procedures and technologies for better tracking and communication were developed, aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Moreover, the incident influenced international law regarding military engagements and the protection of civilians in armed conflict zones. It became a case study in numerous international law programs and military academies discussed for its legal, ethical, and procedural implications. The discussions often focused on the balance between national security interests and the need to protect civilian lives, shaping future legal frameworks and conventions. The diplomatic fallout from the incident continued to linger, impacting U.S.-Iran relations for decades. The lack of a formal apology from the U.S. government was particularly contentious, seen by many in Iran as an indicator of insincerity in addressing the consequences of the shootdown. This perception hindered diplomatic dialogue and contributed to the cyclical escalation and de-escalation of tensions between the two countries. Despite the passage of time, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the catastrophic consequences of military miscalculations. The incident continues to be referenced in discussions about military ethics, the rules of engagement, and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives in times of conflict. It serves as a somber lesson in the importance of vigilance, precision, and accountability in military operations, ensuring that the memory of those lost continues to inform and guide future military and diplomatic endeavors. The legal and ethical ramifications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 are as complex as they are profound. In the years following the incident, a series of legal actions and diplomatic negotiations highlighted the challenges of addressing such a tragedy within the frameworks of international law and bilateral relations. These proceedings also raised significant ethical questions about accountability and reparations in cases involving military mistakes with civilian casualties. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Iran sought justice and compensation through international legal avenues, claiming that the downing was not only a tragic accident, but a gross violation of international law. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, demanding accountability and reparations for the victims' families. This legal move was part of Tehran's broader strategy to internationalize the issue, seeking global condemnation of the United States and reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The United States, while expressing regret over the loss of innocent lives, maintained that the incident was a tragic mistake during a complex combat situation. Initially, the U.S. government resisted admitting legal liability, framing the event as an unfortunate consequence of wartime operations in a high-threat environment. This stance was heavily criticized, both domestically and internationally, as it seemed to sidestep the broader issues of military accountability and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives. In 1996, after years of legal and diplomatic wrangling, a settlement was reached at the ICJ, where the United States agreed to pay $61.8 million, equivalent to $213,103.45 per passenger, as compensation to the families of the victims. This settlement, while significant, did not include an admission of legal liability or a formal apology from the U.S. government, which continued to impact the perception of the U.S. response both in Iran and among the international community. This resolution raised numerous ethical questions about the value of human life and the extent to which monetary compensation can serve as reparation for the loss of loved ones. It also highlighted the limitations of international law in dealing with incidents where military actions lead to civilian casualties. Many argued that the settlement, while providing some form of compensation, did little to address the underlying issues of military engagement rules and the protection of civilians in conflict zones. The ethical considerations surrounding the incident also extended to discussions about the rules of engagement and the responsibilities of military forces operating in civilian-populated areas or international airspaces. The tragedy underscored the need for clear guidelines that prioritize the protection of civilian lives and stricter controls on military responses to perceived threats. Furthermore, the incident has been a case study in ethics courses and military training programs, often discussed in the context of moral decision-making under pressure. It serves as a grim reminder of the high stakes involved in military operations and the profound ethical obligations of military personnel to make decisions that minimize harm to civilians. Reflecting on the legal and ethical implications of the Iran Air Flight 655 tragedy reveals a complex tapestry of human rights, international law, military ethics, and diplomatic relations. It highlights the ongoing challenges in achieving true accountability and justice in international incidents, and underscores the importance of ethical leadership and rigorous training in preventing similar tragedies in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the tragic intersections between military operations and civilian aviation, a historical event that continues to evoke pain, provoke thought, and stir debates decades after the incident. The memories of the 290 lives lost on that fateful day have been immortalized through various memorials and remembrance ceremonies, both in Iran and around the world, serving as somber tributes to the victims and constant reminders of the need for vigilance in military engagements. In Iran, the tragedy of Flight 655 is commemorated annually with ceremonies that pay homage to the victims. These events are not only moments of mourning, but also of collective reflection on the broader implications of the incident for Iranian society and international relations. The crash site in the Persian Gulf has become a sacred space, marked by memorials that stand as a testament to the lives lost. Families of the victims and political leaders often gather here to honor the memory of those who perished, reiterating calls for peace and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The legacy of Flight 655 also extends into ongoing diplomatic tensions between the United States and Iran. The incident is frequently cited in discussions of U.S.-Iran relations, symbolizing for many the deep-seated mistrust and animosity that complicates dialogue between the two nations. Even as diplomatic efforts are made to thaw relations, the shadows of past grievances, including this tragedy, loom large, influencing perceptions and interactions at diplomatic levels. Moreover, the downing has had a lasting impact on international aviation safety and military protocols. It prompted significant changes in the rules of engagement for military forces around the world, particularly concerning the identification of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. The tragedy underscored the critical need for robust systems and checks to prevent misidentification and ensure the safety of civilian air traffic. These improvements have been crucial in preventing similar incidents, contributing to safer skies for international air travel. Academically and in policy-making circles, the incident is studied as a case of what can go wrong when high-stakes military decision-making intersects with civilian life. It serves as a crucial case study in international relations and military ethics courses, helping to educate new generations of military officers, diplomats, and international lawyers about the complexities of engagement in globalized contexts. The lessons learned from the incident continue to influence policies aimed at enhancing the accountability of armed forces and reinforcing the norms of international humanitarian law. Legal frameworks and international conventions have also been influenced by the fallout from the Flight 655 tragedy. the incident has played a role in shaping international legal standards regarding state responsibility and compensation for wrongful acts, reinforcing the principles that govern state actions in international airspace and the treatment of civilians during military operations. These legal precedents continue to be relevant in contemporary conflicts, where the distinction between combatants and non-combatants can often be blurred. In sum, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a painful incident that resulted in unnecessary loss of life, but also as a catalyst for change in international military and aviation protocols. The tragedy remains a critical reference point in discussions about the moral and legal dimensions of military actions, serving as a somber reminder of the need for perpetual vigilance, rigorous training, and the moral courage to make decisions that prioritize human life. As such, the story of Flight 655 is not just a historical footnote, but a continuing influence on how military and civilian interactions are managed in an increasingly complex global landscape.